Great. I think we are live. Sending. Looks like Twitch has got it, and YouTube is here. Good stuff. All right. All right. Looks like we're live. Moonstruck, what up? Ruby, what up? Shout out to Moonstruck, first comment on Twitch. Shout out to Cal, first comment on YouTube. Bringing back the streak, hell yeah. No wait time again. Are you feeling okay? I could have sworn I said why I don't have the starting soon screen anymore. I'm probably gonna go back to it, but I stopped it because when I switch, like there's like this glitch with Streamlabs, like when I switch from starting soon to full cam, like this cam right here, it's like I don't know, it freezes my cam. I don't know what it is. It's like some glitch. So I just stopped doing it. What's not? Oh, it's more professional. Starting soon, you know. What's up, Gretchen? How you doing? Crimson, what's up? Athena, what's up? Phoebe, what's up? Who else we got? I think that's everybody so far. Okay, YouTube is up. Good stuff. I like seeing your face immediately. I'm gonna make everybody have their profile pictures and their things. I can see y'all's face first. And they're like facing their profile picture. Yeah. What's up, Leo? All right. We're gonna get started on the debates here just quick. In a quick hot second. We are setting up everything, waiting for a few people to roll on in here. So many fireworks. Oh yeah, y'all gonna hear those as we get through the night. I already have my July 4th, so. Dubby. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Scared of fireworks, stayed locked inside all night. Yeah. With the noise canceling. Get some AirPod Max Pros or some shit. My dog is terrified. Yeah. Currently dealing with one dog post-op, one dog with an ear infection, one dog is mortified of tired. Jesus. Good luck. What's up, Mr. Bryce? Ours haven't started. Yeah, I mean, it's 6 p.m. over here, so. Chilling. Yeah, same. I just chugged a whole Monster energy drink, so that's gonna be kicking in better. Pretty soon. I don't know when. Hi, I'll be in later. Okay. Well, I guess I shouldn't start with the breastfeeding topic then, huh? It's fucking midnight. Oh, you must be East Coast. It's like 5 milligrams caffeine. Exactly. Bouncing off the walls. Let's go. I like the coffee Monster energy drinks. No. Why do they taste like coffee? That's just no. Maybe I should start with the slavery topic. I've been reading a lot. Okay. Did the Old Testament endorse slavery? I'm on page like 200 now. I learned a lot. That's a fat book, yeah. It's a lot of pages. How many pages, actually? Yeah, 700 something. I learned a lot. I learned what some words mean, how certain, like, most of the versions of the Bible get it right when talking about like slavery. So like when somebody comes in and like that's not what that word means, they're just like wrong because they don't have any good reason for saying that. Yeah. Encyclopedias with less pages, yeah. It's up impeccable. Oakby, what up, Mr. Oakby? Well, it is Friday. I'm not sure how busy it's gonna be tonight. It might be extremely slow, or it might pop off. I actually don't know because it could go either way. I don't think it's gonna be anywhere in between. um, what are we thinking? Starting off with the slavery topic, bathroom topics, being gay is wrong, whether that's wrong. School topic. What we doing today? Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. Ugh, this is gonna annoy me. Happy Grill Day. Let's go. Is there a no category strat I don't know about? I don't know. I put a category in it. Did it not send through? I don't know. What up, Void? Start with Jesus because I hate that and I can't pay attention right now. What's up, baby? How you doing? Why not the breastfeeding one again? Because Nanners doesn't want me to start it until she gets in. Not she clearing last night. Oh, you were there? That shit was funny. What was it, like 1v6? I went 1v6 like against a whole bunch of like actual Nazis. And I cleared every single one of them. That shit was funny. That shit was so fucking funny. Mr. Oakby, thank you for the 30 bits. Appreciate you. That shit was insane. Yeah, they had nothing. I got muted for giving you yeah, because you gave that what? It was the Galaxy, right? They muted the entire chat because the entire chat was saying W Carbon. This shit was funny. I wish I could have heard that. Yeah, I wish somebody recorded it. That was funny. It was oh yeah, it's a jellyfish. That's right. All right, let's get started. I think I'm gonna start with the slavery topic. That might entice Satan to get into. Let me set a goal. Let's do a small goal here. Do 5 summer suns for now. ND, what up? I redeem a purple. Oh shit. There you go. Sometimes it misses me. Thank you for that, Nightbot. Alright, let's get started. I gotta pull up my verses. Leviticus 25:44. I gotta pull up the Bible hub of that too. 25:44. Okay. Deuteronomy 21:20, 21:10. Deuteronomy 21:10. Okay. Folding Nazis like a lawn chair. Let's go. Thank you so much for the 30 bits. Appreciate you, Mr. Oak B. Alright, let's get started, y'all. I'm not sure how the charging of my phone is gonna go. It frayed a little bit at the ends, so I had to put electrical tape around it, and it's like disconnecting the charge for some reason. So I gotta get a new cable. So if we have to cut the string short because my phone is gonna die, then that's the reason. All right. This purple is drowning my face out on TikTok. What the fuck? That is crazy. Holy shit. That shit is bright. Holy fuck. There we go. Alright, let's see. Usually the first time I go live, it doesn't really push us out, so we might have to restart a couple times. Let's see how long it stays below 10 people in here. What's up, everybody? Too much purple, yeah. Void, Jan, what's up? What up, everybody? Waiting for my Taco Bell. Oh, yeah. Phoenix, thank you for the heart me. Senior Daily Heart me, thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right, let's get it started, folks. Let's go, let's go. What's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome, everybody. Boy, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Early. Oh, I thought she said I was early. I'm like, shit. Emmy, thank you for the heart me. What's up, Virtue? Love, thank you for the heart me. Void with the summer sun. Let's go. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for reaching the first goal for tonight. Damn, it ain't been 2 minutes. We already got the goal. Let's go. Thank you so much, Void. Appreciate you. Starting my day. Starting. God Bradley on my TV. Life is good. Hell yeah. Yeah, not God Bradley. God Bradley. Yeah. Oh, the background. Thank you so much. Last night was wild not being able to comment on that man is hurt. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Southern, thank you for the heart. Yeah, appreciate you. Your lord. But lord. Me lord. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome on in here. Welcome tonight, y'all. Shit. Where's my? I gotta cool my fucking phone down. How long on your back? How long are you on your backup?
7 days.
I mean, how long has it been?
Yesterday.
So you got 6 days.
The first day. Yeah. The 9th. That's when I come back.
Okay. Hold on.
Void, you know damn well this is my subject right here. I had to get brought up first.
I don't know who to remove as a moderator. Just your other account?
Yeah, just remove my other account till I get it back. Oh my fucking god. Really, dude? It's 12 o'clock at night.
There you go. All right. Welcome everybody. Welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. If you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We would absolutely positively love talking to you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Not sure if we have to do a restart or not, if we're being suppressed. I don't think we are too much, so we should be fine. But yeah, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on that guest request. We'll run this topic and a couple other topics tonight. We'll probably do the bathroom topic. People seem to like the breastfeeding topic, so we'll go through all of those tonight. Az, thank you so much for the heart. Me, I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Everybody, send tiny gifts. Apparently, that's working really well. So send small gifts.
Yeah. Gotta reset my laptop. All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Laddie, thank you for the Go Popular. I appreciate you. It's officially July 5th. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go with the Star Goggles Void. W Void. Can we get a W Void in the chat? Not Void from Thunderbolts. Even though he was really cool.
I can't wait for him to come back.
Just like a matte black villain. I love it. Baked Potato, you are live. How old are you?
21.
All right. What's your take today?
I believe that we shouldn't be cocksuckers.
Well, depends on, if you like doing that. Okay. Doesn't look like he has an argument today. Anybody else?
That was your best insult? It's a fucking compliment to me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, DSL's for life. Let's go.
Just give him that old mwah.
Oh my God. All right, if you are a Christian and you want to give a defense of slavery in the Bible, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We would absolutely, positively love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Why does your God support slavery? I want to know. Go ahead and hit that guest request button below, or there's a request to join button right up there, and we'll get you brought up here. Make sure you are 18 or older, and make sure you are actually opposition. Thank you so much. Everybody else, just keep tapping that screen. I see there's only 3 people liking right now. Okay, I need 40 people liking. That helps get the live out. That gets more debates, more shares, more debates, more comments, more gifts to the guests. All that stuff helps boost the live out. TikTok likes when there's a lot of activity. So hit that up and let's keep it going, okay? The Christian God supports slavery. You don't understand God's word? All right, let's see what I don't understand about God's word. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. Uh-oh. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan, born in your country, and they will become your property. Uh-oh. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves forever. Uh-oh. Why does your God support that? Let me know. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all for the gifts.
Did Jesus say that? Well, it depends. If you believe in the Trinity, then yes, Jesus did say that. If you don't believe in the Trinity, then no. Jesus' dad said that.
Yeah. And then if Jesus did say, if Jesus is God, then yes, Jesus said it. If Jesus is not God, Jesus supports God, and therefore Jesus supports slavery. There you go.
There you go.
Jesus would never contradict God, would he?
Oh, Sue, come on up.
Come on. A lot of people hiding out in the comment section. We don't like that, okay? Mindy, thank you for the heart meat. Thank you guys so much for sending your daily heart meats. I appreciate you.
Sue, don't be scared. It says in your bio that you're a child of God. You have him on your side. He's not on ours. You have all the power here. And Annie, thank you for sending me a gift, even though you don't follow me on this account.
All right, let's see. Let's get our first debates up here. See if anybody opposition only. Kai, you're live. How old are you?
Me, I'm 22.
Okay, what's your take?
Does your God support slavery? Did God condone slavery? Sure.
Hmm.
Is this a moral law? No. Now, I just want to ask you, under your moral framework, what makes slavery an objectively bad thing?
Okay, so when you say it's not a moral law, when God issues a command, ought you follow that command?
Pardon?
When God issues a command, ought you follow that command?
Not necessarily if it's not a command for me, right? If it's a command for someone else,
Wait.
they ought to. If
Okay,
it's
so
not a command for me, then I ought not.
Okay, so you were false when you said it was not a moral law. That was a false
Pardon?
statement. So that was a false statement that you said when you said it was not a moral law. It was a moral law.
Moral laws are unchanging.
Okay, so Israelites, if they existed today, would still be allowed to own slaves?
No, that was a condoning for the current infrastructure their economy could support, which made it the best plausible, situation at that time.
What's the argument for that?
Yeah, where does it say that in the Bible?
I didn't hear that.
No, wait. I asked you a question. You ran from it right away. Right?
No, we're
So
investigating why your
said-
God supports slavery. I'm not going to allow you to pivot. So when it comes to God supporting slavery, you made an argument that that was the best possible situation that they could have.
Condoning.
It was endorsing. Yeah, he said you are allowed to do it. So when you say that, what is the argument that that was the best possible solution?
Yeah, God said it.
Yeah, that's not an argument. Give the inference.
Yeah, so the inference is an all-knowing God knows the best thing to do. The all-knowing God gave the command, hey, this is the thing to do, making it the best thing to do because he has all the knowledge.
Okay, so
Now,
sex
Is this an
slavery.
external critique or an internal critique?
Okay, so just to
If
be
it's
clear,
internal,
sex.
that
Yeah.
just follows.
Okay, so internal critique, sex slavery, chattel slavery were the best things to do, correct?
Huh? Yeah, for that time, sure.
Sex slavery was good. Okay, just making sure. That's just going to be the rebuttal.
Now,
Yeah.
I asked you...
All right, what's your
and-
argument?
Oh, wait. I thought morality was supposed to be objective,
Yeah, morals are objective.
but you just gave a subjective point. You just said it was
It's
best for
dependent
that
on the
time,
agent.
which would be subjective.
Pardon?
It's dependent on the agents.
No, I told you it's not a moral right? I told you it's the best
No,
for
but
that
the
specific
acts they were
time.
doing.
I
were
told
It
you
follows
it's
that it's a
dude.
moral
You guys have tracking issues.
No, hold on, wait.
You don't know what a moral right is.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this. Is God giving a command? Is that command moral or immoral? Right? It's either one or the other.
Yeah. So it's amoral, as it's not a moral command.
Okay,
Like, how
so
many times I've
when
just
you say
on.
wait, hold on. When you say
substantiated that,
it's
buddy.
when you say it's not a moral command, right? Do you understand morals to be like things that you ought do, ought not do, things like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so when God issued the command to the Israelites, is it your position that they ought or ought not do those things?
Yeah. They ought to.
Okay. So again, so this is the second time we went through this, Kai. You were
No,
false
I-
when you
I
said
agree
you were
with
false.
you.
I'm sorry.
Do you want to listen?
Okay, but then you said it was not a moral law, and then you're contradicting
Yeah.
yourself by affirming
Yeah.
that it's a moral law.
Yeah. Just because someone ought do something doesn't make it a moral law.
Okay, all right. Well, that
Dude,
if you have your own
do you
if you have your
understand
own if you have your own proprietary sense
No,
of what
wait,
it
do you
means to
guys-
be moral, if God says you ought or ought not do something, and then your position is that's just a suggestion and you ought not do that, right? That's just I don't know what you mean by moral. What do you mean by moral?
Yeah, I know you're confused.
What do you
That's
mean
why I
by
said
moral?
Mute up, buddy.
What do you mean by moral?
Yeah, by moral. By moral, right? I'm talking about an unchanging law that is unchanging.
Okay, yeah, like I said, that was
Okay,
that's
now-
gonna be a
now-
proprietary sense.
now-
I don't know why you're over talking
Yeah,
me.
now-
So that's gonna be a proprietary sense of moral. What
I'm
people mean when
over-talking.
they talking about moral, right?
You
At
haven't
least when I
cracking
don't know
me.
why you're over talking me. Stop crashing out, okay?
You just
When I don't, you're still over talking me. Why are you crashing out?
interrupted.
You realize that you were wrong, and so now I'm correcting you. That's why you're trying to over talk.
No one's.
Okay. So why are you like? Can you stop? Like this guy's like crashing out. Like just wait your turn. You're a grown ass man. What do you say? 23?
Yeah, you.
Okay. Now, so yeah, just keep muting him until he's calmed down, temper tantrum. Okay.
Got it.
So when it comes to morals, again, you have a proprietary sense of what it means to be moral. You said unchanging, right? Where in philosophy Does it say that what it means to be moral is like something that is predicated on being unchanging? Can you give me like a citation anywhere, or do you just make that up?
Yeah, Western philosophy has nothing to do with my religion and my faith on what I ground
Okay,
morality.
so you do agree that that was a proprietary sense of what it means to be moral?
Let's just. Did you listen to what I said?
That was a question I just asked you.
Philosophy.
Are you running from the
Western
question?
philosophy.
Are you running from the question? So
Dude,
that was proprietary?
Are you running?
That was
I just answered your question.
No, I said so that was proprietary, yes or no?
No, listen, dude.
So that was
bro.
proprietary.
You have to be trolling now.
It's a very simple question. Why can't you just say yes and we can move on?
Yeah, so you're trolling.
Okay, it was proprietary. Okay. Now, so we got you to say that sex slavery is morally permissible. We got you to say that you have your
What are you
own understanding. I don't know
talking
why you're
about?
over talking me.
Are you
So
trolling?
sex slavery is morally permissible.
This guy.
I don't know, like, yeah,
Hold
you're
on,
crashing
literally out
out.
of
You're
your mouth.
crashing out.
Wait, Father.
No, you're just
crashing.
Hold on, wait.
You're still crashing
Literally
out. I love
out of
it.
your mouth. Literally out of your mouth when I question you on this. You said it's an amoral act. So it's not immoral, it's not moral, it's amoral. So you believe sex slavery to be amoral without moral judgment.
What are you
I love
talking
it.
about?
Yeah, you have a tracking issue.
That's
pal.
brother.
your words.
No, you have a tracking.
You have a
You
very
say
bad
I-
tracking issue.
and those
When
are
I
your
said,
words.
when I literally said, do you take morals to be the affirmation when you're talking about ought and ought nots? You said yes. And then I said, when God issues a command, is that a moral ought and ought not? You said no. You ended up saying that what means for something to be moral is an unchanging law. You changed your definition midway in order to try to suit your argument. That's why you're stuck right now, and that's why you're crashing out. I think you realize
No
that.
one's crashing it.
Again, so now we're gonna go back to so when God issued the command to the Israelites, right, to that allowed them to have sex slaves. Is it your position that that was the moral thing to do? Yes or no?
They don't ought to have sex slaves.
That's not the question that I asked.
Yeah.
Was it morally permissible?
You asked me if it's
Was it morally permissible?
And I'm telling. What do you mean by morally permissible?
Yeah, God allows it.
Oh, God condones it. Sure,
Okay, so sex slavery, God condones it. Gotcha.
condones. Yeah,
Yeah.
for that
it's
specific
neither-
time period.
So
yeah.
is that an
Now
immoral
it's not
act
a
or
moral
immoral
law
act?
in the sense.
So is that a moral act
You guys
or an immoral
trolling?
act? Is that a moral act or an immoral act?
Are you guys trolling? Can I answer?
Are you gonna answer the
without
fucking
being
question?
muted by your?
You're fucking coward. Are you gonna answer the question?
Okay, I don't do humiliation rituals, buddy.
Well, you're gonna
Oh,
get
he's
one.
a
bitch.
masochist.
But brother,
Auntie, thank you
you
so
guys
much
are
for the heart
lost.
me. I appreciate you.
I'm not your brother. I'm not your brother. I'm the furthest thing.
Okay. All right. So Kai, we got you. We got the reductio. So
I'm a
what's your
Transformer?
question?
Holy
Why,
shit,
bro?
I'm
You're a
Megatron.
transformer, bro. Like if you guys are gonna do this ad, yeah, if you guys are gonna just go, because you lost the debate.
Yeah, co-parter. That's fine.
We haven't even started it.
We already got you the
I
crazy
got better
reductio.
things to do than do.
Then
these
why'd you join? If you
humiliation
like,
rituals
yeah,
with,
are you
bunch
gonna
of
run? Oh,
Transformers,
so you're
bro.
running now. Is that what you're
No
gonna
one's
do?
running.
Okay.
If you're
So
running,
all right.
mute
So
me.
listen,
I'm
Kai.
go- I'm
All
not
right.
gonna engage in.
I
I'm
understand.
sorry,
I
I'm
understand.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Hold on, real
Can I
quick,
just say
Santana.
one
Real quick,
thing?
Santana.
Can I say
So
one thing?
we got the reductio, and now he ran. There you go. What's up, Santana?
Damn it, Carbon! I was gonna do a thing.
He ran.
Kai, please come back. Kai, please come back for a second. I respect you, Kai.
He doesn't
Push
like
back up, Kai.
he doesn't like humiliation rituals, and then proceeds to get humiliated.
Kai, come back up for a second. I respect you. I just wanted to speak to you directly. Like Kai, I would love to hear you out. Can we get Kai back in the box?
He ran like he's not coming
Just for a
back.
moment, Kai.
That was embarrassing for him. It's
He
hard.
deleted the
Please,
app.
Kai.
I'm not running. Runs. Yeah.
He's-
Anyway, welcome everybody. Welcome. And also welcome Santana. What's up? Void with the bouncing speakers. Thank you so motherfucking much. I appreciate you. We'll run this topic for a couple more debates. Hit that up. Let's go.
Listen, Kai, come back up for a second. Kai, just for a second. I promise you, Carbon, come back up. Hold on. Carbon, they won't say anything, right, guys?
I promise I won't humiliate you again.
Please.
I'll let Santana
Kai, just
handle
for
you.
a second. Just for a second.
I can't make that promise.
Yeah,
Just chill for a
Satan will
minute.
not say anything. I won't say
I'm doing
anything.
the
Santana
thing.
wants to talk to you. Okay.
Kai, just come back up for a moment. Is he back in the request?
No, he's not. I told you he's not coming back.
That sucks.
Dude literally admitted that smeck slavery is an amoral act.
Yeah, and then ran away. Love it.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I came up was to like criticize my friend for not coming to my cookout today. So there's that.
I was busy, but
Yeah,
I did watch it for a few minutes. I did watch it for a few minutes. Not gonna lie.
We end up with like 1,600 people just listening to us talk about nothing.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. We were just doing nothing, like a bunch of nothing. It was fun.
Yeah.
But you don't have to hang out with us. I get it. I'm just gonna tell people you don't like them.
Hey, at least
literally, I'm
listen.
gonna
I was
start
still
lying there.
invited
Like
though.
Carbon
I was
said that he
invited to
doesn't
the
fuck
cookout.
with any of us, so don't invite him to do anything. Carbon said he said fuck you guys.
Carbon says.
So there's that.
Carbon says fuck y'all.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, welcome guys. Welcome. Keep tapping that screen. Appreciate you. If you want to see more people get cooked like that, go ahead and tap that screen. Get more people in here. Sends it out to the For You page. Put that up. Let's go. Our next live goal is going to be 25,000. Right now we're at 12.6. So keep tapping that screen. I appreciate you. Keep hitting the share and send gifts. Minister Santana are great. They're awesome.
Oh no, don't like gift everyone else. Gift Minister.
Yeah, he's just pretending to be. He's
Carbon
pretending
is
to
gonna
be.
reset his gift goal here, right?
pretending-
And so
he's
once Carbon
pretending to
actually
be
resets his gift
humble.
goal. Yeah, exactly. Horrible at grifting. Jeez Louise, I tried to teach you and you just won't learn.
All right, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Also, welcome in Emily Raid. I see that you just got an Emily Raid. Welcome in Emily Raid.
Hey, thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate you.
I was getting. You ever like want to order something or like have your mindset on some type of food and then like they're just closed?
And then they're just
That-
what?
That's like the worst.
Oh,
thing.
yeah. Especially when it's late as fuck. Andy, thank you for the cheer mic. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
All
Hey,
right,
I
I
got a
don't
new
know.
soundboard.
Oh, let me hear it.
Which one? I got it.
Any.
I was gonna use one of the good ones, but hold on, let me see.
Thank you for reaching the go again, guys. Appreciate you.
So, all right, Carbon, I need you to role play for me.
Okay.
You are someone coming up to say you support Donald Trump, but yet you didn't vote, and so like you don't have a history of voting, blah blah blah. All right, so that's your role. All right, so help me understand, how could you actually support the man who's looking to strip away millions of Americans health care and food benefits? Like, why would you support them?
I mean, just like emotionally, I support. But listen, I don't do all that voting stuff. Listen, our vote doesn't matter. Our vote does not matter. I promise you. The powers to be.
Wait. So just to make sure I have this clear, you're saying that you support him, even though you didn't actually participate in the 2024 election.
Yeah, our vote doesn't matter. Did you say 2020? Did you see that? You saw what happened there?
Oh, okay, cool. Jim Bob.
What's up with it, ho? How you talking about that life, but you ain't never live it though?
I understand how you think you get to participate and you're not actually doing. Why should we care about anything that you have to say?
Was that Kevin Gates?
That was Ty.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm telling you what, this administration has been absolutely
Lachlan?
horrible, but I think we can all agree about this. We know for a fact that
they don't know what the they're doing.
we know that. We know absolutely that.
I love it. I love
Carbon,
it.
you need a soundboard. You need a soundboard immediately.
I mean, like, listen, Carbon, I'm not going back and forth with you all day. Carbon, listen, this is something you have to know about me.
I'm living my best life. I ain't going back and forth with you niggas. I'm living my best life.
As long as you know that, as long as you understand that there's no way I'm just going to be sitting on Megan Thee Stallion's internet just arguing with you for no reason.
Oh,
This soundboard, you know what's cool?
I
I've
love
already got, hold on, let's see. I got one, hold on. I got 8. Hold on,
speaking of that, first victim of Trump's BBB bill.
Mhm.
First victim, Curtis Medical Center in a rural Nebraska. Like, I mean, we've been telling everybody.
I did.
You
I
you
did
covered
write
that?
about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, everybody's been warning that Trump's bill would crush all the rural hospitals, and so now we got the first victim, Curtis Medical Center, and it's a
Did you
community
see?
hospital in surrounding areas for 30 years, providing essential care to families, students, and individuals in the rural region. Now, here's what the CEO had to say. He said, we are deeply grateful to the Curtis community for their unwavering support and trust over 30 years. This clinic has been a vital part of our mission to deliver quality care close to home. Unfortunately, the current financial environment, driven by the anticipated federal budget cuts to Medicaid, has made it impossible for us to continue operating all of our services.
Yeah,
And
but
6 more to
so,
come.
like, the thing about that though is, did you see the breakdown, right? So there's 900 something odd people that live there, and the split was 404 people voted for Trump and 58 people voted for Kamala Harris. And the only thing that I could think of is,
Look, here comes the consequences of my actions chasing me right now. I don't want no consequence.
listen, I mean, when you do shit like that, you find out real fast. So
You want to hear something fucked up? I work at a hospital in Jersey, and it's not a rural area. There's no threat of it closing down, but in Jersey there are a shitload of people who are on Medicaid actively right now. And today I messaged a good friend of mine who works in our charity care department, and I asked, "Hey, since this passed, how many people have applied?" And she said in one day, 1,644 people applied for charity care. Our max is 2,000, and we're only halfway through the year.
yeah, that is pretty fucked up. You want to hear something else that's like even more fucked up though?
I was a bitch. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was a fucking bitch. I was a
got
bitch.
it. Yeah,
I was a
that sounds
bitch.
about right.
I was a
Yeah,
bitch.
all right.
I was fucking scared.
That's kind of fucked up too. You do know that you're in the shit with me now, Carbon, right? You too.
How long you gonna be here? Because we're gonna go through all the topics tonight.
Yeah, I know. Like, I literally just came up here, to shit talk you for not coming to the cookout. That's it.
Next time, I got you.
But I got something cool. You want to see a magic trick?
Oh, hit me up. Let's go. No. I'm fucking weak.
That was good, though. That was fucking good.
Let's get W Santana in the motherfucking chat, y'all. W Santana. All right, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Want to know why your God supports slavery? Hit that up. Hit that button. Hit that request button. Let's hit it up. If we don't get any requests on this one, we'll probably change the topic to one of the others. We got a lot of topics that we can discuss. A lot of debate topics. So, yeah, let's go. Bro, to get some milk is crazy. Heidi, thank you for that heart me. I appreciate you.
Hey y'all.
What up? Nurse,
Hey,
thank you so
Minister.
much. Appreciate you. Chris
Yes,
with the
that's what
heart,
I am.
appreciate you.
Let me administer.
Yeah, Minister Daddy Logic.
The hospital is not closing due to the bill. It made its decision to close before the bill. No, well, that was the anticipation, is that they thought the bill would pass, and that's why they made the decision. Right. So, of course, they did it before the bill because they knew the bill would pass. Right. It literally says, the CEO literally said, driven by anticipated federal budget cuts to Medicaid. That's what he said. So, I don't know where you're getting your source from, but if not the CEO of the fucking hospital.
And to any conservatives in here, I need you to understand this, because you probably don't know how insurance works. If 14 million people lose coverage, which that's what they're assuming, 14 million people, they're still going to get care. They're going to go to the emergency room, and then they're not going to pay their bill.
Yep. And then
You know what happens when they
foot
don't
that
pay
bill.
their bill? they charge the insurance companies higher on their premiums
Correct.
used at that hospital. So then everyone's premiums are going to go up. So
All right, Papa T,
congratulations. Fuck yourself.
are you a Christian?
Do you realize? So, just we're gonna break it down on prescription.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Papa T, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, what's your argument on the background? We're looking for debates right now.
So there are 3 different tiers. We're gonna break it down on the insurance aspect.
We're
okay?
not. That was just like a passing.
on-
We're
That was a
looking for debates.
one-off. No.
There are 3 different price.
Hey,
Hey, listen,
Okay.
we're not talking about that.
We're in boundaries,
the,
my guy.
that was just a one-off. There
We're
was
just talking about it in passing. We're not.
no.
We're talking about the background thing.
We might talk about that later, but not now.
You need to make a
Somewhere.
background for that.
Yeah,
Like Trump supporters, why do you support XYZ?
yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm making it back. That says Trump supporters are terrible people. I'm done. If you still support Trump after this shit, you're a terrible person.
Daniel,
Trump
thank you for the
supporters,
heart.
why
I
do you want to starve
appreciate you.
children?
Hello, new guest. Can I get your age real quick?
24.
All right, what's your argument?
He said, why does your God support slavery? I want to ask a rebuttal saying, why does the government support slavery?
Okay, well, we can get to that, but why does your God support slavery?
No, answer my question first.
So you're
No.
running. So just to be clear, you are running from the question, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm going to
Okay,
answer
so
my...
if you're not running from the question, then I'll repeat the question because you came up here to presumably to answer the question. So, so why does your God support slavery?
What does support mean? What do you use? What are you using support as?
So he thinks it's morally permissible.
So morally permissible.
Mhm.
See, when I see the word support, I mean like literally just saying like, yeah, rock on, dudes. This thing is very good.
I mean, presumably, if he's saying your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around them, from them you may buy slaves, then yeah, I would just say you support slavery. If a state, a southern colony state were to write a law that says you may own slaves, I would just say that state supports slavery, like obviously.
If I allow people to eat ice cream in my car, does that mean I support people eating ice cream in my car?
Yes,
How so?
because you allowed it and it's your car.
So that means I support them doing
Okay,
it.
so anyway, so do you have like a rebuttal? Like, can you tell me why he supports it? If you don't like if you don't like the terminology, it doesn't matter. Why does your God think slavery is morally permissible? Why does he? Yeah.
Why does he think it's morally permissible?
Yeah.
In that context, you have to prove why ownership is a bad thing.
Well, it seems to be that God believed that ownership was a bad thing for a specific group of people, a specific ethnicity. But for other people who are not that group of people, then it wasn't a bad thing. So, like the Israelites were not allowed to be on his property, but non-Israelites were allowed to be on his property.
And why is that?
He says here, the Israelites are my servants whom I brought out of Egypt. They must not be sold as slaves. That's what he says in
So
Leviticus
those are-
25:42.
So those are his people.
Yeah, so he's like kind of racist, but like
Aren't
I
we
assume
all-
that's the reason.
No, I mean, it kind of makes sense because
God
if
have
he
favorites?
owns those people, you're saying those were his servants, right?
Yeah,
So he's saying that he owned them.
yeah.
Aren't we all
So
children of God?
So God is a slave owner, so he supports it. Wow.
So how is that wrong when he owns people himself?
Okay, so just to be clear, are you a Christian?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you would think that slavery is morally permissible then, if God thinks it's morally permissible.
Sure, I guess so.
Okay. Are you African American?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have ancestors here who were slaves?
I don't know.
You don't know? What do you think?
Probably.
How did your family get here?
I wasn't born 150 years ago, so I don't know.
I didn't ask if you were born here. What's like the best explanation for you as an African American in the United States for how you got here? How did your family got here?
I don't know.
I think have you taken a history class before?
I've taken a history class, but I never took a DNA test.
Well, you don't need to take like. What do you think is the best explanation if you haven't taken a DNA test?
A lot of people could say they came from Africa on ships. Like I said, I never took a DNA
Do you
test, so
think
I
that that's
don't
the
know.
best explanation? I didn't ask if you know. I'm asking if you think that's the best explanation.
I think that's the most common explanation.
Okay. So, with that, it seems to be that if you have ancestors who were here, brought on slave ships, and owned as property, it seems to be that you would be somebody who supports that
Mm,
because it's at least morally permissible.
I think you're using that word very loosely.
How? You said that God thinks it's morally permissible to own people's property. You are potentially somebody who is a descendant of somebody who was owned as property. So why wouldn't you think that that's morally permissible as well?
Okay, so you're saying morally permissible equals good, right?
No. Good is a
So,
normative
but you're
statement that
trying.
you should do it, in my semantics. But when you say like morally permissible, it's just like we're not saying that you ought to do it, but
No,
we're
no,
also
I'm
not
saying
saying that you
you're
ought not
trying
do it.
to
It's kind of
say.
like like drinking water or like picking up a remote control. It's just morally permissible. There's no reason to not do it. There's no reason to compel somebody to do it.
No, so you're appealing to my worldview, right? So
Yes.
basically,
So
you're
under your
saying that,
worldview, it is morally permissible to own somebody as property.
and that means since it's morally permissible, that makes it good, right?
That doesn't follow.
How is that infallible if it appeals to my worldview?
Yeah. So do you agree that something is either good or it's not? Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if it's not good, then it's either morally impermissible or it's just amoral. Like, so for example, do you think me picking up this remote is good?
It depends. What are you going to use it for?
I'm just picking it up because I want to. Think that's
I
good?
feel like that's stupid.
Okay,
Why
so
would you do that?
okay, so it's not good. Is it wrong? Am I doing something wrong by picking it up?
Are you doing something wrong?
Yeah. Am I doing something immoral?
I want to say it's immoral.
Okay, so it's not good and it's not wrong. So what's that thing in between?
Sure, you can say neutral.
Yeah. So God is morally neutral on slavery, which means you're just allowed to own slaves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how would that be supporting it, though?
That's just what I mean by support. Like, support just means you think it's permissible. It could also mean like it depends on what you mean by support. But like, if you have a slavery system, right, like in the antebellum South, and God deems it to be morally permissible, I would just say like he's supporting that system. Whether he's intentionally propping up the system by saying you ought do it, that's much stronger, but he's still morally propping it up. Like just like a state would be morally propping up slavery by just saying, yeah, you're allowed to own slaves. I would say that that's a slave supporting state. That's just what I mean by that.
Because I won't deny that he allows it
Yeah.
because he calls for servitude.
Right. So was the colonial South, were they wrong in the United States for owning slaves?
Of course, it was wrong because people were being forced to do it.
But so, wait, owning people as property, that is force. That's what slavery is. So how are they doing something wrong if God deems it morally permissible? Can you tell me how?
I'm trying to think for a way to say this.
No, you can't.
No, so I can't think. So I'm not allowed to,
No, you're not allowed to think. You're a Christian. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You're allowed to think. The question is, can you think?
yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I give you an example?
Sure, I guess. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're walking down the street and there's a police officer there, and it's very clearly marked that, hey, you're not allowed to jaywalk. But you're walking down the street and the cop tells you, hey, you can jaywalk here. I won't give you a ticket. Is that cop allowing or supporting your right to jaywalk?
I wouldn't trust that cop.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
the question. Is that cop allowing or supporting your right to jaywalk?
What kind of trick question is this? If the law says not a jaywalk, not a jaywalk anyway, he's breaking the law by telling me to break the law.
It's okay, it went over your head, it's fine.
No, that is a
Go on,
bad analogy.
Timothy.
Make a new one.
Okay, you're at a restaurant. It's an all-you-can-eat restaurant. You're not allowed to leave the restaurant with food. But the server says, "Oh no, you can take a plate and leave the restaurant. I won't tell anybody." Is that server supporting your right to leave the restaurant with a plate of food?
Another bad analogy. I'm not allowed to leave the restaurant with food.
Carvin, all you.
Rick, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
All right, what's your argument?
My argument?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have an argument other than I think you're a victim.
Okay, so when you saw request to debate, you said I don't want to debate. That's what you said.
Oh, I couldn't read that. Your big ass head was in the way.
Oh, okay. Which one? Which head?
And then the boxes.
Shit, Rick.
Wait, which head?
You said
Wait,
what?
which big ass
You're a
head?
racist piece of shit.
You said I'm what?
Which big
You're a
ass
racist
head?
piece of shit.
Huh?
Which big ass head?
Yours.
Which one?
Carvin, stand up.
Do what?
All right. So I mean, okay. So we're back to the slavery topic. Okay. So African slaves, when they were brought to the United States, right? They were owned as property. Was that wrong in God's lights? Hello?
So what?
Yeah, was that wrong by God's lights?
Ask your question again. I was typing in chat.
When African slaves brought here from another nation, right, and they were owned as property, was that wrong by God's lights?
I don't know.
You don't know if God. Okay, so you don't know if it's wrong.
I'm not saying I don't know if it's wrong. I'm saying I don't know if it's wrong in God's eyes. I don't know his mind, therefore I can't think for him.
You know his mind by looking at the Bible, right? You know what he thinks about things.
No, the Bible clearly says that we don't know the mind of God.
Okay, when God issues the command, you may buy slaves in Leviticus 25:44. You don't know that God issued that command?
He issued that command.
Okay, is that understanding of what's going on in God's mind?
I mean, I don't.
Can God's commands conflict with what's going on in his mind?
That are around you.
Can God's commands conflict with what's going on in his mind?
I guess
they can. So he can just like contradict. So he's like irrational. So he can lie, basically.
Bro, you're trying to use words to trip me up, and I'm like,
no, like it seems to be when I tell you something, and what's going on in my head is the exact opposite of that, then that just sounds like a lie.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god, I don't know what to do, bro.
Grandmaster,
I appreciate you for coming up, man. I can't do this.
Grandmaster's a little busy right now.
Love Brooklyn, I sent you a request. Go ahead.
Brooklyn, if you want to come up and have a Bible discussion, please do. 'Cause I guarantee you, me and Carvin know the Bible better than you do.
Arden, thank you for the heart, man. I appreciate you. All right, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on and guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, we're almost at 25K. Keep tapping that screen to get those likes up. That helps out a lot. Appreciate you. Again, if you're opposition, please hit that request button. We'll get you up here. Which head? Yeah. All right, I caught part of it. We got a black guy probably hating slavery. I heard something about that. Yeah, it's crazy what religion does to you, doesn't it? Okay, we got a new guest. Jack, can I get your age, please?
45.
Roger that, man. What's your take?
I think that God, he wants us to understand working and slavery and stuff like that, because we will be serving eternity.
Against our will?
We will be in heaven serving God eternally.
Against our will?
No, willfully.
Okay, so wait, what do you, when you say
That's
we
not
will,
serving then.
if you say I will be and I don't want to, then what do you mean I'm going to be serving him? That just sounds like it's against my will.
Well, I want to go to heaven.
Well, that's you, but I don't want to. I don't want to serve like a guy for especially like a genocidal maniac. I don't want to serve him for eternity. I want to serve him for a second. So
Yeah,
that would be against my will then, right?
You don't have to. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So because you said I will, and so but you don't. So for me, I won't.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not a condemnation of slavery.
Okay, but that's that. If you're willingly following somebody and working for them, that's not slavery.
Yeah. He's just teaching us how to be about how to be a proper servant.
Yeah. So can you train somebody how to work without forcing them to work?
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. The people that were enslaved weren't Christians. They weren't going to heaven anyway.
Yeah, they're in heaven.
Wait, I'm trying to understand this logic. So you're saying that like you can't train somebody, you can't teach somebody how to work unless you force them into slavery.
Yeah, like it's just teaching us about, slavery and
So
money and work and
I have a
hard
20
work.
if I have like a 20-year-old kid and he wants to learn how to work and I teach him how to work, do I need to force him into slavery in order to do that?
Well, didn't your mom and dad make you take the garbage out without pay, or did they pay you to do that?
Wait, so
Something
like
like that.
can you answer my question?
No, like at first you work for free, and then after you're gonna get paid.
No, I could pay my like, I have a 20-year-old son, right? I'm like, "Hey, I'm gonna teach you how to work," and I pay him and compensate him for that. Is that slavery? And if he doesn't want to do
no,
it,
because,
if he's doing it willingly, if he doesn't want to do it, I'm not gonna make him, right? But if he does want to do it, I will compensate him for it, kind of like a job, like a regular job, right? So how is that slavery?
well, it's all slavery because I don't want to work. Like I have to get up in the morning and go to work.
What is slavery?
Okay, I'll explain. I have to get up and go to work every day and pay.
No, that's not slavery. What is slavery?
Slavery. Because when you're a slave,
No, Jack,
when
Jack, your boss doesn't own you.
okay, when you're a slave,
No, stop. You can quit
If I-
at any time. You can quit at any time. Your boss doesn't decide who you marry and who you won't marry. Your boss doesn't own your kids. Your boss doesn't own where you eat and sleep.
that's what you think.
Bro, what?
Wait,
That's
I'm
what
sorry.
you
You have a
think.
job. Wait, Jack, you have a job right now, right?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to quit?
No.
Okay, so you are. So there is no quitting or resignment or resignation contract or clause with your job right now.
Well, I can switch slave owners. If that's
Okay, wait, that wasn't the question. Can you resign from your job? Can you put in your resignation and not come back?
This dude's a fucking idiot.
No,
It's a yes or hold on. Wait, I can't hear you.
It's a no because I need to.
So wait,
I need
okay.
to
So
work
when I say
because
when I say can, right? I'm asking you, is that job going to force you to stay there if you try to resign? Are they going to do
if I
that?
resign, if I resign, there will be extremely negative consequences.
Yeah. So the answer is yes, you can resign.
Yeah,
Right?
just
Whether
like a
whether there's going to be
slave
bad
run away.
consequences
But can
due
a
to the
slave
system
run
of capitalism and things like that as a result,
Yeah, a slave
it doesn't
run
change.
away.
I don't know why you're over talking me. No, a slave can't
Well,
run away.
that's-
They will literally
that's-
hunt them down with dogs. No, they can't.
John,
Okay,
what are you? Do
It's
you
same
get
for
like?
me.
Do
If
you
I
ever
don't go
take
to work,
history
I'm gonna become
class?
homeless. If I don't go to work, I become homeless.
No, I'm sorry.
It's
Wait,
not
hold on.
required.
Wait, Jack. Your employer is not going to be the one that's making you homeless. Are they going to be the ones that make you homeless? Yes or no?
Okay, so if I quit that job,
Jack,
what
that
is
was
my-
a very simple question. Is your employer, if you resign, going to be the one that takes those resources away from you?
Yes, because
They're going to
my
take your home
paycheck.
away from you?
Yeah, if I stop going to work, they will take my paycheck away from me.
I didn't ask if they'll take your paycheck away from you. That's their property, right? I'm asking you if they're going to take your property away from you.
Yeah, if I stop paying my mortgage with my paycheck, yes.
So, okay, so
That's
your
your
job.
responsibility.
Wait, so the mortgage company is going to take your property away from you, not your employer.
Oh, so the mortgage company is the slave owner.
Okay, so the
I
mortgage,
have to-
so the mortgage
I have to
company
pay
is
my
forcing
mortgage.
you to work for them.
Yeah, if not, then I'm homeless.
Okay, so if you move away from
Mortgage
if you move out the house, the mortgage company is going to force you to work.
Okay, so I don't have to.
That's not slavery, my guy.
That's
I
a
understand.
dick.
Like you're just talking.
I
Yeah,
don't
you're
have to
just.
work, but I will
Jack.
be
Jack.
loose and starved to
Okay,
death.
yeah. That's all slavery means is that you have to work. And that person owns you as property, and they
Yeah,
own the rights to
if
your
I
labor.
work, I'll
Jack.
starve.
Jack. Jack. They own the rights to your labor. The rights. You are not allowed to consent otherwise, right? So if you decide, if you, a slavery conditioning, listen, capitalism sucks. I get it, right? But that's not what we're talking about. That's not the slavery that we're talking about. We're talking about the slavery in the sense that your employer, if you were to turn in a resignation, right, they would rip it up and say, no, you are not allowed to leave. Shackle you. If you try to leave, they would like shoot you or send dogs after you or restrain you in any particular sense. So that's going to be, I don't know why you're over talking me, Jack. So that's going to be the, I don't know why you're over talking me, Jack. So that's going, you're still over talking me. Stop over talking me. Thank you. So when we're talking about that, we're talking about the employer owning the rights to your work, meaning you are not allowed to consent otherwise, right? You can't move to another job if your employer owned the rights to your work. Okay, so that is what you're talking about. That is not slavery. Thank you so much, Grandmaster, for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you.
W Grandmaster.
Let's go. Yeah, fighting the mute button. Let's go. Let's get some opposition in here. Somebody who actually wants to debate. W me, yeah.
Yeah, can Brooklyn, can you stop being a coward and get in the box?
Mute them out the comments. We don't allow people.
This is fucking ridiculous. You keep making these fucking arguments and not have the courage to get in the box.
Yeah, so Brooklyn, you're muted now. So if you want to make an argument, you got to come up. We don't allow people to hide in the comments. All right.
Now you don't have a choice. Either get in or get the fuck out.
All right, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. You're doing good. Appreciate you.
Dude, I don't get I don't get that. I'm a slave to my job. You can quit. You can quit.
Because I don't know, it's really
Your job isn't gonna fucking tell you who you can and can't marry. Your job isn't gonna tell you, well, now you can leave, and I'm taking your kids.
Yeah, it's like literally a consensual contract. Now, if you want to have a broader conversation about how like there are mechanisms and infrastructures that kind of compel you in one way or another, right? Then that's a different conversation. That's not slavery.
Right.
You have a phone in your hand. You paid for that with your own money.
Somebody said your slavery doesn't have dental insurance.
Actually, the Bible says if you knock out a tooth of your slave, you gotta let him free. So maybe is that a form of dental insurance?
No.
Because if your if your
Wait,
job
I have
is
a question.
if your job is making you lose your teeth, right? Like,
I have a question. So specifically, the type of slavery in the Bible, is it the same as chattel slavery, or is it a different type?
there's three different types of slavery. So there are debt slavery, there's chattel slavery, and there's sex slavery. All right. Wait, what's the fourth one?
I would consider.
Thank you, Arden.
I consider it 4 because there is marital slavery, which is someone selling their daughter.
Oh, that's just sex slavery.
There is.
That's just what I consider
I
sex
consider
slavery.
I would consider the
because they're gonna have
like
sex
number
with
31. But number 31, I would consider that more so SMEC slavery because you're specifically capturing
Wouldn't-
somebody to do it.
Wouldn't like SMEC slavery be linked in with chattel slavery?
No, because chattel
They're
slavery
not
is
the same.
it's not transferable. Chattel is like property. Property is alienable. And sex slavery is more unalienable in the Bible, at least in the Bible. But yeah, like sometimes sex slavery could be chattel slavery. It's that if you're trafficking and things like that. But in the Bible, they didn't traffic the SMEC slaves. They just like kept them to one person. Yeah. But yeah, like so I generally put it in 3. But yeah, I guess there's an argument that there's 4. I just kind of classify marriage slavery as like sex slavery. I think those are the same thing.
I would consider. The only reason I consider it 4 instead of 3 was because specifically in like war captives, they're taking the virgin girls for themselves.
Yeah.
That would be considered, to me, smeck slavery. The selling your daughter, I would consider that to be like a marital contract form of slavery. It's specifically doing it for one specific reason, which is to either get money for it or to broaden family or political reasons.
That's it. Yeah. All right, let's see. Any more opposition? If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Wage slavery is arguable at the very least. Yeah, I would consider wage slavery to be a form of debt slavery. Like, at least in a loose term, in a loose sense. All right, I'm gonna hop on that thing. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm on page 200 now. Why did the Old Testament support slavery?
Wait, you bought that book?
Yeah, I was actually on a live with him yesterday, Dr. Joshua Bowen. And there was this fucking guy, so funny. Dunning-Kruger is it's a disease. There's this random Christian that hops in the live, and then Dr. Joshua Bowen, he's like, yeah, so there's instances of slavery like in Exodus 21, yada yada. And then this random Christian is like, nope, you're wrong, you're stupid. I'm like, you have no idea who you're talking to right now. And he's like, no, you're wrong. And then he gives like the classic Christian apologist. He's like, nope, there's differences in debt slavery. That's just involuntary servitude. I'm like, oh my god, good luck, bro. Good luck. And I was like, yeah, like I'm gonna mute. And then like Dr. Joshua, because he's so nice, he was just like, okay, so I'm wrong. I'm open to being wrong. So I just want you to tell me exactly what I'm wrong about, if you can, if you don't mind. He's just so nice. This guy is just like being so aggressive. It's so funny. I was like, yo, bro, look at his bio. It literally says PhD as Syriologist, my guy. Like, what?
Would you spend that with your fancy college money? You think you're fucking better than me? You think my dick's small? You don't know me. That's literally how these conversations go.
Logic, you should have seen me in that live last night with like 5 Yahtzees just all trying to gang up on me, and I cleared every single one of them out. Like, it was so fucking funny. I think Void was there. But yeah, Void was there because Void gifted me. Yeah, it was on a live last night, some random person's live. We got 235 people watching. Nico Cat, thank you for the heart me. So I know there's at least some people who are opposition. So go ahead and hop in that guest request. Let's go. Shit, I gotta get my water out the freezer. Hold on.
Yeah, before it explodes.
Speaking of exploding,
No.
no.
No. It's America's birthday. We're not exploding here. Speaking of
I think Grandmaster disagrees with you. Thank you so much, Grandmaster.
It's America's birthday. Everybody get the cake.
Grandmaster wanted to explode for me.
Need to get points to prove my Christian sister wrong about morality. There's a lot. First of all, well, there's a couple ways you could get around, go through that. So first of all, don't ever accept a moral argument from a Christian. Okay, I'm sorry, especially like a Christian apologist, because they're going to be committed to genocide, rape being morally permissible, sex slavery, debt slavery, those things being morally permissible, at the very least, right? That's just reading the Bible. And then there's like philosophical arguments that are much, much stronger, which is like everything is morally permissible if you have this God with all these properties, like he's all powerful, he's all good, he's all knowing, right? So now everything, like grape, school pew-pewings, all that is morally permissible because God very, very, very clearly sees those things um, as like not worthy of stopping, right? He apparently has some reason for why he wants them to keep going, right? But we have some reason for why we want them to stop. There's some tension between what we want and what God wants, right? But if God's always right, then we're wrong in trying to stop them, right? It's God who's the right one. So when we see a school pew-pewing or a grape or a torture or any of that stuff, then we're just mistaken. We're like, just let it happen. Fold your arms, eat your popcorn, and just watch it happen, okay?
So if
Because
you
that's
want
what
a
God
specific
wants to
verse-
do. That's why I wouldn't.
If you want a specific verse, Numbers 31. Just read them Numbers 31, and if they can try to justify that shit, it makes. I've seen Christians that's like, the second I read that verse, they'll go, oh, they'll still try to defend it, but they'll take a half step back because they know they're defending that shit.
One of the most difficult verses.
Oh, give it a good read, Joy. Give it a really good read. Like, well, there's context. I'm like, all right, what's the context behind Moses literally listing their captives of 30,000 cattle, 40,000 sheep,
You know what they'll
and
do?
1,600 virgin girls?
You know what they'll do for Numbers 31? They will the out that I see is most frequent. Okay, so the more keen eye Christians will use this one. They'll be like, well, it doesn't say anywhere in the verse that God commanded that. All it does is say that Moses commanded that, right?
No, it literally says God commanded it.
So they'll say something like that. And then that's when you just move over. Like you can like fight that, or you could just move over to 1 Samuel 15:3, which is like a straight up genocide, including the infants and the children. Or you can move to Deuteronomy 21:10, which is just sex slavery. Like there's so many. It's a buffet, right? You know.
See, I like to, if they bring up, well, Moses said that, I'm like, all right, who was Moses taking orders from? Because it says it in the first line of Numbers 31. The Lord spoke to Moses.
Yep.
So either Moses was lying, in which case the entirety of the Old Testament can be thrown out, or God allowed it down.
Fuck, I don't want to have to restart because these motherfuckers are going slow right now. I might have to. That's all right. I'll give it a few more minutes. Restart. What'd you call me?
Carbon.
Damn, why does Minister have the most out of these two?
Yeah, what? That's crazy.
It's almost like Mother just got here.
The wage gap. Wait, how many do I have? Do you have more than me? No, I have 4K. Okay, we're good.
I was gonna say, you should have like quite a bit because I've met like 3 out of the 4 of your gift goals by myself.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Make them back. Here, everybody give Void a 3K since Void gave me like 3K.
And somebody send Logic $20 on Cash App so he can go get food tomorrow. Please.
Remove the barcode from your thermal.
Cash
gel.
App is $ atheist for Logic.
The number 4 or the word 4?
FOR.
Okay, the word.
What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Where y'all at? Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes, what Parker said. That's my baby.
They really said, "I got you."
That's my baby, right?
Stop! I'm gonna vomit.
My baby.
I love that so much. Well, damn, Nico. Ruben.
I'm gonna get the shit kicked out of me later, I know it.
Fireworks are so fucking annoying. Yeah, I hear some going off right now. All right, give it one more minute, and then we'll restart. We'll probably restart with this topic if we try to get at least 1 or 2 more debates, and then we'll switch to another topic. Maybe a topic on, we'll do the school topic, and then since Void and mother here, we'll probably do the bath. Well, yeah, the breastfeeding topic and the bathroom topic. Yeah, let's go. That's good. Crash Out. Can I get your age?
26.
All right. What's your argument, man? You're off the app. Your teacup. There you go.
Nah, my phone just went to 20%.
Right,
I don't think God supports slavery.
Are you a Christian?
I know that. Yes, I am.
Are
I don't
you
think
familiar
God
with the
supports
verses
slavery.
that people tend to cite?
Oh, you're talking about the Israelites in Egypt and all this other stuff. Yes, I am familiar with them. I think God's going to do what God's going to do, and I think He can use anything. He wants to teach a generation, a nation, a people, or people a lesson. I'm not one to judge God's plan. I'm not one to judge other people.
Okay. So
it's a tough subject. I'll give you that.
yeah. So you said he could use anything, or is there some things he would just not use?
I don't know. I'm not God, but I wouldn't put it past the creator of the universe to use anything to teach someone a lesson when they need to learn something.
So if he commanded like the raping of a bunch of children, right? Would that like be permissible for him, or would you put that past him?
That's also a very hard question to ask. I would very much hope not. I would seriously hope not. That's a question you're gonna have to ask for Mr. Peterson.
Numbers
I'm not that good.
Numbers 31.
Yeah,
Mr.
Numbers
Peterson,
31,
yeah.
he's done that, and also Deuteronomy 21:10, I think he's done that. So yeah.
I guess I'd have to go and research that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just hope everybody comes to find Christ and builds
But
a
why would we?
relationship with Him.
Why would we want to? Like, why would we want to do that? Yeah, where's he at? Why would we want to do that if like he would just support like raping people? Like, why would we follow somebody? Like, you wouldn't.
I'm gonna be
Presumably, if
completely
the
honest,
person.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't.
go.
I don't have all the questions. Yeah, it's Jordan Peterson. Thank you.
Yeah.
John in the comments. Thank you. I made a mistake there.
Why do you support it?
But like, presumably, you wouldn't support like. If somebody said, "Hey, go find Jeffrey Epstein," you would be like, "No, he's a rapist, right? Like he supports like rape." and
I'd be
stuff
like, I can't. He's dead. But
well, so is Jesus. But like,
Oh, so if he was alive?
But if he was alive, would you do that?
if I would find Jesus.
No, like if Jeffrey Epstein, if somebody,
Jeffrey
if he was
Epstein was
alive,
alive. If somebody
yeah,
was
and
like,
somebody
hey.
said, "Hey, you should find him." Your first reason for not following him would probably be no, he supports grape, right?
When you say go find, are you like
just
go
follow
find-
him, like getting
the same way that
get in
you
a
say
positive
find
relation, yeah, in the same sense, like a positive relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I presume
I
you would
would
say
not
your
want-
first, yeah, go
I
ahead.
would not want a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. No.
Because he supports
Why?
grape, right?
Obviously.
So why wouldn't we have that
Yeah,
same view for
that's what I was
like
just
Jesus?
Because I'm not one to question the creator of everything.
Okay, so it's
I-
just the
That's
fact.
Grace President.
So it's just the.
I do not think God would tell me to go out there and do that to children. And
Well, he has done it, so why don't you think that? Well, just look up those verses.
Can I get the verse?
Yeah, so the
Can I
first
get the
one.
verse read?
Sure. So the first one is going to be Numbers 31.
Okay.
And then the second one is going to be Deuteronomy 21, verse 10.
Deuteronomy 21, verse 10. Hold on
Yes.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Have you allowed all of the men to live? Now slay all of the boys, all of the women who had slept with men, but keep for yourselves the virgin girls. Jesus Christ. Mackenzie, I'm muting you. Learn how to fucking spell.
The Shroud of Turin has been debunked.
The Shroud of Turin. That's
Isn't
what
that a
she said. And
fucking
then she
chemical
said-
they put in Monster Energy drinks?
Yeah, and then she said Noah's Arch.
Noah's
Instead
Arch.
of-
I think
Oh,
she's a
Noah's
troll.
Arch
Oh my
is
god, she's like,
crazy.
Because she said,
no, not a troll.
she is
I
a
looked
troll
it up.
because she
Speaking of
said,
arches, Carbon.
she said, what did she say? Atheists just have logic and reason, and we have faith. Like, very clearly, that's a troll.
I don't think so. I think it's a real person. I don't give credit to people who are that fucking stupid.
Real.
Keep tapping that screen, go. Let's go.
They found Noah's Arch. It
I'm
was
sure
next
that
to
somebody
the
found
tunnel.
mine. Anyway.
You guys said Deuteronomy chapter 27 verse 30,
Chapter,
right?
Jesus Christ. Deuteronomy
What?
21, verse 10.
Verse 10? Okay,
Yes.
okay. Deuteronomy 21:10.
Yes.
And Numbers 31, the entirety of the chapter.
Read baby with the purple. Let's go. And God
Noah's Ark.
saith, and God saith, arch thine back. Carbon, notice me. Where is your microphone?
It's here. It's just loud where I'm at.
Oh.
Why are you here then?
Excuse you.
Why are you
I
here?
will fix it.
What are you doing here?
I work here. Thank you.
Man, this is a Wendy's.
I don't understand the question. If you see someone, or if you see a beautiful woman in captivity and you
Yes.
want her as your wife, you may take her, shave her head, cut her nails, and clean her.
Yes.
How is that? How does
Okay.
that have to do with grape?
Okay, because if you kept reading, if you keep reading, it does say that put aside the clothes that she was wearing when she was captured after she has lived in your house and mourned her mother and father for a full month. Then you may go into her, and you be her husband, and she shall be your wife. That's obviously grape. She's a captive. That means he's the oppressor. He could have very well been the person that unalived both her mother and father, and then now he's like non-consensually putting her into a marriage and having sex with her.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If that's never heard it put that way. Not gonna
Pretty
lie.
fucked up, right? You can hold on.
Oh,
Before
are
you
you
saying
a
it.
fucking air balloon? Why is the
Wait,
damn
wait,
wind?
wait. I need to say this. Before you say anything, you can admit that this is wrong.
Okay.
You can admit this. It does not hurt you to say, because I know your morals are conflicting right now, because it sounds the same way when I first read it. You can admit it's fucking wrong.
So let me get this straight. We're debating this verse right here.
Yeah.
That says if you win a war and or you find this chick pretty, you can take her.
Wait, not just
clean
chick.
her up,
Wait,
give
not
her
just
time
chick.
to mourn.
Crash out. Not just chick. A woman you have captured.
Yeah, captured, taken, whatever, doesn't matter.
Taken prisoner.
You can take her into your house. You can give her time to mourn. You can clean her up, and you can marry her.
Yeah,
That's y'all's definition of grape.
Yeah, so what do you think grape is?
Forcing yourself upon a woman that doesn't want you.
Unconsensual, right?
So if you have an oppressor and you have a captive, is that a consensual relationship?
If she marries you, it is.
Well, no, it says you got a lot of background noise. Like, I gotta mute you. Okay, so if she marries you, right? So, like, it very clearly says you may take her as your wife, right? Do you think, like, let's just be real here, and I want you to, like, give me your... Can you mute real quick? You have a lot of background. Just turn the mic on when you're talking, okay? Okay, okay, so, be real, okay? So, let's say you're this woman, okay? And you're in captive, you are in a country, and your mother and your father were just put to death by the people who are holding you captive. One of those people holding you captive takes your hand in marriage. Do you think that that is consensual?
My guy, this was like biblical times. It was completely different. I don't know. I wasn't alive.
What do you
back
think? What is the best explanation?
then. For back then? Fuck it. Do you?
Do you think do you think a woman's psychology was so drastically different back then That if she saw her mother and father be slain, and now she's in captivity, and one of the people that are holding her captive is now having sex with her, do you think best explanation that is consensual?
I would assume so.
Jesus
She's
Christ.
married to the guy.
Wait. Okay, now I have to. Do you think
She's married
Wait.
to the guy.
That's my point. Do you think marital rape is real?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, then.
I mean, I don't know who would do that to their wife, but I mean, yeah. I would
These men are doing it to their wives. The wives that were forced to fucking marry them.
Guys, this is back in Moses' time.
Okay, does God ever change?
Yes, there has been numerous times when he changed. Look at the Old Testament versus the New Testament.
It's funny because it says specifically in the Bible that he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says God is a man that he shall not lie or that he shall not change or something like that.
Guys,
He's the same
there's a
today,
huge
tomorrow, as he was
difference.
in the beginning. Wait, he's
There
the
is a
same
huge
today,
difference
tomorrow.
between the old.
Hey, look at that. He's the same today as he was tomorrow. Sorry, as he was yesterday, as he will be in the end. That's a direct quote from the Bible. God does not change.
So let me ask you this then. Do you honestly believe before Jesus came down and died for our sins,
Jesus Christ. Say it
do
again.
you honestly believe that before Jesus came down and was the atonement for our sins,
Jesus, God?
was yes, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God are the same.
I can't do the
They
background
are
noise,
just
bro.
one is living. One is living in us.
Wait.
One is the sacrifice
that
for us.
means,
One is the
then
Father.
that means Jesus was God when he said this. So Jesus did say this. And Jesus, nowhere in the New Testament, condemned what happened in the Old Testament. In fact, he enforced it. He told his people to carry on with the law. You haven't read your Bible, have you?
Maybe that's because that's what he wanted / needed his people.
Crash out, have you read your Bible?
I've read the Bible 13 different times. I'm very bad at
Then why
memorizing.
do you not know this?
Know what exactly?
Listen, I'm sorry. So, like, just to be clear, you're saying Deuteronomy 21. You're not sure if that's great.
Yeah, they're married.
Okay. Okay.
Doesn't
You've
matter
already
if they're
you've already
married.
conceded that you can grape somebody that you're married to. Is that true or false?
But who's to prove
That was a
this
question. Is that
happening
true or false?
during this marriage?
Can you grape someone? Because it literally it says
Yeah, it
after
literally says it.
yeah, it says after she has lived in your house and mourned her father and mother for a full month, then you may go into her and be her husband. There's like a conjunct there. It's ambiguous on whether he went into her and then she became her husband, or that those two happened at the same time, and that's what consummate. I don't know how that worked, but nonetheless, he went into her. We agree that that's a sexual
Yeah, that's
so you don't know if that's consensual.
you can't prove it either way. But they're
Well,
married. So
I'm
what
asking
does
for a
it
best
matter?
explanation, right? This is not a deductive argument.
Also, again, it doesn't matter if they're married. You can still grape somebody while you're married to them. So you just saying, well, they're married.
Brandon,
Bullshit.
thank you for the raid. I appreciate
Hey,
you.
look,
God of
listen. I
Also,
hope you
W.
guys come to
Brandon,
Christ,
love
and
the
I'm-
raid.
Crash out. If you're gonna fucking proselytize, get the fuck out. Don't say another
Okay,
word. Just
look.
leave. Don't say another word. That just leave.
Don't
Nobody wants to
tell
hear
me
it.
to
No
find
one's
God.
No one's gonna fucking worship your piece of shit God. If you're gonna crash out, then
Your
leave.
God is literal poop.
Good job. Good
New
boy.
guest, can I get an age?
Nigger.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Carver.
It's Mr. You
Come
gotta
on.
say Mr. Before you. Okay, appreciate you.
Mr. is crazy, Carvin.
Mr. Anyway, let's go. All right, if you want a
You
debate one,
ignored
hop
all
on in
the
the
red
guest request.
flags.
We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. We're at 31,000, 31.5K. Let's get on up to 50K. Let's go. Again, thank you so much, Brandon, for the raid. I appreciate you. Hope you had a great, fantabulous stream. Thank you so much. If you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We would love to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Carver just ignoring every TikTok red flag.
Huh?
Person with a blank background picture. Person with numbers in their bio. Person who immediately said "let me up," and person who immediately started talking.
I'm Christian. How do I join? We're not on Discord. We're on TikTok. Just come over to TikTok. That link is in the bio.
Did somebody ask you that in the Discord?
No, in the Twitch.
Oh.
Yeah, download TikTok, the most popular app in the world.
Yep.
Join the live.
At Carbon Says.
Alrighty. Let's go. One of us. What was that in Wolf of Wall Street? Google gobble, one of us. Be accepting one of us. That's Lord Inwardington the Third, Esquire. Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me?
That's what Mr.
Who
Oakby
said
says
that?
on Twitch. That's Lord Inwardington the Third, Esquire. I love it. We got 300 people in here. Where are the Christians? Did that scare you off? Where are we going? Where y'all at?
You know, maybe less and less people are becoming Christian because we're making good arguments.
Okay, I'll talk here because I'm old and don't plan to download Discord. I'm not on Discord. I'm on TikTok.
Jesus Christ.
There's no way. Anyway, logic. That's assuming that Christians can actually use logic and reason, and we both know that's not true.
All right, maybe they're just scared. Maybe I have
Yeah.
to be too hopeful.
Mr.
much so.
Canada, I see you in the guest requests. If you're not a Christian, don't join. If you are, just stand there for a second. I'll let you up.
Apparently, they need $1 million. That's what their bio says. Don't we all?
The first question is, do you think you could be living in a simulation? If by could, you just mean logically possible, sure. It's just unlikely. Christians are busy making holy water by boiling the hell out of it.
I'm giving that I'm giving that a 5-second mute.
Minister.
It's 5 seconds.
Who wrote the Bible? Man.
See you got.
It's American Jesus' birthday today.
Listen, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump just says, we are going to celebrate Jesus' birthday. It's no longer going to be called Christmas. Now it's Jesus' birthday. No more Christmas presents, only Jesus presents.
Yeah,
and we're
so
going to have a UFC fight on the front lawn of the White House. Oh, God.
Supply side Jesus is crazy. Let's see.
Yo, have you
Somebody
seen...
says if what it means to go into her, it means to become one in marriage. Well, in every other context in Genesis, there's like 4 different verses in Genesis where they use that term. The term, I forgot what it's called. I think it's bow something. It's also used to talk about a sexual act. So I can pull that up. Deuteronomy 21 time. Let me see.
Somebody requested a Grandmaster sticker for subscribers.
Let's see. The word is, you may go in Tabo 935. Yeah, bow. So, okay, so it's been used, I think it was Genesis 30. Hold on, give me a second. Let me look it up.
I think, honestly, at this point, Carvin should have a background that just says sponsored by Grandmaster.
Please.
Honestly.
At this point, I'm sponsored by Grandmaster too.
I think it's Genesis 30. I gotta find the verse. Hold on. Actually, it's in the book.
You guys, like,
Plugging the book.
bro.
Yeah. Deuteronomy 21. Genesis 30, verse 3 through 4. That's gonna be the first one. Genesis 30, Gen 30. I'm gonna go to Bible Hub to get the lexicon. All right. So
sorry, the
Genesis
hub?
30, yeah, the hub, yeah. Okay, then she said, "Here's my female servant Bilhah. Sleep with her, that she may bear children with me, so that through her I can too build a family." And we look at that, and I'll pull it up on Twitch and YouTube so they can hear it. So when they say sleep with her, it's the same exact word. Tabo, which is right here. Yeah, bow, go into her. That's just what that means. The next verse is Genesis 38:2, verse 3. Also 16 through 18, and Deuteronomy 22, verse 13. Every single one of those are talking about sexual acts, and they're using the exact same term, bow. So that's why people are saying in Deuteronomy 21:12, it says you may go into her. That just means a sexual act.
Yeah.
Thank you for the heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I like how Lyric messaged me when we were talking about that dipshit that didn't know what slavery was. Well, technically, the other people own us. Lyric messaged me going, well, my job tells me where I go and what I can eat and where I sleep. I go, yeah, you sold your body to the military.
Yeah, like you
even
signed
then,
up for
even
that.
then, you
Willingly.
signed up for it. Like, yeah, you might say like the draft is probably more akin to slavery. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I would
right.
take prison before I go to the draft.
I know women can't be drafted, right?
Bones
But if they
first.
ever were, I'm telling them that I will become the enemy. I'm not fighting for this country. You got me fucked up.
Oh my god, you think you're gonna get the fucking millennials and
Gen
people with
Zers?
the generations? Yeah, the Gen Zers. Like
They them
We would
they're not
bombs.
rather
gonna
watch
be
this country
like, I surrender.
We would rather watch this country burn.
Let me see who this new guest is. Can I get your age?
Yeah, 27.
All right, what's your argument?
Did you guys see fireworks today?
That doesn't
Some of
sound
us,
like
yeah.
an argument.
But
I was
what's-
just-
are you a
Yeah, I was
Christian?
just asking just before we talked.
Oh yeah, I did. What about you?
Sweet. Yeah. Got
Are
to
you-
see some really cool fireworks in New York City.
Cool.
Where'd
cool.
you see
Are
yours?
you a Christian?
No.
Okay. Why'd you join?
Bye bye.
Bye.
Quit wasting our fucking time.
Alright, we're gonna talk about economics. Hey, did you guys see like what happened with like that soccer ball down the field from my house?
Didn't it hit your window?
Almost 400 people. Like, where? Like, where's the debates, bro? I think I gotta restart it. I'm probably gonna have to. Parker just got banned on. Oh, that's why I have so many people. I'm like, what? Okay, Parker got banned. That's why everybody's in here.
Parker refugees.
Welcome, Parker refugees. I was like, I just had like 300. Now I have almost 400. Where did all those come from?
Don't complain. Let it happen.
Yeah, maybe just change the background, or do you want to actually
Yeah.
restart?
Well, I'll change the background. See if it gets anybody in here. Let's fuck with them a little bit with the breastfeeding one.
Yay!
I'm gonna stay muted.
Good boy. I'm sorry, that was too much. I'm sorry. This just happened at this point.
You just call me good boy.
My bad. Listen, my bad. I apologize. I apologize. I
Parker
take it
gets
back.
banned like 6 times a night. That's crazy.
Don't do that.
My bad.
My bad.
It's happened at this point.
Talking about breastfeeding, good boy.
Oh, see, now why would your mind go
His
there?
brain,
That's insane.
his brain made the connection. Okay. All right. If you are opposition, yeah, I guess if you like, you can hold this topic for a little bit, and we'll go to the bathroom or the school one or whatever. Carbon greater than Jovan Bradley, greater than Partner, greater than Dean Withers.
My God.
Damn, not them ranking me.
No. I don't know if you know. It's greater than Jovan Bradley's insane work.
All right. Let's go. A topic change. Are you a Christian? You can come up here. I think I love Carbon's mods and guests the most. Hell yeah. Do I attract the crazies? Is that what it is? I'm not talking about the guests, I'm talking about the mods.
Did you call the mods crazy? Then the one time I'm glad not to be a mod.
July 4th PSA. On one hand, fireworks are a lot of fun. On the other hand, I only have 2 fingers.
That's a 5-second mute.
You are abusing your mod status.
No, I would be abusing it if I did it for longer than 5 seconds.
Crazy word.
Listen, if the joke is great, I won't touch it.
That was funny.
That was not funny.
It was a little funny. I gave a little chuckle.
Even Grandmaster is laughing at the fact that I did mute him.
Because Grandmaster doesn't take shit seriously. Let's be so honest.
Alright, this is what we're gonna do because I think it's not sending us out on the For You page. We're gonna restart. I'll be back in 10 to 15 seconds. We'll start with
this topic?
Yeah, we'll start with this topic to see how well it does. And if it doesn't do that well, then we'll see what goes on, and we'll switch the topic. All right, everybody who is watching right now, I want you back in here in about 20 seconds. We're gonna restart. That'll get us some more debates. And when you come back, just keep tapping that screen, all that good stuff. Do all the good things, and then we'll keep it going for you guys tonight. Okay, see you guys in about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. Who was first? Lyric was first? I think so. Me think so. Trump had his name illegally stole. Yeah, exactly. Carbon Raid. What's up, Carbon Raiders? How y'all doing? Welcome, Carbon Raiders. I hope you guys had a great live 30 seconds ago, 45 seconds ago. Welcome. Amy, thank you for the tiny Donnie. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's up? Welcome. Mindy, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. What's up, everybody? What's up, what's up, what's up? Parker Refugee returning. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Dancing Monkey, love it. Thank you so much, Void. I appreciate you. Maddie, thank you for the heart me. Blake, welcome back. Thank you so much. All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. If you want to debate, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else, keep tapping, tapping, tapping away at that motherfucking screen. That gets the likes up. Our first like goal is going to be 25K. Right now we have 3 shares. Let's get that up to 100. Oh, we got 5 now. Let's get that up to 100. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Boss Lady, thank you for the shares. Kara, thank you so much for the heart me. Stacy with the shares. Darling with the shares. Shifty with the shares. Let's go. Jaden with the shares. Let's go. Doc with the shares. Oh yeah. Papa T with the heart me. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. Get you guys rolling on in here. Appreciate you. Parker said he was banned 3 times today and can't get debates tomorrow on TikTok either. Damn. Phoebe, thank you for the club cheers. Appreciate you. Welcome everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. What's up? How y'all doing? Does take a few minutes for the guest requests to start rolling in for opposition, so hop on in here. Where's Satan at?
I don't think he's gonna come up for this topic. Be so serious.
No, there's still people to yell at. Like, what? Let me reset my gift goal. All right. Toe talk is a thing. All right.
We talking about toe talk?
Did that intrigue you?
The second I requested, Grandmaster mentioned it.
Yeah. You'd be loving them toes.
Sorry, but what was said in the Bible quote? Oh, you're talking about the sex slavery one? Jonathan, thank you for the heart, me. Appreciate you and the goat. Oh, that guy is back. It doesn't look like the guy that wasn't trying to debate. Does anything ever happen on this channel? No, actually not, Joe. It's called a debate live, but we actually never do debates. I know like it's kind of confusing, the title, but we never do debates. Like, we just sit here and we're constantly waiting for debates, and like we're kind of goading you into thinking that there's going to be debates, but they never actually happen. So I'm just letting you know that. It's debate bait. Yeah, exactly.
Debate rage bait.
I am going to commit crimes.
Heard you wouldn't.
Do not stop the fireworks. It's 2 in the fucking morning.
It's July 5th.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I want to debate. Well, listen, fool me once, can't fool me twice. Sorry, buddy. But you can, if you have an argument against it, just drop it in the comments. Debate edging. Hey, let's go with the fireworks.
Wow.
Damn, you got more fucking shit than I do now.
This gender wage gap is insane.
Don't worry, someone's gonna hear that and then immediately send you 2,000.
Yeah, probably.
Grandmaster.
Honestly.
Hey, fucking excuse me? Why did somebody at me and said love a big girl?
Crazy word.
Prove it. Send me money.
Send Void money and Void will spit on you.
Yeah. So very lovingly. Or I'll step on you very lovingly. Thank you, Kaiser.
Is there a subject or is it random? Yeah, we just switched to subjects. Right now we're doing for people who think breastfeeding in public is wrong, by the request of Void and Nanovich and some other woman in the chat.
Yes, Parkers.
And then we'll probably go on to the school or the bathroom topic after this, I think so. I think that's what we'll do. So, W woman, yeah. Debate edging is crazy. Also, Bedmonts, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Appreciate you. All right, where y'all at? No debates yet. Come on. Shalom. Do I even have to look at studies for this fucking debate topic? I don't even think it's like really necessary. Like, I think all the arguments are just dog shit.
Like, if you're saying it's wrong, this is more of like a moral question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Void,
like
done.
Jeez. Let me see if this is
Bro, she's willing.
Hello,
Gladly.
how old are you?
Who?
Okay, my
It's
guy.
a fetus. Back to the bio-waste bin.
Anyway, our next topic is abortion and why you should do it.
There you go.
Why you should?
Yeah, you're
Why
morally
you ought to
obligated
do
to
it.
always get an abortion in every single scenario.
Yes. Exhibit A. That
Exhibit
motherfucker
A?
just now.
My last one did it itself. Thank you, Paige.
Yeah,
W. Paige.
my mom, she tried to abort me. It didn't work.
I need to know if that's
All right,
true.
I came out with the fucking coat hanger in my fucking hand. I was like, yeah, try again.
Imagine. No, I've literally seen pictures of a baby holding an IUD.
You grab the
Bitch,
coat
what you
hanger and
thought this
pulled it
was.
in. Like, I'm keeping this for another 3 months.
You know?
You're not getting me, motherfucker.
Yeah, what she thought this was. All right.
You need a t-shirt. My mother tried aborting me, and that just your face flexing.
She didn't need to have a C-section. I gave her one. Okay.
He just ripped out the shit.
No, y'all see
This is like Twilight.
y'all seen Scary Movie where she drops the fucking bookshelf on this on Ghostface and he just comes out the bookshelf like
No.
You have your own umbilical cord in your mouth.
you know
Just like gnawing on it. Just.
test me.
You can't stop me. Shit, that needs to be in a fucking parody movie. That needs to be immediately someone trying to get an abortion and the baby just rips himself out.
Wasn't there a Mountain Dew commercial like that in like a foreign country? I swear to God there was.
Yeah, maybe. Someone clip this? No, clip what? We ain't talking about nothing. Let's get Mike in here. Is Carbon a chest buster from the Alien movie? All my life I had to fight. They whipped me with the umbilical cord on my back. Cruz, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
Why you gotta be so rude?
Queen, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right, what's your argument?
Oh.
I want to see some titties. Breastfeed in public, dog.
Okay, you're a
Stop
weirdo.
sexualizing kids eating, you fucking degenerate.
Exactly. Let's get the next person in here. Waiting for the next request. Hit it up.
The second I heard the voice, I'm like, I'm gonna get ready. And I immediately hit the button. I'm like, yep, you're gone.
And thank you for the
Anybody
summer
who like
solstice. I appreciate you.
poses as a woman is such a weirdo.
Yeah. Isn't anyone born via C-section basically a womb burster?
No. I had a release date. Different.
Are you wanting opposing views? It's a debate.
I had a release date.
We want people.
Every date
want
in
people to-
November is my non-release date.
Wait, are you a November baby?
You didn't get the joke. No, I'm a September baby.
Oh, anyway. We want people who think it's wrong to breastfeed in public.
Wait. That could be interpreted in two different. We want people who think breastfeeding in public is wrong to breastfeed in public.
Yeah, sure, that too.
Yeah. What's up, heathens? What up? What up? Reset the gift goal. I got you. I got you. Should I go up in the gifts or down? I'll go down because I'm humble like that sometimes.
I go down and up. Anyway.
2% of the time.
I'll go down because I'm humble. You wouldn't, if you were humble, you wouldn't say it.
There we go. Yeah, that's true.
I'll go down. I feel merciful today. I only want you to pay 100 per gift goal.
There you go. Donuts. 3 donuts. There we go. Ants with the orange. My second least favorite color. I got you.
What's your first?
Red. Well, as the background. Like, on my Twitch. God damn, that was quick.
So
I'll
you
just
prefer
fucking
yellow over
reset the.
red? Well, reset it again. I don't know why you am I getting money.
Maybe do a small gift goal, but a large amount.
Yeah,
All
like
right, cool.
one galaxy.
It's
Roger that.
America's
Roger
big.
that. All right, Burrito.
No, it's
First,
not.
can I get your age?
I'm 19.
Okay. Do you actually want to debate or no?
Yes.
Okay.
We
Why
can
is it
debate
wrong?
today over the topic. Why is breastfeeding in public wrong? Because I do not want to see a bunch of tatas in my face in the middle of the day.
Then don't look. Why is it wrong?
Why are you putting your face in
Like,
between
I don't-
tatas of a
like, I don't
woman
wanna
who's
s-
breastfeeding?
I don't want to see conservatives with their fucking ugly "Make America Great Again" hat. Is it wrong to walk around with a America Great Again" hat?
MAGA?
Yeah. Is it wrong?
I just don't give a shit.
Okay. So,
Okay,
I mean, do you have an argument then?
I don't know, I just think it's weird.
It's weird to feed your kids.
Like, go to the bathroom or something like that.
Do you eat in the bathroom?
Why do you need to go to the bathroom to feed a kid? Isn't that an unsanitary place to feed your kid?
Well, unless you're throwing your kid on the ground and using them to wipe the floor.
No,
Okay,
there's fecal matter in the air of a bathroom. You understand that, right?
Yeah. So why would they go to the bath? Why can't they just do it on a park bench like this?
I don't know. Give it a shot.
You don't know? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for
Take
coming
a
up.
long
Appreciate
walk
it.
up a short pier. Thank you. Bye bye.
On to
Get the next
train
person
tracks.
up. Percy, can I get your age?
I'm 29.
All right. What's
No,
your
you're
argument?
if you're 29, I'm the Queen of England.
I'm 29, yes.
What year were you born?
1995.
Maybe you just have a high pitched voice. My bad. I really thought you were a kid.
I have an accent also.
It's just the pitch of the voice. I promise.
What's your argument?
Okay. Yeah, I'm 29.
Yeah. What's your argument,
My argument, breastfeeding in public is not wrong.
bruh? Okay.
Oh,
Why'd you
W.
join?
Why'd you come up?
I don't understand why people.
Somebody, Nico said my pug sounds older.
All right. If you think it's wrong, please join the guest request, please. If you don't think it's wrong, please do not join the guest request, please. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. It's a debate channel. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Don't stop this. I'm about to be home. Don't stop this. She's close, guys.
She's so close. She's almost there.
Yeah, but then you have to put the baby down.
All right. They should be able to feed their kid whenever they want. Maybe just put a blanket over them. Well, why?
No,
The second when she comes in, change the background.
they're not.
Change it to something like paganism is bad. I don't know. Just do something.
He's so serious.
So I rewatched all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies again. Well, I'm almost done with the last one. Dead Man Tales No Tales. You know they're making more with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
I shouldn't. Johnny
Hello?
Depp is not a good person.
New guest. How old are you?
I'm good.
How old are you?
How old are you? Sorry, it's hard to hear you, man.
I'm sorry. 18.
Okay, what's your argument today?
I agree with you on like the fact that it's normal, or it's like it's not wrong. Like I didn't even know this was an issue until I saw this live, but like it's a natural way to feed your baby. Like this has been going on.
All right, good talking to you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for coming up. We are looking for opposition right now, man. So thank you so much. If you are opposition, if you do think it's wrong, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. If you don't think it's wrong, please stay out the guest request. I appreciate you.
There might be another way to get more ops if you change breastfeeding to chest feeding.
Oh my
Do I
god.
change the cartoon to a man doing it?
Yeah. Look at trans man, please.
It would still be a breast. Everyone has breasts.
Everybody can produce milk, so
There
There you go.
I know, but if you call it chest feeding, you know they're gonna get mad.
Lose their fucking mind.
Bishop B, thank you for the 30 bits. Appreciate you. Grab the screenshot from Family Guy of Peter and Stewie. Oh my god.
Yes, please do it.
No.
Am I the only one that saw that scene and went, "Oh God, does that actually happen?"
See, people are already raging about it in the comments. Don't do that. It doesn't work like that. See, they're already mad. Do it.
Yeah. Do it, do it.
One of us. One of us.
I breastfed all three
You
of my children.
breastfed?
Breastfed?
I'm trying to read. I'm
Who's
tired
Fred?
and a little bit
Scooby-Doo?
tipsy. I breastfed all three of my children, but never just threw it out in public for kids and others to see. It's a natural act. Why?
Yeah, I don't know why you're over sexualizing your own breasts. Also, children don't sexualize bread. Yes, Grandmaster.
You afraid about making the other kids hungry? I don't understand.
Oh my god. So, Grandmaster has a question. Is this topic considered tit talk?
Oh my god.
Muted for 5 seconds.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Alright, does anybody
Is
have
that
an
right
argument
after that?
why it's wrong? Anybody? Let me know. Let me just change the topic because I don't think this is sending out to the For You page. We're gonna go.
Don't let Witchy in.
Don't let her know.
I won't tell.
Yeah, we'll start with this one. There we go. I got you. Get Stanfield, thank you so much for the $10 super chat over on Twitch. I'm sorry, YouTube. Hope you're doing well, Carbon. Also, I love how your philosophical journey is evolving. When you had Destroyer. Oh, you mean Detroyer? Yeah. Do you ever converse with Monkey Boy or Majesty of Reason? Majesty of Reason, I don't ever see him on TikTok. I thought he's on YouTube. I've been on Monkey Boy's live before. But I was just kind of like LARPing against Monkey Boy. I gave him the most foolproof argument for God's existence. The argument was like, premise 1, if God exists, then God exists. Premise 2, God exists. Conclusion, therefore God exists. And he accepted it, right? Like, the argument's valid. Premise 1 is obviously true. And then he asked for justification for premise 2, that God exists. And so I gave him an argument for premise 2. If God exists, then God exists. God exists, therefore God exists. That establishes premise 2. I got an argument for that. That's the stage 2 argument. So, yeah, that's how that shit works, you know? All right, let's see. Easy. Hello. How are you doing today?
Hello.
All right. How old are you? Can I get your age?
Oh yeah, I'm 21.
Okay. How do you feel about the background?
I want to say one thing. Why the hell would we let people go in the other gender bathroom when the whole reason of being separated in bathrooms was to have women and men be separate? If I'm as a guy, if I'm going and trying to say to people like I'm a woman, what the hell like does that even do?
Okay. So before I respond, have you been drinking?
No, I'm just tired, bro. But
Just making sure. Okay. So yeah, so like that's the question is like, why should we segregate based off, like, what reason would let's say a trans man have for like excluding themselves from going in the men's bathroom, taking a piss, washing their hands, and leave? What's the reason for that? Do you have a reason?
Not really, no.
So I mean, then like then there'd be same for trans women. Like I don't understand like what justification we would have. I mean, it's a public restroom. By definition, it's public, so anybody's allowed to use it. I take those, like the whole man and woman thing, to just be like, suggestions.
But this is why we had them separated in the first reason. Look,
Why?
The reason why we separated to keep the boys with the boys, keep the girls with the
Yeah,
girls.
so we also had Jim Crow laws that there was a reason to segregate black people from white people in bathrooms. That doesn't follow that if we segregate based off of this, then like a black person shouldn't use the white only restroom. They're not doing anything wrong.
Damn, I did not think on a Friday night on July 4th, I'd hear that Jim Crow laws are similar to bathroom
Yeah, so
segregation.
well, I mean, what would be the logical distinction?
The distinction I'm trying to make is like, look, I went to a bar once and there was a dude who's like trying to, he was a girl, like he's a girl basically, right? And he was using the men's bathroom.
No, okay, he. What?
And that's what I.
Yeah, but I asked you
know?
what's the logical. Okay, so people are born with their skin color, right?
People born with their genitalia too.
Yeah, so why should we discriminate on one and not the other?
Bro, because first of all, gender and race is two big
Yeah,
different
and
things, bro.
and so if they're different, why should we care about that difference? So, for example, skin color and eye color are also two different things, but that doesn't tell me that because they're two different things, we should discriminate bathrooms based off eye color and not skin color, right? You're gonna have to give me the principled moral distinction between why one is justified to segregate based off of and not the other.
Like throughout history, if we're going like that, we've had gender roles, right?
Yeah, so like in white supremacy, they also had racial roles. So, question: why? Like they believe that white people should only do certain things, black people shouldn't do certain things. Black people can't sit at the front of the bus. You can't hold jobs,
No, I
certain
mean, like,
jobs. You
yeah, I
can't
agree
hold
with the
office and
first
things
part
like
of
that. Like I'm just trying to figure out what's the distinction
Nah, I
between
wouldn't go
those
as far
two.
as saying the bus analogy, but yeah, I feel like there's things white people shouldn't do that black people could do.
Yeah, so
Like
like
saying
why
word.
so why would I discriminate? Why like is the so just to be clear, you take the affirmative. It's not wrong for a black person to use the whites only restroom, right?
Okay, let me ask you
That was
this:
a
can a
question.
white dude say the N word?
That was a question.
Repeat your question one more time.
Is it wrong for a black person to use the whites only restroom?
Is it wrong?
Yes.
Yes, I mean in that analogy, yeah, sure. I
I'm
mean that
done.
makes it racist, right? But like,
Okay.
bro, my
I
question
mean,
to you
it
is,
seems like you're like propping up white supremacy then. If you think it is wrong for a
'cause,
black
bro,
person to use the
what about
whites
a
only
white guy?
restroom.
No, what about flip the roles, bro? Flip the
Yeah,
roles.
uh-huh.
What about a black only bathroom?
Yeah, you shouldn't
You
have
think
those
a white
either.
guy can't go in a black only bathroom?
Yeah, that wouldn't be wrong. Why would it be wrong?
Bro, because it's like designated.
Okay, but the whites only bathroom is also
Bro,
designated.
this is a weird
Wait, so just
analogy
to be
because that's
clear, the
race.
whites only bathroom is designated for whites. Is it wrong for a black person to go in there? Yes or no? I just need a yes or no. Just to make sure that we're clear.
In this free world, no, but in your manipulative analogy, yeah.
It's not manipulative. It's
Yeah,
literally
bro, you're manipulating race and gender, bro. They're
okay.
not the same thing. You can't
Yeah,
compare
so
them.
are okay. Are race and eye color
Alright,
the
you
same?
know, if you
Wait,
wanna
are
really
race
dig,
are race and
alright,
eye color the same thing?
let's change these
Answer the
rules
question.
into,
Are race and eye color the same thing? Are those the
bro.
same
You
thing?
ask questions. I can't ask you one, bro.
Okay. Are race and eye color the same thing?
That's
No,
okay.
bro.
They're no, right? Okay. So if they're not the same thing, and then I were to say, well, I'm gonna discriminate who can use this restroom based off of their eye color, and then you were to bring up, well, what about like discriminating based off race, right? And I say, well, listen, easy money. Race and eye color aren't the same thing. Do you think that that would satisfy the distinction? You think that's an adequate symmetry breaker? Just saying that they're not the same thing?
No, because eyes are
Mm-hmm.
more insignificant than the social construct of race and the social construct of gender and gender
Yeah, what makes
roles.
them significant?
Your eye color is totally random according to your genetic.
Yeah, so is your I'm sorry, is your skin color random based on your genetics?
Bro, you could calculate it, but it's more so less uncommon.
Okay, so
Like,
you should discriminate based off of a certain trait, based on how rare the trait is expressed in your
you
genes.
shouldn't discriminate
What
at
the
all.
okay,
Oh,
so
bro,
if you
you put
shouldn't
words in my mouth.
if you shouldn't discriminate at all, okay, so you don't think it's wrong for a trans woman to use the woman's only restroom.
Bro, I think it's a deeper issue, bro.
Okay, tell me
Like,
what
I
it is
think-
then. You're just
Look,
saying
dude,
that
I
it's a
think-
deeper issue, but you can't justify the argument.
Bro, I think the world is so broken. Like, bro, I agree with the
Dude,
new.
just stop. Just give the fucking issue. What's the issue?
The issue is you keep talking over me, bro.
Yeah, you're not
Nobody's
making
ever
any
talked.
fucking
Grandmaster,
points.
thank you for the kick. I appreciate you.
Jesus
Well, thank
Christ.
you for the gifts, guys. I appreciate you.
Just say what the problem is.
All right, Jem, you are live. Can I get your age?
40.
All right, what's your argument?
Cheers.
Is the last guy, is he still up?
No.
He got kicked. Somebody paid to kick him. Thank you, Grandmaster, by the way.
He kind of had like an argument.
Yeah, what's the argument?
The argument is your relation to, you said something about eye color and, skin color.
I'm sorry, what's the argument?
Okay. And if people, like, if you can be based upon, racially or whatever, I don't think that makes much sense.
What doesn't make sense? Yeah, you're being extremely vague. I have no idea what you're saying.
Well,
Jim, just do you think trans people should be able to use the bathroom that they choose?
When you said that I'm being very vague,
yeah, I don't know what your contention is at all.
Yeah, well, that was your last argument.
Jim,
Yeah,
give
so what's
the
your-
argument, please.
Yeah, I was responding to his
Why are we
argument.
talking about the last guest?
No.
Why are we talking about the last guest?
Just give your argument for why you think they shouldn't use the women's only restroom or the men's restroom.
Why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose?
Yes.
Oh, we got a reader.
Oh, my goodness, my heart. Well, I think it's the fact that Carbon, your entire platform is shit.
Okay, so because
So
Carbon's
you're
platform,
incapable-
hold on real
No.
quick, hold on, he's talking to me.
You
So
can-
because Carbon's platform is shit, trans women should not use the women's restroom. Okay, so we got an argument. Okay, that's cool. So we're gonna do this in hold on, just hold on. So we got premise
no.
one. Oh wait, I don't know why you're over talking me. We got your argument. Stop trying to run away from your own argument now. We're gonna stick you to it.
You're
So
sowing
premise
division.
one, if Carbon's platform is shit, then trans women should not use the women's
And
restroom. Premise two, Carbon's platform is shit. Conclusion, therefore,
Oral-
trans women should not use the women's restroom. Now, so what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna ask you this very simply, you're not gonna be able to overtalk me. Nobody can hear you. So premise one, I need an argument for that. What establishes the conditional that if Carbon's platform is shit, then it follows that trans women should not use the women's restroom? Do you have a response or an
Not-
argument for that?
No.
You don't? Oh, okay. So I don't know why you made the argument. So now I'm going to ask again. What's the argument for why trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose?
The argument is the mute button, if this is actually your life, this is weak and pathetic.
Okay, so now we have a new argument. So trans women should not use the women's restroom because if this is actually your life, then you're pathetic. So I don't even know if that's a proposition. That doesn't even sound like a coherent argument. So like we're gonna throw that one out. So now we're gonna go back to the original question: why should trans people not use the bathroom that they choose? Go ahead.
Jim, you can't give an argument, can you? Like you're incapable of actually. You honestly are too stupid to think of an argument.
This
So
your
so you
life?
are. So you're a fucking moron.
is this-
and you're too stupid to think of a fucking
is this
argument. Oh yeah, this is my life. Like actively, Jim, this is our lives. Making
It's
fun
your
of
life
dipshits
too right
like
now,
you
apparently.
who are so afraid that their fucking kids are gonna
Stop
throw them in a
pushing the
home
mute
the
button.
second they're not able to. It's gonna be hilarious.
Stop pushing the
I
mute
cannot wait for your kids to throw
Stop
you in a
pushing the
home.
button.
Cannot wait. Cannot wait. I hope they either put you on the home or in the fucking center of a train tracks. Like one or the other.
God.
You guys good with the mute button?
Yeah.
Are you gonna actually give an argument? You
Give him the rules for muting. I gotta wipe this water off my.
Okay,
mouse
yeah, there's
pad.
2 rules. When you're asked a direct question, you give a direct answer and don't overtalk. Real simple.
Holy shit! But you guys are good with over talking.
Oh yeah, because we're the fucking
Yeah.
co-hosts and the hosts.
Yeah.
You're our bitch here. You need to understand that.
That's so weird.
Oh, I know. So why should trans people not be able to use the bathroom that they
I don't-
came?
Is that like inclusivity?
Oh, not to you, motherfucker.
Oh, why not?
Because you're
Yeah, you're
probably a
included in getting
40-year-old
your ass
man.
really beat.
No, you're over talking each other, so you just
Womp womp.
So you're gonna give the argument?
Shit on your own rules.
You're gonna give the argument?
Why?
You gonna give the argument, dipshit?
Why is it your rules?
Are you gonna give the argument?
Why is it your rules?
Are you gonna give the argument?
Why is it your rules?
Are you gonna give the argument?
Why is it your rules?
Are you gonna give the argument?
Why? Oh, you got a little angry.
Keegan,
Look
tired.
at that. Jim, I hope you have a great day, and again, I hope your kids push you onto the fucking train tracks.
Oh my god. Grandmaster said, "There's my argument."
All right. All right, let's get some debates in here.
This is gonna be slurs or a troll.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument?
My argument is that people are going to take advantage of this system.
Okay, so you're saying that trans women shouldn't use. Hold on, sorry, I'm trying to clean this water off my mouse pad. It's like trans women shouldn't use the women's restroom because people who are not trans would abuse the system or something.
Would take advantage of it and look at little girls. Yes, that is my argument.
They will. What's the argument for that?
Well, that people won't take advantage of a very accessible system. They can just claim to be a woman and just walk into the woman's bathroom. Make
So what's
fun
the
of her or
argument that
something,
that's going to
and
happen?
they
Do
can
you
take
have like
advantage of the
empirical
system.
research on that?
That's common sense. Obviously, pedophiles are going to take advantage of that.
Okay, so how long have trans women been using the women's restroom? Generally in American society. I don't know about where you're from.
Absolutely no clue.
Okay, so it's been a while. You said you're like 18. It's been long before you and I were born. I'm 32. And we don't have like, you would think that we would have like good empirical research on that. Now, I have research sitting right in front of me that actually says that that won't happen. Right. This study is called Gender Identity Non-Discrimination Laws and Public Accommodations, a review of evidence regarding safety and privacy in public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms. The study concludes it finds that passage of such laws that allow trans women to use women's restroom, sorry, I lost my place, is not related to the number or frequency of criminal incidents in those spaces, including privacy and safety violations. In fact, they're exceedingly rare. It provides evidence that fears of increased safety and privacy violations as a result of these non-discrimination laws are not empirically grounded. Right, so like just citing that people should not do this because there's some logical possibility that somebody could abuse it. Well, then nobody could be able to do anything, right? Because there's always going to be some logical possibility that can appeal to. You should not drink water because it could like kill you if you choke on it or something like that. I can come up with a whole bunch of different like.
There's an avoidable situation here. Would you just give them a separate bathroom?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
It's an avoidable situation here where you just give them a second bathroom.
Okay, so in the bathroom, in the trans bathroom, could somebody pretend to be trans, go in there and attack trans people?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so therefore a trans person should not use the trans only bathroom.
No, well, they should. You could say the same thing for any bathroom.
Yeah,
A man
exactly.
could go into a man-
So if you can say the same thing for any bathroom,
that's just any bathroom though.
it's just the
But it's different
reduction,
when it's
the
across
entailment.
genders.
The entailment of your argument is that nobody should be able to use any restroom
No, I'm
unless
saying
it's a single
different
use
across
restroom.
genders. I'm saying it's different across genders though.
Do you have empirical research for that?
Well, it's just. What do you mean empirical research?
just
It's my
like-
opinion.
Yeah.
It's worse across genders.
Yeah, if you make a premise and you say that premise is true, in virtue of what is it true? if it's not empirically
It's more
grounded.
likely that someone is going to go into the old guy's just
When
going to
you
go
say
into
it's more likely,
a
is that
woman's
based on
bathroom
empirical
to
research?
look at little girls, and I would not like that if they can just claim they're trans.
Okay, so
and just
let's
walk in, yeah,
okay, so let's
and
say
just look at
trans
women.
women.
That's just wrong.
Sure. So let's say trans women only use men's restroom and trans men only use women's restroom. Well, what's stopping that P3DO, that same P3DO, from going into women's restroom? Doesn't even have to dress up as like a woman or anything. It just claims to be a trans man. It's like, I'm born female, and then looking at little kids. Wouldn't that be more likely now?
Wait, sorry, can you say that again? I just
Yeah.
zoned out for a second.
So let's just say like everybody follows what you do, like what you're telling them to do, which is trans women don't use women's restroom, trans men don't use men's restroom. So now you have a bunch of trans men going into the women's restroom, right? And so it follows from that now, since you have a precedent of masculine looking
No, by
individuals,
the way, I'm saying that they should have their own bathroom.
like we're not, that's a structural change. We're talking about in this situation where they're only faced with the men and women's restroom.
Yeah, it would be weird, but on the whole, it would be easier for someone to take advantage of the system.
Yeah, okay. So if it would be easier for somebody to take advantage of the system by virtue of the fact that trans women would use the women's restrooms and that allows some exploitation, don't you think it would be easier for that P3DO to claim to be a trans man because now he doesn't even have to appear to look feminine?
Not really.
Well, okay.
It
What
would
do you
be an
think?
actual
What,
man that going
a
into an actual women's
P3,
bathroom
yeah, a
instead of
P3DO. So let's say we have P3DO number 1, and what he has to do is he has to dress up as a woman in order to go in there and exploit, right? And then you have P3DO over 2, so he has to pretend to be like a trans woman, right? And you have P3DO number 2, he only has to pretend to be a trans man, right? And the trans man, he doesn't have to like appear to be a woman, right? So all he has to do is say, I'm assigned female birth, right? So what do you think it's easier?
Oh my god, wait, sorry, I'm just really hungover. I've just gone to sleep for a second.
Oh my god, okay.
I'm
So
really sorry,
scenario number one, this bad actor, right? The bad actor has to dress up as a woman and claim to be a trans woman by going into the woman's restroom. Are you tracking that one?
I'm not, I think I'm still drunk from last night.
Yeah, I think you need to go sober up.
Jesus Christ.
Bye-bye.
The fuck? Jesus Christ. All right, next. Mr. Oakby, thank you for the 30 bits. I appreciate you. I'm sorry, the 90 bits. All right. Yeah, if you disagree, go and hop on the guest request. Come on. Let's get some debates in here. A lot of people hiding on in the chat. I got in trouble for sending people off after Twitch today. What?
Don't say that word.
Yeah, if you say like
I'm
other
saying
apps,
I
they tend to, like-
got a twitch in my arm. All right, if you think trans women should not use the women's restroom, or you think trans men should not use the men's restroom, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Literally, because it's just a bathroom. Yeah. He couldn't follow the argument. That didn't really have anything to do with him being sober. Yeah. True that. All right, let's get the next one. Hello. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. How old are you?
I'm 25.
All right, what's your argument?
I'm so sorry I don't have one. Could I just come up to say something very quickly?
Mm-hmm.
So I've noticed that nobody really wants to like have the conversation about like trans men going in the bathroom.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's never a good reason. It's really never a good reason because when you think about it, think about a trans man going into the bathroom that you forced them to go into because they was born headed like as a female. Okay, so then you've got men in the bathroom. Hello, the fuck, and nobody ever wants to have that conversation.
The reason that the focus is typically on trans women, right, is because trans women typically reject masculinity and align themselves with women because they are women and society doesn't like women.
And
So it's
that's
just misogyny. It's really what it is.
it.
And also
Really
because
is.
most people who make that argument are concerned that they're going to
Yeah.
be seeing porn on screen.
Yeah, yeah, and it's a lot of it is misogyny. I think it's not even they masquerade it as we need to protect the vulnerable, but they don't. It's gross how they parade that because they don't care. It's more so like you said, it's misogyny, and if they don't like the idea of femininity and especially people who were born biologically male also participating in femininity or being trans. But that's all I had to say. I just really wanted to like very quickly bring that up because literally they never want to talk about that, and it's so funny.
Well, thank you so much. Hello.
It's just
bringing me up.
homophobia and misogyny.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
That's what
Hello.
makes it transphobia.
Bye.
Hello, goodbye.
Hello. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hello. Barbs, you are live. Can I get your age? I knew it.
That scared the fuck out of me.
I was ready for it.
So, yeah, if you disagree, go and hop on the guest request. We'd absolutely love and positively love to have you up here. Opposition, let's go. Edwin, you are live. Can I get your age?
What's up, guys? 9 years old.
All right. What's your argument?
First of all, love you guys' debates. I think one of the biggest arguments is like the guy before was saying people taking advantage. Here in Puerto Rico, we try to do it at schools. Didn't work out so much.
I couldn't hear you. Sorry, it was a little hard to hear you.
I'm sorry?
It was a little hard to hear you.
It's hard to hear you.
Here in Puerto Rico, they try to do it on schools, and kids were taking advantage of that, getting on females' bathrooms and things like that. So I always go on the argument that they're always going to take a little bit of advantage on that aspect. I'm not against any trends. I'm just saying they always take it.
Yeah, so, well, there's two different ways to do that. So one, I would probably need empirical research to say that it's more likely. I have multiple different studies. It's not as hotly a studied topic, but for the studies that we do have, it just shows that there's no increase in like privacy or safety violations of people who would take advantage of that. But even if the empirical research went through, like let's say it was like a slight increase, right? I don't see what the inference would be, like how the inference would still be like justified, right? Like why, if I go into a bathroom, some people could pretend to be me to use the restroom. Why that obligates me to not use that restroom, right? Because that's somebody else's fault, not mine, right? So it's not trans people or trans women, trans men who have to answer for somebody who is not trans's actions, right? Responsibility, I don't think, can be transferred in that way. I don't think that's just. So I would say they're not obligated to. We'd have to find a way to mitigate those kind of things. And just like it's obviously just not a reasonable thing to restrict somebody whose fault it's not to do that.
Oh, I totally agree. The problem is sometimes people just do things that are trans people. Like, for example, the case with Lily Tino, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, with going to the bathroom at Disney and taking videos and all that. So probably Disney allow it, but because of people like that, they just make other trans people go.
It would be an association fallacy, basically.
Right.
It's like, oh, this trans woman did something bad, therefore no trans people are allowed to do this. So you can do that about anybody, right? This lesbian attacked this woman in the bathroom, therefore lesbian shouldn't be in the woman's bathroom or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I totally agree. If it was a little bit moderated, or we can get a couple of laws or things like that, that would be a little bit better. I'm totally agree, but by the moment, like you said, gotta be a little bit more research, and then probably a little bit more cool. I appreciate you guys.
No doubt. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Can I Ren up?
Are they opposition?
I can vouch for her. No, she's
No,
wants to say
she's
something,
friendly.
but she's great.
Love her.
She's fantastic.
Okay, sure. Winter, how old are you?
I'm 37.
All right, what's your argument?
Well, it's not my argument per se, but I've actually had this conversation with my friends just recently, and the argument that was posed to me, I'm actually kind of on your guys' side, but I wanted to pose their argument to you because I could just not convince them.
Sure.
I know the empirical data does not suggest that people are more likely to commit crimes if there's a loophole for them to say that they're transgender. I know that that's not the empirical data, like you've referenced, it doesn't say that. And I was trying to get them through to them with the facts. Like the studies that have been done, it does not increase the likelihood of an attack or an assault or anyone taking advantage. Predators don't need to disguise themselves. They're going to be predators regardless, right?
Correct.
And so what they said to me is like, okay, well, we're not going to talk about empirical data. We want to talk about our feelings.
Okay.
I don't feel safe. It was a woman I was talking to, a female friend.
Yeah.
She says, I don't feel safe. I don't feel comfortable. And my feelings should matter.
Yes.
Why don't my feelings matter? And I feel that it's safe to say we live in a society, especially in North America, where a lot of times feelings seem to matter more than fact. And I was trying to tell her, I'm like, why do your feelings of discomfort mean more than that person's civil rights? And they just would not. And then they got into this whole, well, what if it's my religious belief? And I was like, it's not your religious belief. And she's like, yeah, but what if it was? And I'm like, well,
I would just say that your
Well, fuck your
religious
religion.
beliefs. I would just say that your religious belief stops at another person's body.
Yeah. And then like generally speaking, again, the inference just like doesn't hold up, right? Like they'd have to generate some sort of argument that if you don't feel comfortable, then that other person is obligated in public spaces to remove themselves. Now, there's a distinction between like obligation and supererogatory goods. So if you're obligated to do X, then it's wrong to do not X, right? But then there's like supererogatory and like a lot of ethical systems where it's just like you're not obligated to X, but nonetheless, if you did X, it would be a good thing, right? So kind of like jumping in front.
I totally understand.
Like jumping in front of a bullet for somebody, but like she would have to generate like an argument for why, because anybody could say that, like a homophobic person
this is
could
what she
say,
actually said.
hey, listen, I don't support, like, I don't feel safe with a lesbian being in the women's restroom as
right, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, if you just turn that argument slightly, then it doesn't make sense anymore. So the thing that she said to me was this, and this is kind of where the conversation ended. She said, if I'm in a change room at a pool with a transgender woman who has not had bottom surgery, then I'm basically in a change room with a person that has male genitalia, and that shouldn't be okay. And I was like,
how would you know?
Pardon?
How would they know that they have male genitals if they're not invading their
I guess
privacy?
if it's like a change room it's a change room in a pool, right? Sometimes they're like communal, right? Where there's like benches and lockers and you're changing.
But yeah,
the
like
open area.
you'd have to look specifically at that area to figure out whether they actually
and that's
have,
a fair comment. I did not think to make that comment. Like, why are you just staring? Like, what are you doing, me to creep? Yeah, but like that was the argument. That's where it ended, where I just could not convince them to understand that like your feelings shouldn't matter more than that person's,
Correct.
Yeah, I'm running out of words, but
yeah, listen, if you own a space, if it's your space, then I guess you kind of have that right, generally speaking. But if it's a public space, then like, then all you're asking for is that person to respect your feelings. And they can do it, and maybe that'd be a good person. But if they don't do it, that doesn't make them a bad person. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for and having this conversation and this platform. You guys are doing great, and thank you for bringing me up.
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Ren. Hi.
Hey, Ren.
All I want to
You already got 1,000. That's crazy.
That's wild.
All I wanted to say is, the woman that came up a minute ago said that, basically you guys said it was misogyny. But honestly, I think while it is misogyny, I also think it's the fact that people do not believe that men cannot be predators. If they were born as a man, they can't not be predators.
Oh, that's a good point. Like almost like it's all men, and therefore they categorize trans women as men.
Mm-hmm. because they
That's
feel that there's no separation
Mhm.
of because
I
they
feel
were
like
born as men, they are
Mhm.
also going to be predators.
Right. I feel like that's more of a self-report than anything, though. But I get what you're saying. That's
No,
probably also very much the
Volume is still
case.
too low.
well,
I
I
don't
think
know.
that's
It's
why
as
they
loud
have
as it
such a
could be.
problem with trans
hmm
women, is because
Interesting.
they're predatory,
How
Yep.
low is
right?
it? Is it
And since
me
they're
or is it y'all?
predatory, they can't see outside of that to see that people just want to use the bathroom. I can't speak for nobody else, but I go to the bathroom, I go in there, I use the bathroom, I wash my hands, and I leave. I don't care who else is in there. It's not my business.
Right.
hmm
Hello?
Hey, Conrad, can I get your age?
31.
All right, can I get an argument from you?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that people should be. I'm trans. I think I should be able to use the men's room because I'm a trans man.
Okay, W. We
Okay.
agree.
Yeah, we're looking for opposition right now, Conrad. Did you have like any opposing arguments or no?
No, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I can hop off.
Oh, you're good. Well, take it easy. Thank you so much, Conrad. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
It's all of Twitch. TikTok is loud by comparison. Oh, I don't. Is it my voice? I don't understand. Like, what's low for you guys? YouTube, am I too low? Yeah, I know TikTok, you guys are fine. You and the panel are too low. I don't know. That's weird. Sorry, it's the other platforms I'm streaming on right now. Maybe I can try to turn it up. All right, let's get this guy in here, see if he can defend his view. Love it hearing your deep voice, Daddy. It's crazy.
Daddy, the way I would never even be that bold. That's
I'm not
insanity.
even talking.
Like he said, I'm not even talking. It's crazy.
All right, no hiding out in the comments. If you're opposition, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Shimon.
Shimon.
Shimon. America First sent you a request. Come on, we're waiting on you.
Don't bark from the benches.
All right, let's get the next person in here. Hello, Ghost. Can I get an age?
I'm 25.
All right, what's your argument, man?
My only argument is I feel like until every woman agrees to it, you can't sit there and say it should be allowed. Because if somebody feels uncomfortable, they should be able to feel comfortable in their own space. And if somebody doesn't feel comfortable in their space, you can't fault them for it.
Okay, when you say their own, you mean their private property or public property?
No, just their own space. The same way a man, I can't walk in there as a man. I can't walk in there. That's their space, right?
When you say you can't, what do you mean?
Am I allowed? Can I go in the girls' bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you asking if you physically can, or are you asking if people will feel uncomfortable if you went in there?
I'm asking.
Like, what do you mean by
asking
can
people
here?
feel comfortable if I'm.
Yeah, so yeah, some people might feel uncomfortable
would they
with you
feel
in there.
uncomfortable? Yeah.
Yeah. But are you an
That's my
African American man?
point. Yeah.
Okay, so some white people would feel uncomfortable with you using the restroom too, right?
I mean, if I was in the men's bathroom,
Yeah, in the
they
men's
feel the same
restroom, some
way.
racist white people would feel uncomfortable with you in there, right?
That's true, I guess.
Yeah, so I understand that
also
some people are
considered- that's
uncomfortable.
considered my space, though. That
You
would be
say-
considered my space.
But the white person could just say, like, I consider this my space. I don't want to be around. But, like, all I'm saying is, like, the inference, right? I don't see why the inference can be made that if somebody's uncomfortable, then you are obligated to remove yourself, right? So you're gonna have to establish
In
an
a
argument for
sense.
that claim.
In a sense, I guess you're right.
Yeah,
And
but like
what you're saying isn't wrong.
But the thing is, like, even if I concede at that point, like, majority of women support trans women in women's restroom. It's mainly men who are in opposition to trans women in women's restroom.
It's
It
not the
is.
It's
majority.
55%.
Women.
55% based on the most recent Pew
55.
research. Yeah, it's
That's still
45%
40
of men.
It's the majority. It's the majority, but it's not like a big majority. It's still 45%. That's a large.
No.
number.
It's not 45,
Sorry,
it's 55.
55% of women support trans women using the
No,
women's
I'm
restroom compared to
I'm saying the
45% of men.
I'm saying you said 55% of women, right?
Yes.
So that means that 45% don't.
Yes.
Not
Okay, that's what I'm
necessarily.
saying. So 45. That's what you just.
No, not
Well, that's what you said.
necessarily. No, not
Yes.
necessarily, because there's other options in that poll, which is I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. You didn't say that first, so my fault.
Okay. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
to be
mean,
fair, I misspoke.
but why would it have to be like what's your number? It has to be like 60%, 100%? I don't understand.
No, I'm just saying like 45 and 55. That's not like far off from half and half. So I'm saying that's not like the point. If it was just yes or no, that's still a big number of women who aren't comfortable with it.
What explains why more men are in opposition to it? What do you think explains it?
I don't know, honestly. I was just saying in a sense for like women, because I see it on YouTube a lot, women talking about it, and they're always like, I don't like it. I don't like
Yeah, I agree
trans
that
women
like
in women's sports and stuff. So that's what I was saying. I
a
don't know
lot
about
of
men,
those
though.
people are
It's none
turfs.
of
I
our
agree.
business, honestly.
Like turfs, like are the main ones, especially who are like uncomfortable, right? And they'll be very loud about it. They're on Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, right? But nonetheless, like the majority of women support like. Have you met trans women before?
I can't say I have. No.
Have you
I've never met a
have you
trans woman.
seen a trans woman in public before?
No, I've never seen it.
I understand. Okay, so if you um this is just a broad claim, but it's just more likely when like trans women don't usually hang around men, like almost never, right? It's not usually the friend group. It's usually like cis women. They're all in the group, and trans like that's because they share a lot in common, other than like just some XRY gene. I'm sorry, XRY gene, SRY gene being expressed, right?
Yeah.
You might do it
That's
go to a
understandable.
club. You might see like trans women and some cis women. They all go into women's bathroom to like do what women do in women's bathrooms, right? So like, yeah, I mean like, that's just generally in our society at least, why women generally feel more comfortable, right? They don't feel comfortable as much for like cis men, who they don't classify as trans women, to use the women's restroom. And it doesn't even matter whether the women see them as women too, because like some women allow like cisgender gay men to go into the women's restroom with them, right? Like, so it's not even necessarily that this person expresses themselves as a woman. Sometimes it's just like the mental state of affairs, whether like who you're attracted to, what are your interests and things like that. So
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
A little off topic. I just got a
Mhm.
question because it's a trans topic. Do you believe in trans women playing in women's sports?
Yes.
yeah, so well, I don't think this is a moral issue. I think it's like a practical issue. It's just like a what makes you the most money. I don't see a moral argument against it. But yeah, on the basis of like making the most money, it just seems to be as long as it's not unfair, go ahead for it. Go for it.
See, my moral argument with that is like, because I think about it in like the sense of like boxing. Because like the last time they had a trans woman was in the boxing ring, it was bad. It was bad.
I mean,
It
you've
was
seen men fight other men and it was bad.
very true.
Right.
Very
So
true.
like I mean like if like I don't understand why like if something like these are grown adults who are consenting to this, right? Like so I don't see what's wrong about it.
It's like an unfair advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, but like
I mean,
fair even if it was
how-
unfair, like there are like very very good UFC fighters, very very good boxing fighter. We know before the fight who's gonna win. We're like this is not even fair, right? And yet they
not
still consent to it because they're
not,
adults.
Not necessarily, because
Can I ask him a question?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no. My question to you is, how do I want to word this sentence? Okay, you're saying that it would be an unfair advantage, right?
Yes.
Do you understand the process for someone to become, like, for somebody to transition when they are transgender? Do you understand what they do? How their body changes? How after having taken hormones for a certain amount of time, their strength level is about equal to if they were female at birth.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Their
You said
strength
something about
after having taken the hormones, they have comparable strength to cisgender women. So my question to you is, why is it not just that they worked hard and they beat the person, and it has nothing to do with them being transgender? Is that possible?
What's your my fault? What your
Is that possible?
with what you're saying? Yes, it's possible. I didn't know that when they transition and they take the
Yeah,
the stuff that
so
it reverses.
really quick, with sports, there are a set of like tests and guidelines that you have to meet with your hormones, right? And after trans women have been on hormones for I think a year or two, they are on par with cis women. I'm trying to think of the source.
And
If you're saying it, I believe you. I don't know. I'm not, too educated. I was just asking. I'm not. I'm saying, if you're saying it's true, I believe you because I'm pretty sure I've done more research than me on this topic. I was just asking.
Yep. And as far as using the bathroom, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, the only thing you should be doing in the bathroom is using the bathroom. Who cares?
Yeah, like I said, I'm saying I don't got a leg to fight in on this topic. I'll just give him my opinion or what I've seen. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not really none of my business who's in the girls' bathrooms. I'm not gonna be in there. So you know what I'm saying? I don't really.
Right.
It ain't got nothing to do with me. Yeah, I appreciate it though. I'm gonna go ahead and drop.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Yeah, y'all too. Happy 4th.
Yes, what a wonderful funeral it has been.
You say happy 4th, and every time somebody has said that to me today, they're like, happy 4th. No, thank you. That's
I remember that video, where that TikTok video where she was like, "Y'all thought it was gonna be a rabbit? You thought it was a rabbit? It's motherfucking Winnie the Pooh. Fuck 4th of July." I just reposted it. It's fucking hilarious. I have no idea the context. It's just funny. All right,
Also,
if you
shout out.
huh?
No, I was just saying shout out to the people who sent me moolah for Taco Bell. It be hitting real good right now.
Y'all need to pay for my food. This is bullshit.
Cash App in mobile. Let's go. All right, if you're opposition, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. If you think trans women should not use women's restroom, trans men should not use men's restroom, go and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else, thank you so much for hitting that 50K like goal. You guys doing good. Next like goal is 75K. Just keep tapping on that door. Maybe they'll let you in. Okay. And yeah, share.
Lesbian.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I am here, folks. I'm so sorry. I was at a fireworks show with my kiddo. Because even though with the shit show and how I'm feeling, I have to continue some sense of normalcy so that when we can look back at this, he can remember the happy, fun memories we made tonight.
What do they think about non-binary people? Where do they want to spit? I think non-binary. I think so. They're
On the
like
bush.
so. If there's a men's restroom and a women's restroom, you get a roller and get the exact equidistance between them two, and then pee right at that point, like right in between the men's and women's restroom. Okay.
I mean, we all know
On
it's
me
the
is
bushes.
crazy.
Yo.
Damn.
I mean, assert dominance however you can. Let's just start peeing outside the doors.
Jesus Christ. Mr. Oakby, thank you again for the 30 bits. I appreciate you.
Oh, you want me to go in the women's restroom? Ha! I'm gonna pee just in front of the men's restroom. You're welcome.
You gotta walk in front. We float midair.
You have to walk through my puddle now. You're welcome.
Loopy, thank you so much for the star goggles. I appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Waiting for the next guest request. Again, if you're opposition, go ahead and hop in on the guest request. Thank you so much for the "You're awesome." Appreciate your whole Terry. You know what I didn't notice? I didn't notice the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean when he was talking to one of the lords, one of those guys. He was like, he's like Captain Jack Sparrow or something like that. He was like telling Jack how he paid him for a job to transport cargo and he failed him or something like that. And then like Jack was like, people aren't cargo, mate. I was like, oh shit, Jack
Yeah.
freed some.
That-
Yeah, he freed some slaves in the past. Okay.
Yeah, that's a cutout scene that they took out of it, and I never understood why.
Oh, of
But
course.
that is how the Black Pearl became the Black Pearl. Was when he went to see to get said cargo and realized it was people. He said, not about it. And then they attacked him. The ship got burnt when went to the sea. And that is actually how he got mixed up with Davy Jones, was because he made his request to Davy Jones to get the Black Pearl back. And before it was just the pearl. But when it returned back from quote unquote hell, it was all black and smoldered and burnt. And that's how it became the Black Pearl. And why it freaked everyone out was because the Black Pearl was not supposed to exist, because they all knew it to have burnt down and sunk. And so when people started seeing it, it was essentially a ghost ship. So it freaked everyone out.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, no, I had a fascination. Oh, I had such a fascination with these movies because let me tell you, Keira Knightley.
I didn't know who the fuck Keira Knightley was.
No,
until
that
I
one,
looked
that
at
first
actual cast.
mermaid, who was on the boat. Are you the one who sings? Maga, how old are you?
Fangirl over here is crazy. Why are you
Hello?
moaning?
How old are you? Oh yeah, typical Trump supporter. Grandmaster, thank you for the gifted sub. 12 months, 1 year. Fuck yeah, let's go. What do they call 4th of July in nursing home? Independence Day? What? Depends.
And depends. The
Oh.
diapers.
Oh, okay. You're done, yeah.
You're done.
Also, though, I'm so very, very, very bi because that movie just, oh my God, Will Turner, Keira Knightley, oh my God, all of them just, yeah, beautiful.
Bark, bark.
No, that one, you know who was really fine? That one woman that they were gonna force Jack to marry. He was trying to kiss him. Ugh. Kidding.
Wild.
Armin, do you need to be sprayed? Like, I'm about to get like a water bottle and just.
Hey, Carbon, I can spray you.
You know what's weird is
Oh my god.
Norrington. He was like in his late 20s at the beginning, the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and Elizabeth Swann, she was like 10, and then she grew up, and now he's trying to marry her.
Yeah.
Wow, just completely avoid my dirty joke.
What up, pimpin'?
What's up, buddy?
What's up? All right. Why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose? Go ahead.
Because transgender individuals is nothing but a social construct and don't actually exist.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for why they shouldn't use the bathroom?
Oh, bathrooms are male and female, biological sex based.
Mm-hmm.
As,
So why
as
should they not use
transgender
it?
people don't exist.
So you don't think that somebody who is like, you know what I'm asking you, right?
Yeah, should a trans person that doesn't exist,
Yeah.
in this hypothetical,
Yeah,
have
that's
some sort of
gonna be
authority?
yours. That's gonna be your semantics. But you know what I mean when I say trans people, right?
You're referring to the social construct of gender of one's hip hopping from one to the other.
No.
What are you referring to?
Somebody has a gender identity that's incongruent with their sex. So anyway, so like, do you have an argument for why they shouldn't use the women's restroom or trans men for the men's restroom?
Oh, you say it's incongruent with their sex. What do you mean?
That it's not aligned with it.
Okay, so yeah, if you know washrooms are sex based, then if you're not a part of that
Gender-based.
sex,
So if
then
they are,
you shouldn't enter the washroom.
you
or
mean that in a
change
moral
room,
sense, right? They
or
shouldn't do
sports
that.
team.
I thought
Yeah,
that.
so washrooms aren't gender based, sports aren't gender based, change rooms are not gender based, they're sex based.
Okay, so why
Hey,
should somebody respect that?
Because it's the law.
No, it's
It's not
not.
the law.
It's legally
Really?
permissible in pretty much every state to use any bathroom that you want publicly.
And you're
Oh,
welcome.
I'm from so I'm from Serbia.
Okay, we're talking about the United
Again,
States right now. I don't know about Serbia laws.
oh, if you're in a fallen country that lets orgies in the streets happen, I mean, for sure, do
Well,
it.
no, well, they don't let orgies in the streets happen, but nonetheless, like, so it would, so you agree in the United States it is morally permissible, in your view?
Morally, no, it's legally permissible.
I didn't ask if it's
Morally,
legally permissible.
Wanting
you
a
asked if it's
moral
morally.
argument.
Yes, I'm
Morally,
asking. Yeah,
you're
should.
referring to people that don't exist.
So you already know who I'm talking about, right? I don't know why you mean like they don't exist. I don't know. Then who's going in the women's restroom? If they don't exist, if a trans woman goes into the women's restroom, you're not gonna be like, well, nobody just went into that women's restroom. Clearly,
So
somebody went into the
Also,
women's restroom.
if a
I
Like
man
I could just
goes
say
in,
the same thing. Christians should not use the women's restroom because Christians don't exist. They have a false belief system. I could just say that. Like that's not like that's obviously like disingenuous. Just because
Kai,
you
why
don't
not
did you lie?
support,
disingenuous.
yeah, just because you don't like a social construct, it doesn't follow that people don't hold that social construct.
Kai, why did you lie? Serbia has no laws on trans people using the bathroom.
You ain't even from Serbia.
Yeah, and because
Why'd you lie?
in Serbia, the trans population doesn't exist.
He
Why are
lied.
you
There's
lying?
well, there are trans people there, but
Lied.
when you
There are
you're
trans people
you're
there.
making this inference that because you don't support gender as a social construct, that it follows that other people don't have that and they don't exist. Like that's I don't know
Well,
how you're making that. That's
it's
just a
not.
non
It's
sequitur. Like if I were to say,
well,
just
you're
to be
not
clear,
doing the
would you accept
argument that
that
they
if
do
I
exist.
say Christianity is false, therefore Christians don't exist? Does that make sense to you?
Christianity is false. No, Christianity is a belief system that is
Yeah.
a religion, right?
Uh-huh.
That has a tax, benefit
No,
as a
Christianity is
religion.
a belief system, right? So if somebody like if people hold the belief of gender as a social construct, and that's what they mean when they use these terms, right? Just saying that you don't believe in that social construct, that's not relevant to whether people believe
Yeah,
it.
social constructs
Yeah.
don't exist is the argument.
Wait,
So
so
what is
okay,
the
so
argument of
religion,
social construct?
yeah, so
Social
religion
constructs exist.
is religion a social construct?
N-
Is
God
money
exists.
is money a social construct?
This is a non sequitur because God exists.
Well, the Christian God does not exist, but I don't think you want to get into
What's
that.
the argument?
Yeah, the Christian God does not exist. Logical problem of evil. There you go. Actually, yeah, I don't even see how
Okay,
anything would be wrong under
the
your view.
logical problem of evil is a non sequitur. You have
Yeah,
a
what's the
problem
non
with evil.
sequitur?
Yeah, God is all good.
What's the non
So we're,
sequitur? Do you know what the non sequitur is? You don't know what a non sequitur is, do you?
yeah, you saying therefore it doesn't exist is the
Yeah,
non sequitur.
I said the logical problem
It
of
doesn't
evil proves
follow.
God. That logical problem of evil proves your God does not exist.
What is the logical problem?
Yeah, so the logical problem is that the set of properties that God would have and the existence of evil that Christianity posits, that's a logical contradiction, right? By virtue of the fact that
Evil
God
doesn't
can't.
hold ontology.
That
What's the
doesn't
argument? Evil
that
exists
doesn't that doesn't
and has
wait,
ontology.
so evil, so people don't commit evil? Is that your position?
I'm asking you, what's the argument
When
evil
you
has
say
ontology?
evil, when you say evil doesn't exist, are you saying people don't commit evil?
No, I'm saying good exists, evil is a deprivation of what is
Okay.
good.
So answer my
So
question,
it
do
holds no
people eat?
ontology.
So do people commit evil?
Are there evil actions? Of
Yeah.
course.
Okay, what does it mean to say that there
Now,
are
does evil have
evil
ontology?
actions?
No.
Well, that wouldn't matter for the argument.
An evil action is
Uh-huh.
one that isn't good.
Okay, so one that isn't good, right? So would you say that what it means to be evil is to do something that you ought not do?
Not in totality.
No. So when is it good? Oh, so when can I do an evil act that I ought not do it? I mean, sorry, I phrased that wrong. When can I do an evil act, but it's not the case that I ought not do it?
Again, under my semantics,
Uh-huh.
yes, you ought not do it. Under your semantics,
Yeah, this is
it
an
doesn't
internal
matter.
critique, my guy. Why would it be my semantics
Well,
that I'm using
it
of
doesn't.
evil?
Yeah, so yeah, something is you ought not do.
Yeah, okay. So if you ought not do it, then we can just swap out those terms. If God exists with his set of properties, then there's a logical tension, a contradiction between the things that are happening that ought not occur, things that people are doing that they ought not do.
So people also, if this is an internal critique, they have the freedom of choice to choose good or to not choose good.
Yeah, what's the argument that free will is a good reason to allow somebody to grape someone? Go ahead.
Yeah, because God created the world and has all the knowledge. He is more knowledgeable than I. Therefore, as he's an all good God that allows competing wills, not competing, but other wills, therefore it's good because God is all good.
So it's good to allow the grapist to grape. Is that the position, just to be clear?
It is good that freedom of choice exists, yes.
That didn't answer my question.
It's bad that a person would do that action.
Clearly, right? Is it good to stop it?
It would be good to stop it, yeah.
Okay, so what explains why God would choose not to do the good action then?
God does stop evil.
So he does stop every grape that happens. Every bad grape that happens, God does stop it?
No, I said God stops evil.
Is it evil to grape someone?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's evil to grape someone. It's good to stop someone from graping someone. What explains why God would not choose to do the good action if he's all good?
Oh, God does stop evil. So
I don't know why you're like running away from this question.
So
right?
God is not spatial temporal, right? So if we
when I say stop, let me just be clear here. When I say stop the grape, I mean prevent and protect the victim from being raped. That's what I mean by stop. Is it a good thing to protect the victim from being raped?
Is it a good thing to infringe on others' will?
Yes. Is it a good
constantly?
thing? So in the specific case, is it a good thing to protect the victim from being raped and by impeding the rapist's will?
If what is good is aligned with God's will,
yeah,
and God doesn't do that thing, right, in the way you're perceiving it to be, then no.
Okay, so it's not a good thing in your view to protect the victim from rape.
Yeah. So from my view, as an individual, as a created being, right, it would be good to stop it.
What does good mean?
As a created being.
Yeah. What does good mean? Just to make sure we're not equivocating. On
What's
what
aligned
means.
with God's will.
Okay. And is it God's will to stop that individual?
Well, that's why God created me, to be out there saving the men.
I see. Okay. So
from heinous acts.
So in the cases where the child has been raped and there was nobody there to stop him, that was God's will for that person to be raped.
It wasn't God's will, no.
If it wasn't God's will, what explains if it wasn't God's will and it is a good thing?
It was God's will to allow other wills.
Yeah, and okay, so if it's God's will to allow other wills to express themselves in way of evil, and that's a good thing, then you're mistaken in saying that it's a bad thing to stop this individual from raping, because you would be conflicting with that person's will.
Again, so when I said as me as a created being, the teachings of the church reflect differently. If you do see someone in a bad position, to offer a helping hand.
Yeah, I'm telling you what the contradiction is. The church is contradicting God.
So let me tell you, when we have a moral dilemma, right? I shouldn't lie, okay? But I can lie, right? If my intentions are pure. For example, Yahtzee Germany, Anne Frank in the basement, Yahtzee's knock. Hey, is Annie here? And I say, let me think about this. If I tell them the truth, right?
This guy's obfuscated.
It could be the good thing to do, tell the truth all the time. Now, if you lie, and Frankie, does a bad thing. So if my intentions are out of love, right?
Hold on.
I aligned with God's will because God's all loving. Therefore, good.
So would God lie in that situation?
Pardon?
Would God lie in that situation?
God wouldn't be. God isn't in that situation.
I didn't ask if he's in that situation. I said, would God lie in that situation?
No, God is all powerful and all good and doesn't lie.
Okay, so you would do something that even the greatest possible
Yeah,
maximally
because
great
I'm not
thing
God.
being would not do. He thinks it's wrong to do it, yet you're doing it.
Yeah, so that would be an example of a moral dilemma, right? To act in
Yeah.
intentions of love. So God is all loving. Therefore, if I act in accordance with love, okay, it's morally
But you're saying God would not act in accordance with love in that situation. He would tell
God
the
does
truth.
act in accordance with love. God is all loving.
Wait, so that okay, in the situation with the Yahtzee is knocking on your door, we have Jesus there who opens the door, and my question to you is, would Jesus lie to protect Anne Frank?
Would Jesus is Jesus. He just take out the Yahtzees himself on foot.
I didn't ask what I asked, would he do that? Would that something that he would do? Would that be an option that he would consider on the table that would be a good action?
Jesus himself,
Yes.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, but I could
I'm
tell
not
you.
God.
I could tell you because you've defined what the good action there to do is to lie to protect Anne Frank. So it follows that God would lie to protect Anne Frank because what good means
No.
is to do that which is in accordance with God's will, nature, what have you.
Now, for example, that does logically follow, host, and I'll give you that, Carbon. But what you don't understand is in a moral dilemma, even though my intentions are out of love and this is my decision I'm making. For example, if somebody else makes a contrary decision, but their intention is love, it is also a good decision.
But their intentions in love, but they need
both
to
of them.
know about what the best possible action is, right? But God is all
Yes, so
knowing. Wait, hold on real quick. So God is all knowing, so he knows what the best possible action is to do. So he knows all the it's in all things considered good. Now you are a limited being, so it's not in all things considered good from your perspective. You just know the limited facts, and this is just kind of what you know. But the problem there is that what God is doing is actually the good thing, and what you're doing is not actually the good thing. You just think it's the good thing.
Yeah, so I'm a fallible individual and I will be judged.
I got
But
you,
as
Grandmaster.
long as you act in accordance with love and a pure intention and true repentance, then yes,
Yeah.
the
So
overwhelming message of grace would be extended to you.
yeah.
for
So
sure.
the
Because
sense of
God is the standard.
yeah.
God
So
is
if he's the
all-knowing
standard, then what I mean when we're talking about good here, right, is very simple. That means you're just mistaken in what the good means. To stop the rapist, you think it's a good thing, but you are mistaken that that is actually the all things considered good thing. In fact, what the good thing to do would be to let it happen because God just lets it happen. That's what he does, right? So it follows from that there's no evil, and if there's no evil, Jesus died for nothing, and therefore Christianity is
Yeah.
false. QED.
Yeah, so that doesn't follow because what you're confusing is perception and perspective. From my perception of the current events, as long as I'm acting in accordance with love, that's aligned with God's will. Now, and that's a good thing. Now, when I have the perspective of an all-knowing God, which is the standard of goodness, and he wouldn't act in it as a fallible human being. So of course my decisions are going to vary.
Yeah. So like,
even
here's the analogy.
if they are both in accordance with God's will.
Yeah, here's
and
the
I'm submitting
analogy.
to his
Right.
will.
So you come in, so Kai comes in through the front door. He's like sweating with blood all over his shirt, like markings all over his face. He's like tired, and Kai tells Carbon, he's like, Carbon, bro, you gotta help me. There's somebody behind me. He has a knife, and he's gonna try to unalive both of us. You gotta help me. I'm like, oh shit, let me go get the piece. So I go get the piece, I look out the door, and sure enough, I see a guy who's just running towards the door with a knife, running straight towards me, and I pop him. Okay. Now, afterwards, so just to be clear, I am justified in popping that individual. I think you and I would agree with that, right?
You're justified in popping him?
Yeah, I can't say it on TikTok.
Oh, okay. You're saying someone's attacking you, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's attacking me. So I find out 20 minutes later that you were actually just trying to unalive this person. And so you put ketchup on your shirt, you scratched yourself, and this was actually just a knife salesman that you told, hey, can you run after me real quick? And he was like, okay. And he's like, run after me real quick and I'll buy your knife. He's like, okay. So he runs after you, and then you lie to me, right? And then I pop him. Now, we agree that I was justified in popping him because of my limited knowledge. But now that I have more knowledge, we find out that what actually happened should not have occurred. Do we agree with that?
that you shouldn't have popped him with more knowledge on the situation.
Yes.
Because he was not actually a threat.
Yes.
Granted.
Okay, so that's the dynamic I'm talking about. God knows more about the situation, and so he knows what's actually the good thing to do, whether you feel that you're justified in doing it or not, right? The actual objective truth of what you ought to do is what God determines. So I'm just mistaken on what the good action is to do in that particular situation, the objective truth, right? Given my limited amount of knowledge, I'm just mistaken on it. So in that sense, the overarching good sense, there is no evil because God knows all things. He knows all the facts about every situation. So any situation that ought not happen just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and that goes back to my point of evil not having ontology.
Yeah, that's not an objection. I don't see how that would be an objection.
Yeah, you said evil doesn't exist?
Yeah, when I say evil doesn't exist, I just mean things that we would describe as evil acts don't occur.
Yeah, and that's where we would defer, because what I'm saying is good is what's in line with God's will, and what you're saying is God wills it all, but with the caveat and the nuance behind this is love, right?
Okay.
You love your mom, you love your family members, I hope, right? And that's the caveat with the all-loving God as this moral standard and arbiter of good, right? Is for us to be aligned with that, we must be acting in love. And I think that's...
Do you think it's loving to allow somebody to be raped? I don't understand what the love part is.
And that's perception versus perspective. So from my perception, of course, as I'm a loving individual, I wouldn't want that happening to any of my loved ones. And I would stop that act.
Right.
Now, with the all-knowing status that God holds, okay, maybe there's a different answer. I grant that.
Yeah, but that would just be an equivocation of what it means to actually be loving. There's just two senses of what it means to do the loving action.
Yeah, so, and that goes into being fallible, right?
Right.
Of course, I don't have a perfect understanding of the universe. I'm not God. All we can do is act in love, Carbon. That's the only decision here, is to act in accordance with love, okay? So all of this is a non sequitur. We live in a fallen world.
Well, I mean, the argument's valid. Like, you even said that the argument's valid. I don't see, like, okay, we can take cases where somebody's not even intentionally trying to, like, unalive somebody. Like, a child is born with debilitating bone cancer. It just seems like the loving act would be to cure that child. God chooses not to cure that child.
Yes. So what falls into this may appear perplexing, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we're saying that the allowance for evil is good, right? Is that where you're trying to get down to?
Well, if you
The
allow,
allowance for evil is
if you're a
good?
perfectly good being with all the omni properties and you just allow X, then yeah, X is good.
So again, the act of evil is not good. So that's the clear distinction. The allowance for evil, granted, good. Okay, now the act of evil is a deprivation of goodness, right? Which holds evil having no ontology.
I understand like what it means to allow something evil to happen, but it's incoherent to say that a perfectly good being would allow it to happen, right? Because what you're saying is that he allows it to happen for some reason, and presumably that's a good reason. So you're just saying that God has a good reason for allowing this action to happen. I just take that to be what good means. He also has a good reason to allow good things to happen, right?
Yeah, God is all just. He's justified.
Yeah. So he has good
Right,
reasons
so-
to allow, me to help a homeless person out. He has good reasons to allow a morally amoral act like picking up this remote control. But then you're also saying that he has good reasons to allow, like, grape, right? Like
Yeah,
all these
terrible
things.
suffering to occur. Yes. He has good reasons to allow terrible suffering to occur. Yes, 1,000%.
Because it brings about some greater good that he established.
Yeah, but none of this is therefore he doesn't exist.
Well, like the contradiction.
That's the part we're missing. It started there. therefore he
That
doesn't
no, I'm
exist.
saying
Now
that
it's-
God cannot.
Okay.
The Christian God
The
cannot
allowance
exist.
for evil is good.
No, well, like I take to be like the allowance for evil being good is just the contradictory terms, right? That's why I said the Christian God does not exist. That God cannot exist
evil
in. Yeah.
It's not contradictory because evil doesn't have ontology as the deprivation of what is good.
I'm sorry.
This is like confused.
I'm sorry, you're not like understand. I don't know what the ontology, how that's an objection at all. It's not an objection because I've
evil
already
is a
told you.
deprivation of which is that is good.
Okay, but you still understand when I say evil exists, right? All I mean is that actions like there are actions that people would take that we would classify as evil, right? What doesn't matter what the ontology, if it has one or it doesn't have one.
Yes, but God
right?
didn't. Yes, it does matter. It does matter. It does matter because it would only be the case if God created this evil. That yes, I grant that your
What does it mean to
problem
create evil?
would follow.
That when he created the universe, did he know this evil would exist?
Yes, him creating evil, okay, would be an evil thing that has ontology, right? Which makes it the case that evil makes God evil as he created it. It comes from him. Same thing with the universe being intelligible grants the intelligibility of God, because for something to be intelligible, it must come from something that's intelligible, right? For evil to exist, in the way you're saying it, would also have to come from an evil God, right? So none of this logically follows.
Yeah, when
But
I
my
say
pros-
evil
I
exists,
wanted to
wait,
talk
I'm
about
sorry.
the trannies and the
I told you.
Washer.
Okay, now you're using slurs on my life, so get the fuck out of here, bro. Grandmaster, thank you for the kick. I appreciate you. All right, anyway, next.
He lied anyway because he said that
Yeah, we
bathroom.
talked a lot, and I said.
Hold on, Luke. Hold on.
He said that bathrooms went by sex, not gender, right?
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask for the argument for that. It's like
Yeah,
some bathrooms
they're
go based
not-
off sex.
Not even just that though. Bathrooms are not male bathrooms and female bathrooms. They're man and woman bathrooms.
Mm-hmm.
I find it hilarious that he tried to say that Serbia had laws against it, but then I went and looked into it.
Did he
Serbia is
want
a
to
very
fact check him
accepting
on that? That's
country.
crazy.
Yeah.
Right, no, Serbia is a very accepting country when it comes to this. They've had anti-discrimination laws since 2009, and people since I think it was 2018 are recognized as trans without any type of surgery, medicine, anything. Serbia is very
Serbia.
accepting.
Why don't they have their own restroom? Can I ask you that?
Because they would make them a target.
No, it wouldn't.
Luke, how old are you?
There's a few different reasons, right? So one, in the United States, people like there's a lot of like right-wing crazies. They hate trans people with like a passion. So they see a trans bathroom, they're just gonna attack them in the bathroom. It doesn't matter.
I
Two,
guarantee you they will.
real quick, if you don't mind,
guarantee they
real
will.
quick, if you don't mind. So two, it's just like practically it doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Like just adding a new bathroom for trans people. They don't support that. It's only it's only a few anti-trans people who are supporting of that. And like how do you get a business to be forced to go along with that? And then like three, there's just no good reason to. Like they have a bathroom that they already use right now. So
They
like
just use the family restroom, man. Family restroom.
they
can
could
those.
use that, but they have no good reason to choose that over the bathroom that they're already using right now.
But like, that's not their assigned sex, though. That's what's
And?
crazy.
What does that
What
matter?
do you mean? And do you think that there's not weird people out there? You don't think
Okay.
they're crazy?
Not the
people out
trans
there
people.
That
Why would
they
that
identify?
why would that matter?
people?
Why would that matter
They
to
go
a
into
trans?
a-
Why?
go
I'm
into
sorry,
a-
Luke.
a
Luke.
restroom?
Why would that matter to a trans person who is just going to the restroom to take a piss, wash their hand, and leaving? Why does that motivate them to not use the restroom just because somebody else could use the restroom and harm someone? It has nothing to do with the trans person.
Oh, it has a lot to do with that. What was that one lady
No, it doesn't.
name at Disneyland that went to Disneyland?
Lily
What was her-
Tino.
Yeah, well, I call her a lady.
Yeah, what about her?
That's not a lady. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Okay, what about her? What about Lily Tino?
But she was taking pictures in the restroom with little girls in the background.
Yeah, so
do you
that's
not
wrong.
think that- do you
So
not-
Luke, that's wrong. What does that have to do with people who are not her?
dude, that's what they do though.
So every trans person who goes into the bathroom that
Not
they're
every. I'm not saying every. So why
okay.
do
So
people
then
make
you're
it-
you're just yeah. You just said they. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just
Why don't
doing
they
an
just make their own
association
restroom?
fallacy. So the
Why
argument
don't they just
is
make their own restroom?
Luke. So the argument that you're making
majority
is
of the
I don't know why
population
you're
agree
just
with
like
me.
over
The
talking while
majority
I'm
of the population
I don't know
agree
why
with
this.
me.
Hold on, wait. Don't let him distract you. Okay, Luke, you made an argument, right? The argument is that because Lily Tino is trans and did something wrong in the woman's restroom, it therefore follows that trans women should not use the women's restroom. That is a non sequitur.
No, I'm just saying that's just an example.
Okay. If I gave you an example of a lesbian doing something wrong in a woman's restroom, should it follow that lesbians shouldn't use the woman's restroom?
Well, she's a biological woman.
Okay, so then stick to that argument. Don't try to use association fallacies. Okay, so
I mean, she should be allowed to use the woman's restroom. Yeah, so I mean, she's a biological woman.
okay, so tell me why trans women should not use the women's restroom then.
Because they have a penis.
Okay, so wait, so you think trans women who have had bottom surgery are allowed?
Well, not even that.
Jesus
honestly,
Christ, bro, not the contradiction already.
not even that. No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
So,
be allowed
okay,
to.
so what is it about a trans woman who doesn't have a penis? Why shouldn't she use it?
Well, okay, that's a crazy topic because I like that is a topic where you're cutting off parts of your body, and that right there is just
Yeah.
mutilation.
Well, okay, are you mutilating yourself when you go get a haircut?
No, because that's hair. It grows back.
Okay. Oh, so it's only mutilation if it comes back. If it doesn't come back,
It grows
so
back.
if it grows, so if your hair, if you went to the doctor, I'm sorry, Luke, wait, just to be clear, if your doctor told you that, hey, if you cut your hair, it won't grow back, right? Then it's mutilation to go to the barber shop.
It grows back.
I didn't ask you that. I asked if your hair, let's say you have a condition where if you cut your hair, it won't come back. Is it mutilation to get a haircut?
There's no condition like that. So
I'm gonna keep asking the question until you answer. Stop
It's
running.
not even an argument. That's a stupid
I'm
argument.
gonna keep asking the question. Is if you can't grow this part back, this hair back, and your doctor tells you that, right? And they say it won't grow back for whatever
That's
reason.
not
Let's
a-
say you're on
argument's not
let's say
real.
you're on cancer
I'm a
treatment.
realist.
Doesn't
I'm a
matter what it
realist. I'm
is.
not a fucking-
Okay, so I'm gonna keep asking you avoiding the question isn't gonna make me drop the question. Luke. I'm
I'm
going
not
to keep
avoiding
asking
it.
the
It's just
question.
It's not real.
Okay,
You're
so
asking-
that's why
it's not a
it's
real
a
question.
hypothetical, right? So cancer
Well, it's not
patient.
a
Wait, Luke.
hypothetical. That's just a stupid question.
Luke. So listen, there's alopecia, there's cancer patients, there's all these different. I can look up a whole bunch of different medical. So your doctor tells you if you cut your hair off, it won't come back. Is it mutilation to get a haircut?
Why am I getting muted by this woman?
Because you're okay. I'm gonna tell you why you're getting muted. There are 2 rules for muting. Okay. Rule number 1 is if you overtalk. Rule number 2 is if you fail to answer questions. Right. Right now you are failing to answer a question. Right. So the question is, if your hair could not grow back, I don't know why you're over talking. That's gonna get you muted if you don't answer it. The question was if you fail to if your hair would fail to grow back and you go and get a haircut, is that mutilation? Yes or no?
Look at that. I'm trying to answer. She's muting.
Go
me.
ahead.
What a great person you are.
You were talking in the middle of Carvin's question. Did you ever think of that?
This woman is such a fucking.
I don't know why why are you running from the question?
I'm not running. I'll tell
Okay, then answer.
you. So say if I have a beautiful flush full of hair,
Mhm.
right? And I don't want to get it cut. If I cut it, then it won't grow back, right?
Yes, that is
So I
that is it.
wouldn't cut it. No, I would not cut it.
Okay. So I'm asking you, would it be mutilation if you cut it? That was the question.
No.
Okay, so there's a contradiction now that we have. Okay, because under your view, somebody removing their wisdom teeth, somebody removing certain
not a body
skin
part.
off their that's a body part. Somebody removing their foreskin, right? All those are mutilation, right? Just to be clear, foreskin removal, circumcision is mutilation.
Yes, it is.
Is
But what about-
foreskin mutilation? Is foreskin circumcision? Is that mutilation?
Well, that's a different topic. That's totally different.
You know what? I have this conversation with you.
I have a question. Yeah, for real.
It's actually cleaner. It's actually
No,
cleaner.
no, that's been disproven.
No,
That's been
No, I'm not. Wait, none of that even matters. Is it mutilation?
No, I think it's just.
Is foreskin a
it's in
body
the
part?
Bible about it. Like,
Is foreskin a body part?
Yeah, it is.
Is
But
and you said if you remove a body part, it's mutilation, correct?
it's in the Bible about it.
I didn't ask if it was in the Bible. I asked, is removing a body part mutilation?
Well, as you're a baby when that happens.
I'm gonna keep asking the question: is it mutilation?
They do it. They do it.
Answer
They
the
do
question.
it.
Is it mutilation?
Diseases and stuff.
Is it mutilation? You said it's a body part. You agreed. You said it is removing a body part. You agreed. Is removing a body part mutilation?
No, it's not.
Okay, so you
Okay,
have
so
a
there's another
contradiction.
contradiction.
So it's okay, cool. So trans women did not mutilate themselves
That's just a
when they get
stupid
bottom
argument.
surgery.
No.
Now
Wait,
we're
okay.
gonna. So now that we've gotten away from the mutilation argument, and now you've conceded that trans women do not mutilate themselves when they get bottom
Stupid
surgery.
argument.
Now I'm gonna ask the question again. What is wrong with a trans woman who has had bottom surgery to use the woman's restroom? Go ahead.
You know, let them use the restroom.
Oh, hey.
But how can you prove that?
W. I love the concession. I appreciate that. Let's go.
And so
I was gonna say, if you've been circumcised, you had your gallbladder, your appendix removed, your wisdom teeth, then you also don't get to use the bathroom that you want by your own logic, friend.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Also, if they have a problem with like circumcision or any of the other things that you presented, ask them about people who get breast reductions.
I swear I was just gonna say that. That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Especially if they bring up children, like gender affirming care, an aspect of surgeries. Multiple minors get their breasts reduced because of pain, because it's beneficial.
Also, cis children get nose jobs and boob jobs all the time.
Yeah,
Actually.
sweet 16, here's your nose job.
Yep, and even younger sometimes. This is a very common thing. It's more common for cis kids to get gender affirming surgery.
Cis people use the most of gender affirming care. That's who is like the number one receiver of gender affirming care is cis het people.
Yup.
All right. So, all right. If you are opposition, hop in the guest request. I know a few people try to hop in the guest request to talk to that guy. If you are not opposition, please hop out the guest request. Thank you so much. Only one opposition up here. If you think trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose. All right. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. We're almost to our 75,000 like goal. Keep tapping. Tap that door. See if they'll let you in. Okay. Let's go. All right. Let's get the next person in here. Okay, I don't know which of these people are opposition, so I'm gonna clear the guest request for now, and only if you're opposition, join the guest request. Thank you.
Did y'all see the fireworks I was showing you guys earlier?
I did. They were so pretty.
It was a really good show. It was right on the river. Gorgeous.
Oh, you want seconds?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, how are you gonna know that if they had bottom surgery? Like,
Yeah,
nobody.
Well, presumably, what you're asking is that if the individual, you're placing a moral prescription on the individual.
No,
right.
but,
So
like,
you're
be a
saying,
realist.
hold on.
Fuck
Okay.
up.
You're putting a moral prescription on the individual, so they would know whether they have bottom surgery or not, and therefore they would know, under your view, which bathroom that they should use.
You are such a dumbass. I hate you.
Because you got
He had no rebuttal. He had no rebuttal. I love
and
it.
you're
No
fucking-
rebuttal.
You have no fucking argument.
You are literally
You're
such a
trash at
loser.
debating. Fucking quit.
Oh, you
You're
poor
so
sensitive
mad.
little
Whatever.
baby.
Go
woman.
fucking look at
Whatever.
yourself in the mirror
Look
and
at you.
tell you how much of a fucking failure you are.
No, I-
Tell yourself how
I'm
much
not
of a
failure.
fucking failure
I'm not a
you
failure.
are.
I make
You are.
hundreds of thousands a year. So shut the fuck up, little bitch. You're stupid.
Oh, bitch. Ooh, big boy words.
Yeah.
He's using big
Oh,
boy words
I
now.
like the little crash out. I love
You
it.
act as if we haven't heard that word every day of our goddamn
That is
lives.
so
You
fuck-
fucking baby.
That is so
fucking
retarded of you.
Try actually using a word that might actually hurt our
You're a
feelings.
fucking cuck. You're a beta male.
I'm an alpha male.
You're a fucking beta.
Bro said he's an
You're a
alpha
fucking
male.
beta.
Bro, put a little testosterone in your voice next
No,
time you try
no,
to say
no.
that, okay?
Turn your camera on, damn it.
Yeah, he gave us slur, so I dropped. All right, anyway.
Bye.
Oh.
Yeah, we know he used the slur, that's why he was removed.
I'm an alpha
male.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so alpha, I have to say slurs.
I'm a real
fucking.
You know what? I was talking to somebody like that earlier in a different live. I was on the panel. And I just started singing Crybaby Bitch to him. Like
Crybaby
Crybaby Bitch. Crybaby Bitch.
You need to do that in here, Ren.
But that's it. I just start singing. I just say random songs. Or I told, I'm sorry.
Oh,
We got
I'm
7
sorry,
other
let me
accounts.
get this
Well,
guy in
thanks
here.
for telling us the exact number so we can.
All right, Daniel. First of all, I'm gonna need you to
Turn
take
your
the
fucking
camera
camera
off.
off, please.
Can I get your age,
Don't
please?
ever do that shit again. Trigger
Hey, bro,
warning.
you promoting a
Hey,
delusion?
can I get your age real quick? You're muted. Daniel, I need your age before I drop you.
You can work the camera but can't work the microphone?
Bro, give us a drink.
Bro, I'm sorry, can I get your age, or were you trying to debate or not?
No, I was just saying.
Oh, you weren't trying to debate. This is the debate vibe, my guy. Trigger warning, sorry guys. I'm sorry you guys had to see that. I'm sorry.
Why the fuck would you put that fucking potato on our screen, Carbon?
I deserve some type
Financial
of like
compensation now.
compensation, so I need you to stand
Galaxy.
up, please.
Galaxies now.
Oh, I was gonna say it's just
All right,
stand
let's
up
get
on
some
camera.
debates in
Oh,
here.
okay.
Also, thank you, Git, for the $10 super chat. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what an ad hominem argument is. Yep, there you go. Hello, how you doing? How old are you? You're muted, my guy. Alrighty. Okay. Well, I don't think this
Lovely
guy
conversation.
knows that
Riveting.
he's up. Let's get the next person. Hello, can I get your age? Okay.
Oh, that
All right.
was premature. I'm sorry.
Well, that's everybody. If you're opposition, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Appreciate you.
Anyways, hi guys, hi Ren. I didn't get a chance to say hello to Ren and Void and hi Kevin.
Hold on real quick.
Hello?
I think Patty is in the request line. I think he has a year-long ban, doesn't he? Hold on, let me see. Yep, Patty has a year-long ban. Yep. Sorry,
You must
Patty.
have got it recently because I don't remember it.
Yeah, it was recent. It says.
Poor Patty. Thank you,
well,
Trisha.
not that Patty, not you.
Luke. See, beta male. Imagine giving money
He's
to
a
somebody who
sub,
crushed
let's
you in
go.
a debate. Hella submissive. Such a good little femboy.
He should pay for that lesson he just got.
Yeah.
Who should pay for that?
I don't know. I've never seen anybody pay for an ass whooping. That's insane.
Carbon?
Patty, yes. Listen, somebody paid $250 to kick you out last time. So, if you wanna come up, you gotta pay $250 to come back up. All right, Gio, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 28.
All right, can I get your argument?
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, they shouldn't be in the women's restroom because they're not born. They're not born female. If you're not born a female, you biologically aren't a woman.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
I'm not here to discuss the gray areas that you believe these people live in, and they exist in a gray area, man. You're either one thing or the other. You're either a man or a woman.
Yeah, so what's the argument that if you were born female, you ought not use that bathroom? What's the argument for that?
What do you mean? If you're born a female, you go to a women's restroom. If you're born a male,
Yeah,
That's the claim.
That's
We're
the
asking for
claim.
the
We're asking you
argument.
to support the claim.
exactly what I said. If you were born, if it says female on your birth
Claim.
certificate,
Yeah,
if you
but-
say
Need a
female,
supporting argument.
Gio, so listen,
whatever it
I
says
know,
on your birth certificate. there
Gio,
you go.
I understand what your argument is, or your claim is, right? If you are
Uh-huh.
born female, you ought not use the woman's restroom. Is that the claim, correct?
If you're born female, you need to use the woman's restroom. If you're born a male, if it says M on your birth certificate, you need to go.
I'm sorry, yeah. If you're not born female, you ought not use the woman's restroom. Sorry, yeah, that's your claim,
Yes,
right?
if it doesn't say F on your birth certificate, and you're not biologically a female, then no, you shouldn't.
Okay,
be-
do you have an argument to support that claim?
My argument is the F on the birth certificate.
Okay,
And
that's
then-
just repeating the claim.
not
I'm not
the
asking you to
claim.
repeat the claim. I'm asking you to support the claim.
That's my argument, bro. That's what
Do you know?
saying, why
I'm
they-
sorry. Do you know what an
That's my
argument? Okay, maybe we don't have the same understanding of what argument is. So an argument, so a claim is just a proposition. You know, X is
Yeah.
true. Okay.
You don't
An
have to-
argument. Hold on. Apparently you don't. So an argument is a sequence of premises that necessarily
Right.
leads you to the claim. Now, what led you
Yes.
to the claim that if you are not female, then you ought not use the woman's restroom? What led you to that claim?
My
What's the
argument
reasoning?
is if you're not biologically approved as a woman or a female at birth, right? If it doesn't say female, right? The doctors look at you and say, okay, you're a boy, you're a girl. If you're-
That's
on
the
your
claim.
birth certificate,
You're repeating the claim again,
biologically.
Gio.
That's what I mean.
Gio. You are repeating the claim. I'm not asking
I know
you to
that.
repeat the
That's
claim.
my
I'm asking you
argument.
to support.
So
So just to be
be an argument.
so just to be clear, you have nothing to support that argument, that claim.
I do.
Okay.
The F
What's
on the
that
birth
argument?
certificate or the N on the
Okay.
birth
Yeah,
certificate.
that's the claim. If they have an F on the birth certificate, then those are the only people who can use the woman's restroom. Why?
Yes, I mean you can. I mean you can be a male and walk into the woman's
No,
restroom.
I'm
But you're not
asking.
gonna
I'm
get.
asking
You're not gonna get
normatively whether they should. Why? What's the argument for that?
because you're gonna make other women.
Thank
If you're a
you.
man and you walk into the woman's, if you're a man and you walk into the woman's restroom, you're going to be. You're gonna make other women uncomfortable.
Okay, cool. Now we have an argument. Okay, so if
Real women uncomfortable.
I understood. So you think that okay, so first of all, that's just your semantics. I would say that you're trying to force a woman into a men's restroom, but that's just semantics. We're gonna get past that. Okay, so you're saying that if you are born male, then it follows from that that you're gonna make give me a second. If you are male, then it follows from that that you are going to make people who are not male, female, in the woman's restroom feel uncomfortable. That's your position, and that's the reason why.
Repeat that one more time.
So you're saying that if you're born male and you go into the woman's
Okay.
restroom, you are that's
Yes.
going to make them feel uncomfortable. That's the reason why you shouldn't use it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to need support for that claim because I look at studies and polls that say that's actually the exact opposite. Women are actually more likely to support trans women using the women's restroom than men are. In fact, I have a
Well,
poll from Pew Research: 55% of women compared to 45% of men support trans women using the women's restroom.
okay. Why? Okay. So, okay. There probably is some women that probably wouldn't mind it, right? I mean,
Most.
there's nothing that's 100. There's nothing that's 100% on either side, right?
Yeah, but you said it
I,
makes them uncomfortable. Like,
yeah.
what
So it
percent?
makes
Like,
a
if
lot
it
of
made,
women.
like, if it
I
made, if
can't tell that percent.
100% of women were in support of it, then it wouldn't be wrong, right?
Yeah, I don't have an exact number because I don't know everyone, But what I can say is there's a lot of women that would be uncomfortable with a man, whether it's a man that is transitioned into a trans woman or an actual man that walks in there. There's women that believe that only women, biological
Yeah.
women, should be in the women's.
But there's also
restroom.
women who also believe that trans women should be allowed to use the women's restroom. So which do we?
I don't think that we should force, like, for example, if you're a trans woman or a trans man, I don't think that we should just force them into.
We're not
Just
forcing
because.
anyone. It's a public restroom. People are using the restroom that they choose.
Yeah, it's a public restroom, but once again, if I walk into the women's restroom, women are going to start screaming, right? And
They
if, and
might.
if I walk into a man's restroom, they're going to.
Yeah, but if a trans woman went into a men's restroom, men would be uncomfortable. If somebody who looked like Megan Fox is like
Some
walking
men
in,
would,
and
some men
yeah, so
wouldn't.
like, does
Some
that follow
men
that
would
she
be
shouldn't
okay.
use the men's restroom then?
I feel like to cause less confusion and less pushback. I mean, look, when you if everything goes as normal, there's no problem, right? Like if I'm a man, I go to the men's restroom. You're a man, we go to the men's restroom. There's no problem there, right? We see men in there, we take our piss and we leave, right? Same thing with women, right?
Yeah, same
When
with
we start
trans women
forcing
though.
when we start forcing these people that are in this gray area into spaces of like men and women, right? When men and women spaces, it can make people uncomfortable. So instead of making people uncomfortable, or some people that are cool with it, right? Because it's mixed on both sides, right? I just say just give them their own bathroom, if anything, or just make a public bathroom for everybody. It don't even have to be limited.
I mean, you'd have like 10. Okay, you'd have to have a straight bathroom, a lesbian bathroom, a gay man bathroom, a trans bathroom, a non-trans bathroom, a cisgender
Nah,
bathroom.
just make a bathroom for everybody.
Yeah, well, that's called gender
Just make a
neutral.
bathroom for
That's
everybody.
we're fine
Can I
with
ask a
gender neutral
question?
bathrooms, but we're talking about situations
Yeah,
where you have
that's
a men
fine.
and
I feel
women's
like
restroom. What reason would we have for a trans man not using a men's restroom or a trans woman not using a woman's restroom? And you're saying by virtue of the fact that it's going to make some people uncomfortable. Now,
A
that's
lot of people uncomfortable.
well, I mean, minority, but like, let's just say it was a majority. Let's just say it was a majority. Like, what would be? How would that be a motivating? How would that be an obligation on the trans woman?
No, I'm not saying that's an obligation on a trans woman, right? The trans woman can go to whatever bathroom he or she wants to, right?
Yeah.
But when if you see somebody in there that recognizes that, hey, you're very manly looking, or hey, you might be a man, that can make some, it could cause a commotion. So instead of disrupting, like, that's what I'm saying, like, instead of, you can walk into these bathrooms if you want, but if you get some pushback from people that are in there, or some women start looking at you crazy and start, grabbing their purse and want to leave out of there, or start complaining, then you can't,
So if you
that's what
have
I'm saying,
somebody who
instead of
was
that-
born, so if you have somebody who is a cisgender woman, she's not trans, she is assigned female at birth, and she just looks to most people as if she's
Like
a
a
man.
bush lesbian.
Yeah, and she walks in there in the women's restroom, that would also make those women uncomfortable too, right?
No, because that's biologically a woman.
But you said the
No,
reason
do you
why
know
we
what
should make the distinction
No,
is
it's not.
based.
Just
But you're
because
saying the
of
reason
looks,
why
it's
the
just because of what you actually are.
yeah, but
How would
you're
you
saying the
know?
reason why somebody is making such a
That's not the
distinction.
only reason.
Well, that's the only argument you've given me, is that the reason why we should draw this line is based off of people's comfortability level, right? So there's a lot of
Yes.
women, like Trump supporters, think fucking Michelle Obama is like a trans woman, right?
Mhm.
And they're not convinced that Brittany Griner is like a cisgender woman. Like they don't have a good clock, right? They don't know what a woman is, right? So
Yes.
when those people walk into the women's restroom, right?
Yes.
They're, those little Trump supporters, those TERFs or whatever, they're gonna feel uncomfortable, right? So but you wouldn't say that would obligate the cis woman to exclude
Well,
themselves.
but the thing is, we know Brittany Griner and Michelle Obama are actual women, though. We know that for a complete fact. We know
There's
this.
so many people who don't
That's my
know that.
question.
They're not
They're
trans
delusional.
women. What?
What
They're
bathroom do you think this person should have used? You.
I can't really see. It's
You're
kind of
about
small.
to.
Nikki tutorials. Let me pull the picture up.
I don't know. That person has on a lot of makeup, so I can't really. I mean, the person has feminine features. I'm pretty sure, like, if that person walked into the bathroom, it wouldn't be that much of a commotion because that's a feminine looking person. So if that's a dude, then you'll probably get away with it. If you know, like I said, if you look like that, you probably get away with it. You won't get noticed. But at the same time, the people that do notice or do know, right? They do know. You're gonna make them uncomfortable. I would be extremely uncomfortable if I was a woman and I was in a woman's bathroom, where, like I said, the woman's bathroom is a safe space for women.
Imagine mansplaining what it feels like to be a woman.
Yeah.
No, I'm not mansplaining. I'm not mansplaining at all.
You are mansplaining. I'm going to explain something very, very, very simple, right?
Wait, so you guys speak for
the
all
reason
women?
I speak
Or
for
you-
majority. I speak for the majority of women. Yes.
How, how can you do that? And the majority of women are not.
because
You're speaking for
the
you.
source
Speak
that
for you,
Carbon,
but-
the source that Carbon gave you, literally proved that a majority of women support trans women using the bathroom. So by me speaking my opinion, agreeing, I'm literally speaking for majority of women statistically. Anyway, the reason trans women use the women's restroom is to escape harassment from cis men. They want the bathroom for the same reason that cis women do, to be away from fucking men.
The safe space for women. Yes, that's what I was saying.
Right, and trans women are women.
Yeah, I said it was a space. The women's bathroom is a safe space. It's a safe space away
No,
from
it's
men.
not. Bathrooms are not safe spaces.
They are
They're
safe
just a
space for
place
women.
to go and get rid of waste.
Okay, so when you go
and
to a
Gio,
bar,
I think it's absolutely insane to you that you
What?
think me nor Void can speak for women when you think you have more of an authority to speak for women.
Oh,
you are a man.
Hold on. Yes.
You
Yes.
do
and
not get to
I'm a
speak
man
for
that's been
women
around
over
plenty
us.
of
We
women.
are women,
Okay.
therefore we get to speak
Okay, so
for
answer this
women.
question. Okay, I understand you're a woman, right? Okay, so that's fine. I've been around hundreds of women, right?
That does
when
not
you go to a
give
bar,
you any knowledge on
Yeah.
what it means to be a woman. And you
okay,
do
I'm not
have
saying
a
I know
man
what it means
say
to be a woman.
What it means to be a woman. And especially thinking that you have more of an authority over me and Void. Or Ren. Yes, Ren's here too, but Ren hasn't been talking as much. But I find it absolutely insane to me
Yes.
that you think that you have more of an authority, and for you to have the audacity to say to Void why she gets to speak for women, because she is a woman.
That's fine. And that's completely fine. So answer me this. And if this is not true, then I'll drop myself off the panel. When you go to a bar or you go to a club and there's a gang of dudes around, drunk, inebriated dudes that are just drunk out of their minds, whatever, right? And you need a space to go away from them, where do you go to?
Fucking
Home.
home.
I go home.
Okay, so
I
we're gonna
know,
gonna
Gio,
lie
the
now.
moment
So, okay.
that I
All right.
walk out my
Wait. Yeah. You asked it the
I'll
fucking
drop it
question, right?
You're being disingenuous. I'll drop it.
No. Sit the fuck up here for a second. You fucking pussy. Anyway.
Let me say something though.
I find it insane.
That
Oh, sorry,
argument is ableist. I don't think people realize just how ableist their argument is, though, too, right? Because what happens if you're disabled and you need to go to the restroom, but you need assistance, and the assistant, the person that's helping you, is the opposite gender? You have to choose a bathroom to go into. So either the man is going in the woman's room or the woman is going in the man's room, and that's just the way it's gonna have to be.
Have a cookie
And I
crumble.
say that, right? And I say that from a place of experience, right? Not my opinion.
From lived experience.
So, lived experience. The reality of it is, most people do not care.
As long as you're not being fucking weird, nobody gives a literal fuck where you shit and piss.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Also, to answer his question, I don't see a safe space the moment I walk out my door, because as a woman who has been marginalized and sexualized and harmed my entire life, catcalled, all the things that it comes with the territory of being a woman since the age of maybe 4 years old. I know the moment I walk out my door, I am at risk.
Right.
So going into a bathroom in a bar ain't gonna do shit, because if someone's going to assault me, a fucking bathroom isn't going to stop them. They're going to come in and assault me. But the thing about people who like to assault people, they don't typically do that because that's an unsafe situation for them, because there's going to be witnesses. You don't know the tactics of the person, the behaviors, how they'll handle a situation, because the majority of these type of crimes happen by someone you know, typically your father, your husband, or an uncle.
That's what I was going to add. That, like, women don't have a safe space in society, right? No matter where the fuck we go, we are always a target for men, okay? At the home, like, that's the most likely place, is at the home. Okay?
And even
when
then,
you step
it's
out in
not fully
public,
safe.
that's what I'm saying. We don't have a safe space in society. We can be attacked literally anywhere for the simple fact of being a woman. Women do not have safe spaces. We don't.
Nope. Void, have you ever gone to a concert?
Yes, as a child, but not as like an adult. But yeah.
But okay, how often have you been in a place where the woman's bathroom line is so long?
Every fucking time.
And what do? Where do you
I
go?
go to the fucking men's bathroom because I have to pee.
I've been doing that since I was a little girl. I remember going to the drive-through theater, the drive-in theater. How many times my mom and me would just skip the damn line and we'd go to the men's restroom because there was no one
Mind
in there.
you,
Oh my God.
I went alone. Like, I didn't have to have like just a gang of girls. I just went a fucking alone, did my business, and went
We're
on
not
about
as weak and fragile as you think. You're like, yes, these crimes are committed against us at a huge rate.
Just
but
because
guess
y'all
what?
target us doesn't mean we're weak.
No, we can defend ourselves. We can. I'm sorry, but Papa raised a smart woman that carries, okay? So, fuck around and
Granny
find
ain't
out.
raised no bitch.
So okay.
Nope.
So I'm back, and I understand that you guys are being disingenuous. So now I'm gonna hope that you guys have got it together. And I
Gio,
will
we
say
weren't
this.
being disingenuous.
No, so
This
you
is the
come-
reality
wait, wait,
of a
You
life
come
of a
back
woman.
here to have a conversation, and the
Yes.
first thing you fucking do is call us disingenuous because we answered your fucking question and you didn't like the goddamn answer?
Wild
Get the
world.
fuck out of
You
here.
mansplained to us what it's like to be a woman. Ask us a specific question. We answer it specifically. And you didn't like it. I'm sorry that the world and the society that we live in does not give us safe spaces.
cool.
And
That
we
doesn't-
Sorry you
recognize
didn't-
that.
sorry you
We
didn't have a script for our
recognize
answer.
that bathrooms are not a safe space for us. There is not a singular safe space in this world for women.
Okay, did
Why the majority of cis women stand by trans women?
Right.
Because we know how unsafe it is to be a woman.
Okay, so then did you not just tell me that you're okay with trans women using the bathroom, cis women are, because it's a safe space away from men. It's a space away from cis men.
It's
You
not
said
the
that.
space. It's not the space. It's us together.
Together in a space that doesn't include men.
They're going to still come in there. If someone wants to assault someone, they're still going to come in there.
It's gonna be
But
hard
guess
to
what?
assault
There's
somebody
going
with
to be
12 women
less
in the
likely of
bathroom.
a chance if there are multiple women. Because if a man walks in and there are
Right,
3 cis women, 3 trans women, guess what? He's gonna get his shit fucking rocked.
Right. So
Wait, did you not see that video of that woman being dragged away at like the train station and there were like 10 guys who had to stop the fucking dude? Men don't give a fuck if people are around. Predators are going to prey on people. That's a simple fucking fact.
Yeah,
I'm
but
so
they
tired of this like,
people by themselves.
if there's people around, you'll be protected. No, nobody fucking protects us besides us.
Yep.
Men don't care.
Right, and so where's the largest concentration of women? If you go to a bar, you go to any club, the largest concentration of just
That's
women
because
altogether
we're
is in the
looking at
bathroom.
ourselves and putting fucking lip gloss on.
Right.
Be so for real.
Right.
We're taking selfies.
You guys are
we're
taking
fucking
selfies.
talking.
Wait, so Gio, you've
Are
been
you kidding
to
me?
wait, hold
It's
on,
not
Gio,
about being
you've
safe. It's because we have to pee every 3 seconds.
You-
because of these
you-
tiny little fucking bladders.
Gio, you've
What?
been to a bar, so and you probably, I don't know if you live in a city, but like you've been to a bar, you've seen a group of like cis women, you've seen like maybe a trans woman in that group, and they all go into the women's restroom. You're telling me that that's a wrong thing that they just did, even that they all went in
I'm
there.
not looking to see who.
I didn't ask you if you were
I'm not
looking.
looking
I'm just saying, would you
trans,
think
bro.
that that would be a wrong thing?
If you can look, if you're able to blend in and nobody's gonna notice, then go ahead. I mean, do whatever you want to go do.
You don't
right?
even have to blend it. Wait, you've been to a bar, you've seen
They're blending
you've
in.
seen,
That's
wait,
what they're men
wait,
blending
you've
in.
seen gay men go into a women's restroom with their girlfriends
seen
or
that.
whatever.
No, I've never seen that.
I've seen it a few
I've never
times
seen
at bars.
I don't see that too often.
Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna be
like,
honest with you.
okay, so if you saw that, where it's like a bunch of women and there's like their gay friend and they
I
all
would be
go in the
against
women's
it.
restroom, you'd be like, hey man, I want you going in there with your friends. That's what you
No,
would
I'm
say.
not gonna. No, because I don't get paid to tell people where to go to, right? So if I worked at the bar,
But why
right,
why
I
is
would maybe
why
if
what
I
they
worked
doing
there,
wrong?
but no.
Why is what they doing
If
wrong?
I
I don't
seen
understand.
that, I guarantee if the dude walked in there, I guarantee there would be a lot of women that would be like, "Hey, this dude needs to get the F
No,
out." There'd
usually
probably be
that's
some
not what
women that would be
happens.
like, "Oh, it's cool with him." Hey, once again, hey, look, I don't pay attention to where men go to use the bathroom. I pay attention to where I go to use the bathroom, you know. But like I said, if some women are okay because there are some GAY dudes that, you know, those be the dudes that turn the whole group up for the women. So, you know, they probably are cool with them going in there. I don't know.
Hold on.
But there's women that are against it too.
Yeah,
You know?
because you keep
What's up?
talking, but here's the thing that I'm not understanding. When you go to the bathroom, do you be looking all in people's faces and stuff and what they doing?
No, because I'm in the men's bathroom.
Does it matter which bathroom? Because you're talking about trans women. What about trans men?
I'm not looking at men when I go to the bathroom. I'm looking at the stall and
Right.
I'm
So
washing
why
my
would
hands
it
and leaving.
matter? You're going to use the bathroom and get
20
hopefully
YouTube
wash your
memberships equals
hands
how long
and
will
get
the
out.
ban?
Okay, so Rapture, me being a grown man, right? If you're telling me it's okay
What's
for
one
me,
membership
it doesn't
price?
matter
It's
where
like what,
people
$2.99?
pee at, right? But then if I go into the women's bathroom tomorrow at the bar, right, just to go, I walk in there, I'm gonna get,
Meat checking in
Oh
the bathroom.
shit.
you feel me? They do. You said what?
Are you meat
Women are gonna freak
checking
out.
in the bathroom?
You one of them people that
Be honest.
you go to the one right
Verillion,
next
thank
to
you
the
for the
other one.
25 gifted subs.
Is that a year?
Holy shit, Verillion. Oh my god, that's a year long ban.
I had to ask Santana's question.
I was the bathroom secretary.
Like, no, like he one of them people that probably be at the urinal. He
Bro's
go
the
to the one right
washroom
next to
warrior.
it. He go to the one right next to the person that's in there. Like he be all uncomfortable looking in the urinal.
He definitely goes next to the person using the
Bro,
urinal.
peeking over, like there's 5 other
Yeah.
urinals. He's like, "Yeah, bro. Making sure you're
Damn, you're
actually male,
blessed.
bro.
Nah,
Why
he's
you
definitely
standing? Why do
he's
you
not.
stand? How do you stand so far away from the urinal, bro? Like, can I check it out?
Like, are you mad that it's big?
Somebody said Piss Patrol, and now I'm thinking Piss Patrol.
Piss Patrol.
Not Piss
In the
Patrol.
same tune as Paw Patrol.
Thank you so much,
Nonsense.
Verillion. Appreciate you, Verillion.
W
Thank you.
Verillion.
Yeah, if you're
W
opposition, go ahead and hop
Verillion.
on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. 25 female approved subs. There you go.
W.
We'll get the next person up in here. Can I get your age? Hello, can I get your age?
It's gonna be a slur.
Hello?
3, 2.
There
Bye.
you go. Bye-bye. Why is Jose putting his age in chat? Danny, thank you for the heart me. The average time spent in the bathroom typically ranges from 45 seconds to 2 minutes. There you go.
That is not enough time to wash your
I
hands, y'all
swear,
nasty.
that's nasty. I was like 45 seconds.
Like,
How?
hello?
How
Yeah, at
you
least
even
half
get
of that to like wash your hands. So what are you going on?
Hey,
Right.
Gio, any man who has the need and feels the need to share that they are well endowed
It's
are in
not.
fact not well endowed. I'm
From
sorry. Men with
experience.
actual like well endowed PPs never talk about it.
Like Carbon.
Or they make jokes about how small they are.
Like Carbon. See?
Speaking of that, do you need some meat checking, Carbon?
Oh, never mind. I'll check it any day. With pleasure, with gratitude, with excitement, with pleasure.
Not the speed
Lots
run to
and
the
lots of
bathroom.
pleasure.
All right, if you
Speaking of
are
Jose.
opposition, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much, everybody else. I think you know what? I'm gonna challenge the fuck out of y'all. I'm gonna challenge y'all tonight. Okay. Here's the challenge. I bet you motherfuckers cannot hit 100,000 likes in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Wait, hey, I gotta go. Hold on. Wait. Don't start yet. Let me get a timer. Online timer. I bet
Yes,
I'm gonna
Yes,
start
I
it.
can. We're watching Meat tonight. Do you want to
Yes,
volunteer?
we are watching Carbon's Meat.
That's crazy. Start now. 2
Closely.
minutes. Let's go.
Money gun. Woo.
I just happened to go to a website where the timer was automatically a 2-minute timer to count down.
Hold on,
That's
give me 2
crazy.
seconds.
All right, let's go. 2 minutes. Y'all got
Bet.
1 minute and 45 seconds to get to 100K. Let's go.
Wait, no, restart it.
Nope.
Yes.
Let's go. What the hell? Let's go. We're at 87. Carbon Santana meat checker. What? Not the collab. Not the collab. All right, we're at 88. Okay, y'all got 1 minute, 20 seconds. We're almost there. Can we do it? If we can't get to 100K, I'm ending the live.
He's lying to you.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
At
you are.
92. You got 1 minute. Let's go.
How do you get on Carbon's Meat Crew?
That's crazy. All right, we got 50 seconds. Oh shit. I think they might. Oh wait. Oh shit. 97K. 45. Not you tap. Oh
Trying to tap
shit. They got
something, bro.
100. That's crazy. So it only took 1 minute and 20 seconds.
My fucking hand hurts.
Well, congratulations. Holy shit.
Don't ask why I was muted.
W everybody, thank you so much for the 100,000 likes. Now we can bring up your hand on fire. Oh, were you tapping the screen
Yes.
or wrists were
With
smoking?
assistance. Wrists were fucking with crazy.
My wrists were smoking.
I will say
Holy
that is
shit.
the quickest I've seen like a live get like 20,000 likes.
All right, y'all. If you are opposition, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to have you up here in a pejorative sense. Thank you so much. 125. Right-wing people are obsessed with strangers' trousers. Yep, exactly. Like the drag topic. There's a drag topic. We could do that too.
Yeah.
Wait, we're checking trousers? Can I check your trousers?
Wow.
All right, let's get some debates in here. Carbon was like 100K or else. Yeah, the duck fucking emoji. Mr. Oakley for the 30 bits. Are you seeing last comment?
No. Santana. Thank you, Grandmaster.
No, I don't see
Appreciate you. W.
Yo, W
Damn.
Grandmaster.
W.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
Grandmaster, you know what to do.
Let me see if you have more than me. Oh shit, I'm at 10K. Holy fuck.
Yeah, thanks to Grandmaster.
What's in the
We're
pants?
for like 4 whales. Yeah, what's in the pants, Carbon? Can I find out?
450.
For
450,
$4.50.
Oh my god.
Oh. You see?
450 people watching. If you think that drag is wrong, go and hop on in the guest request. We would absolutely love to hear your dog shit argument. Let's go. Yeah. That guest request.
I'm still over here tapping the screen.
Ren.
Okay, who just sent me $4.50? Who the fuck just sent me that on Venmo? Elijah, I sent you a request. Don't run from the
That wasn't
request.
me, anyway.
Was that Witchy?
Can you check
Yeah.
it, please? Can you
Let me
check
see.
for me?
Hold on. Witchy with the $4.50. What's in the trousers?
Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so Carbon, I'm actually
Crazy
really mad
work.
at you. You've been kind of avoiding dropping the OF link, and it's getting annoying. I've been
Crazy.
waiting. Crazy. What's
Mr.
crazy
Oakley,
is
thank you for the 30
you
bits.
dropped it yet.
Elijah, I sent you a request. Who
I
else
guess
sent? Matt, I
Santana's
sent you a
on
request as
fans
well.
too. Oh God.
I'm just sitting here trying not
Big
to
meaty
interrupt.
men slapping meat. Santana, what are you texting me, bro? What you not you, Matt, the other Matt. What you out here texting?
Imagine your wife just sees that with no context.
Oh my
She's
god,
like,
bro.
Santana, what is this?
What is this fucking emoji of Luigi twerking on my Twitch screen right now?
What?
Y'all see this shit? Mr. Oakby. Alright. And he said Santana to get
Bro, Luigi throwing cheeks.
You see it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, if you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on. What is this playbook thing? I've never seen this before.
What?
Playbook. Let guests show off their oh, it's like all the little talent showdowns.
I can
Trivia
show you
time,
something of talent.
Scavenger hunt, bottle backs elimination. It's showtime. Let's go party tonight. Battle of the best. Take me out. Interesting.
Carvin, can I show you my talent?
Wear spandex one day, showing without showing.
Okay, I see. Please, Santana, come up just for 5 minutes, I beg.
He's not allowed right now. It's past his curfew.
Coward.
Alright, where y'all at before I have to restart the motherfucking live? Come on. You think drag is wrong? Go and hop on the guest request.
Can we please go back to the breastfeeding since y'all?
I wasn't getting any debates on it.
Change it to chest feeding, and I promise you will.
Chest feeding. And they'll just come on. It's called breasts, not chests.
Okay, yeah, sure. Semantics. Why is it wrong?
Come on, phobes. You know you want to defend your bigotry. Do the abortion one.
Abortion is good.
Abortion gets my blood pressure, I think, because like.
Fuck you. That's why.
Yeah, fuck you.
Call it oral
Mommy
milk.
said change it,
Bro, what?
Brad.
Jose, I don't think you're opposition. Are you opposition or no? Are you? Is he opposition?
Girl, how am I supposed to know?
I'm asking Jose. Jose. I'm a liberal. Okay, you're not opposition. Why are you trying to join?
Not necessarily.
Alright, let's try this guy.
B. Abortions get your blood flowing.
Clotting too.
Clotting. Yeah.
W.
Because I love you guys. Okay, love us in the chat. Appreciate you, man. Alright, let's try this Hydra person. Hydra, how old are you? It's a troll watch.
I'm 18.
Alright, what's your argument? You're off the app, I won't be able to hear you, and you're muted, won't be able to hear you. You have 5 seconds, come back to the app. 5,
I love you.
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I dropped him first.
No, you didn't. I did. That's why you said that. Because you're mad I got to it first. It's literally my job. I love you.
What was it scary, Lovey?
You doing that song from
Wolf Wall Street.
Thank you, yes.
There's there's an independent like EDM song. I think it's called Tortuga.
Mm-hmm.
It has that on it. It's like
Yep,
it's
I
so
know.
it goes fucking I love it.
I low-key thought it was Over the Misty Mountains from The Hobbit.
Oh, valid, yeah.
I drank my horchata warm because fuck ice. Yeah.
What is wrong with? Okay, I can see it. Warm hot chocolate is okay, but I prefer iced for sure.
Oh my god.
What's up, Garvin?
What up, Forest through the trees? Let's go.
Let me tell you why drag is wrong.
Go ahead.
Drag racers go way too fast.
Haven't heard this one.
They need fuck.
Wait, did she say this last time?
Forrest, yeah, bro, come on.
Them damn draggers.
Stop it right now.
Illegal.
Hey, I said it first, Grandmaster. Don't try to copy me. All right.
Forrest, did you ever add me on Discord so I can send you?
Hard R.
Damn draggers is crazy.
That sounds like a slut.
It sounds like the worst kind of stuff. But it's only like in the South. Only in the South do they use this.
Yeah. We have to claim that before they do, because when they do it, then we can't say it. Okay.
They appropriated their own word back. Hold on, I'm about to do it right now.
Bro, it's been like a week. Come on. Go with it.
Not the truck. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Grandmaster.
No!
No, that's a little too close.
Wrong for whom? Is it wrong to
Somebody said copyright that.
you? Drags need not apply. Yeah.
Ew.
That's crazy. Drag. Oh my god. I tried to get on Bob the Drag Queens because he's been up here sometimes, but I tried to get on his live a couple nights ago. But he had too many people in the requests.
So,
oh my god.
Actually, I'm gonna invite him, see if he wants to come up since we're talking about drag.
Could you imagine? I'm so sorry. I would so fangirl. I'm so sorry.
You haven't seen him up on? He's been up here before, like a lot of times.
I've never spoke to Bob.
Yeah,
Ever.
and he's worse than y'all. The way, like, he'll be like, you know what, Carbon? When this live over, I'm gonna hit you up. I'm like, bro.
And you say no?
He's worse than y'all.
First of all, the thing is about Bob, right? She can do both. She can give you femme, she can give you mask.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you ain't going for it. Lord knows I would if she swung this way. Plus, she's funny.
Yeah. Bob Raiden. I think if we restart with this topic, we'll get at least like 3 debates on it. Maybe 4.
Yeah, but then like...
Yeah, then we'll
all
lose
of your
all our
viewership is gonna go.
likes. I think, well, okay, let's do a poll and see how many people will be here if I restart. Because I want to see how many people are here. Because it says 400, but I'm imagining it's like 200. Half these motherfuckers are asleep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of people have been sipping, so they might be kind of,
that's true.
you know.
Everybody's starting to follow me because I'm saying that I'm restarting. I just got here. I'm not here. I'll be here. I'm asleep. Should I do a poll? I can't. I forgot to do a poll. It's been so long since I did a poll.
Are you okay? Your brain is going like 1,000 miles in like 5
You
seconds.
leave him alone right now, Void. You leave this poor
I have
ADHD boy
ADHD too,
alone.
but
Okay, so quick poll. So the happy face is I'm coming back. Sad face, the crying face is I'm not. Go ahead. I'm coming back. If he restarts, I'm not coming back. There you go.
Who's
Chad, I
actually
got my
voting no?
first work from home job finally. Fuck yeah, let's go.
If Carbon would notice it.
Yeah, this
Wow.
is it. Fuck you, Carbon.
Banned. Blocked.
Okay, we got 70 so 69. Nice. Oh, 70. Okay.
I hope
Okay.
you step on one of your children's Legos.
See, look at this shit. There's 400 people and only 70 people are coming back if I restart. Should I even restart? Like,
Yes.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, banned for ableism, Void.
Ableism. Is it ableist if I have the same disability?
eh.
Do you need to see my prescription for Concerta?
To be fair, Void, ADHD presents differently in men versus women.
Yeah, right. Women are underdiagnosed. The fact that I was able to get diagnosed early is a miracle.
I was also diagnosed super young, but girls also tend to mask harder because
Yeah.
of society.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you're an ADHDer.
You also
I
can
thought you were gonna call me an idiot. I was like, damn. I was like, okay, whatever. My bad.
Garrett just coming out swinging.
Alright.
Yeah, well, you're an idiot. Somebody, no. Somebing with the name Dragger just joined.
Oh my god, of course. Can we not come up with that?
What I was going to say, you absolutely can be ableist.
Yeah.
Even if you have a disability, you can.
But can I be ableist to my own disability?
I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can women
like-
be can you have internalized misogyny?
You right.
Yeah, look at Uncle Ruckus.
I don't know who that is.
Oh.
You know
never
who
seen
Uncle
Boondocks?
Ruckus is?
No.
You're making
Yeah.
us look bad.
Never seen Boondocks.
Okay. If it's from, I feel like I can't watch Boondocks. I'm not even going to lie. Like, I personally would not feel comfortable watching Boondocks.
You know who Jesse Lee Peterson is?
No.
Candace Owens.
Yeah.
All right.
Like you should have went for the low hanging fruit first.
Yeah.
Candace Owens. Low-hanging
Yeah.
fruit. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give it about a minute. If we don't get a request, then I'll restart with this topic. We should get a few more debates by restarting. Jesus, not a
I just saw that. Oh my god.
I gotta. Where did hasn't been here a while. We had a few drag queens who've been in the Twitch chat, but they haven't been here in a while.
Parker, you just said I'm too polite. I'm trying not to, because you know I bogart and talk. I'm trying to be cool because probably didn't have to let me be here, so I'm trying to be cool.
Oh no, Ren, if Carbon is mean to you, I will drop him.
Damn. It's
Yeah.
live.
How's that work?
What the hell? Like this?
We'll take all of the viewers with us. Like, we'll drop in the just.
Okay.
Okay, just to clarify. Hey chat, who's here for me, for mother?
Bye.
Damn.
No, she gonna take me down too. You watch.
Everyone, see, point proven.
Okay,
so
bye.
my case rests. Ren, I got you.
Okay. I'll just be here chilling. Because it is like 3 o'clock in the morning and shit.
Is he related
Also
to
just-
Jordan Peterson? Absolutely not.
Oh,
Jesse
hell
Lee
no.
Peterson. He's
Thank
the amazing that guy.
Thank you for the love, guys.
Jordan Peterson is weird. Like, that's that guy. Wasn't he on, like, Jubilee or something? I don't know. He's a
What do you
weirdo.
mean by dude?
Would you please check Snapchat?
Do you believe in God, Jordan Peterson? What do you mean by dude? What do you mean by you?
I got you.
Thank you.
Jordan Lee Peterson isn't real. Jubilee had Candace on, yeah. All right. Okay. So it looks like it's not sending us out in For You page. So we're gonna do a quick restart so we can get some back out. So everybody watching, I want you back in here. We're gonna restart in about 20 seconds. So I want you back in here in about 20 seconds. And then tapping away at that screen, and we'll get a couple more debates for you guys. So I'll see you guys in about 20 seconds. Thank you so much. Be right back. I'm restarting the live. Okay. Okay. All right, we're back. Steffers first. Let's go. What debate are there on now? We're debating drag. All right. Did I make it? No, you're not here. This is AI Carbon. Sorry. Bot Slayer, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you. Kit, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Welcome back, everybody. You think it's gonna like slow down right at like 74? Because that's the exact amount of people who said they would come back. Let's see if it does that. Oh, well, I got a few more. Johnny D with the heart. Let's go. Only send gifts so you can see my name at this point. Oh shit. We're going to 400. All right, I like it. Optimism. I like it. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Jody. Thank you for the rose. Only army people will understand that one. All right, let's get some debates in here, folks. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What we got in this motherfucker? Okay. We got in this motherfucker. Oh, we got Weston. Weston hates drag. Everybody, Weston thinks that people who do drag should be arrested. Isn't that right, Weston?
I 100% agree. I think it's the worst thing ever.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, you were that's
say?
right. You were there on that live last night. That shit was funny.
What'd you say, Wood?
Oh,
Oh, no, I'm
fight
trying to
words.
joke. Fight North, yeah, sure.
No, I'm dead ass.
You're dead? That's crazy.
Man, that's wild, bro.
And you're an ass? That's
Well, welcome
all,
back,
bro.
everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. If you think drag is wrong, what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and hit that request button. We would definitely love to hear your position. So,
I love it pejorative.
Wait,
Yeah.
haven't I kicked Weston before just because they annoyed me?
You know what? You know what? This reminds me. You know what this reminds me of?
Mm.
No, I
It reminds
don't.
me of George Santos. George Santos, he did drag in Brazil.
Yeah,
He's
he
in
did.
jail
Yeah.
right now. Like, then he get locked up.
I thought he was out.
They
He
won't
didn't
let
get any
me
jail time.
pass.
Kit, thank you so much for the community fest. Appreciate you.
Oh no, he got 87 months in prison actually for felony check fraud, wire fraud, and aggravated identity theft. Wow, that's crazy.
Got 7 years.
Damn.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get some debates in here. We're gonna let up our first guest here. Can I get your name real quick? I'm sorry, your age real quick, not your name. Or no, your name. Okay, well,
Are you about to get hit by a train? I think you should move. Move out the way.
Playing chicken with the train.
all right, if you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. If you don't think it's wrong, please do not send a guest request. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person in here. Dutch, you are live. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 25.
All right, what's your argument?
It's diabolical.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, diabolically, like, fabulous, but what's the argument for why it's wrong?
It's just not for kids.
What's the argument?
Well, I mean, it's just wrong. I mean, think about it. I mean,
Thank you. Thank you for restating the claim. We're trying to figure out why it's wrong.
the argument is what it is in itself. What the drag is.
Girl, what?
What it is. So showing that to kids.
It
young
is what it
kids.
Blowing my mind right now, Dutch Sweats. You are a philosophical
So
genius.
convincing. Oh my gosh, I've never been able to be so open-minded before in my life until
Bro, you need like some kind of fucking prize or some
Dropping
shit.
absolute facts.
Diabolical.
Nobel Prize in philosophy, man.
Yeah.
Just it by itself.
Yeah.
shouldn't
It's
be
just
around
it's
kids
just because it's drag. That's why it's wrong. Yeah.
Period.
It's just
You
drag
ate
is
that
wrong
up.
because it's wrong.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I said it shouldn't be.
Oh, now
around
it's not wrong.
kids.
Wait,
No,
why?
I never said it was wrong. I said it was diabolical.
Yeah. So why
But like,
should
whether if it's
kids?
wrong or not doesn't really matter. But it shouldn't be around kids though.
Okay. So cool. So why should a kid not see drag?
He can see one, but because like if a drag just happens to be on the street or whatever, walking
Why?
past, whatever.
Okay. Let's look. Let's
But
take this picture for example.
yeah,
Just the context behind this picture.
diabolical,
Hold on. Just the context behind this
diabolical.
picture. Hold on. Just the context behind this picture is that it's a drag queen. There's a bunch of kids and their parents listening to the drag queen read during a drag story hour. The book I think in question right here is Rainbow Fish. Okay, so what are they doing wrong here? Why should kids not see this? I mean, because presumably adults shouldn't be like. I don't think adults are wanting children's books being read to them. So what's going on? You're muted. Can you unmute?
So what's wrong with it is, I mean, you even said the book Rainbow Fish.
Yeah. Have you read Rainbow Fish?
Bet you ain't never read Rainbow Fish?
You think
No,
because it has the
I-
word rainbow, you think it's about gay people and shit. Huh?
I know. I was
gosh,
just
it's
joking.
escape
It was a
it.
joke. It
Anyway,
was a
so
joke.
what's
But,
going on? What's wrong in this picture? Go ahead.
I mean, if you want to get technical, I
Yeah.
mean, I think it's really wrong. Like,
Thank
just
you for that. Thank
my
you.
kid would just be so
Oh my
confused.
god.
It's just not what it's supposed to be. Like, you're
Okay,
looking at
I don't.
the
You're
wrong
just
thing.
you're just restating the claim. What
I mean,
what
the
do you mean
claim
it's
is
not
that
supposed to do? I don't know what
it
is
says
it.
enough
Do
for
you think it
itself.
harms the children?
I think it confuses them. Yes.
What does it confuse them about?
What gender is supposed to be,
Oh, so it's supposed. Okay, so
or
you.
it confuses gender roles for sure.
I see. Okay, so you think that a child ought not see a man in a dress. That's your position.
Not where it's so open, where it should be like in like libraries and schools. You know?
Well, what's the difference between a child seeing a man in a dress in a mall or walking down the street versus in a library? How does that change
Um,
anything about the kid?
It's not about the kid. It's just about the message that you're
Okay, what's
giving
the
off.
message? What's the wrong? What's the false message being sent?
That we're trying to promote drags. That's what
Yeah,
it
but
is.
you haven't established why drag is wrong. So like, it's just a circular argument.
It's not necessarily wrong. It's just it shouldn't be around kids.
Okay.
That's
Oh
my
my
argument.
God. Just
Anyway,
I
it
mean,
shouldn't
hey,
be
my,
around
my
kids.
guy, go to school. Jody, what's your argument? How old are you? Oh, this guy's like, I don't know why this guy's like
Oh, so you can't even say it with your full
not
chest.
with
You
the
gotta have a computer
slurs.
say it. That's crazy.
Like, he should have just said "nuh-uh" and saved all that time.
Mm.
Like, we could have just be like "nuh-uh," and that would have been it.
Is it a fair stance to say like I support freedom of expression when it comes to drag and such, but like things that involve explicit behaviors should be like age restricted? Like
Yes,
that's fair,
absolutely.
right? Like that's
Yes.
our argument. Yeah, for sure.
That is our stance as well.
Okay, then okay, cool.
Yeah, but the problem is like conservatives will come in and be like, well, this is definitionally age appropriate if a man wears a dress or a woman wears a suit. That's just age inappropriate for some reason. I don't
Well,
know. They will
yeah,
never be able to
'cause they-
support that argument, but yeah.
Like that guy was trying to say, they don't like children being confused specifically about gender roles. That upsets them. And what they don't realize is that children being confused is crucial for their development. Asking questions, not understanding this is how they learn.
And you
on
know,
their own.
and you know what? It's also the job of the parent to ensure that if they want their kid raised a certain way, that that the parent should be responsible for kind of teaching that to them if that's what they value so much, not necessarily the entire rest of the world. That's how I think.
Right. Like if you
There
don't
you
want
go.
your kid to see a drag queen, don't take him to a drag
Yeah,
show.
no, like you know what? Like I'm in no place to tell you how to raise your kid. You know what I mean? It's just like if your kid, your family, you do whatever you want. You know, freedom of expression. We have that right here, right? I'm not opposed to that, but you know, you can't necessarily dictate, you know, what other people want to, I guess, do because we do have that right.
JJ, can I get your age?
Yeah, 25.
All right, what's your argument, JJ?
First of all, thanks
for letting me join. I respect everyone's opinion, but at the same time, when I read what you post on your TikTok, it's kind of fucked up, right? In a sense, like you can agree with me, disagree with me, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Wait, everyone has a right of choice, you know. I forgot who said that, Weston.
I'm sorry, can you just get the argument if you don't mind?
Yeah, my bad. If you wanna sexualize yourself and your partner, that's fine. If you do it with children, that's child pedophilia and that's fucked up.
Okay,
If
so
a child
let's
can't
dig through
drink,
that real
if a
quick.
child, yeah.
So just to be clear, you think if a woman wears a dress, it's not sexual.
Mhm.
Do you agree with that statement?
If a woman wears a dress, it's not sexual.
Yeah. You think that's true, all
It's
things
not.
considered?
Yeah.
Okay. If a man wears a dress, it's not sexual. Is that true?
I mean, I don't care. He can do whatever he wants.
Well, I'm not
He's a
asking if you
man,
care.
so,
I'm asking if it's sexual.
I mean, I'm not like that, you know.
I didn't ask
To
if
me,
you were
no,
like that.
it's not.
I'm asking
No,
if
not
it's
at
sexual.
all. Not at all. As
Okay.
a straight man, no.
Yeah,
As a
okay.
straight man, no.
All right, so a woman wearing a dress is not sexual. A man wearing a dress is not sexual. So how would children seeing a man wearing a dress be sexual?
Because you're teaching them propaganda that at an age they shouldn't be learning at.
What's the propaganda that a
Once
man can
they're
wear a dress?
18, you know?
What's
What?
when you say propaganda, you mean something that's false, right?
I mean, like, just sexualize them in general.
Okay, but
know?
you've
Like,
already
why
agreed that a
does
man wearing a
10-year-old
dress
why
is
does a
not
10-year-old
sexual. So why are
kid-
you
Well-
okay? Just JJ,
But
just
why
real
does a
quick.
10-year-old
JJ,
child
JJ,
need to know
JJ.
that?
I need you to listen.
Uh-huh.
Wait, okay.
Got you.
If this were somebody who's assigned female at birth, reading the exact same book in the exact same dress and the exact same wig, and they're reading the exact same thing, would you say that it would be a sexual situation?
And if they're a woman?
Yeah.
Not really.
Right. Okay. So what about the fact that it's swapped from a woman to a man makes it now sexual?
Because why are you trying
That's
to
a
confuse
question. I need you to
child?
tell me what is sexual about it.
It's not. It's just messed up, bro.
Okay,
It's
what's
like,
messed up
why-
about it
why
then? If
does
it's
a-
so
my
okay, so
thing-
you've
my
conceded that
thing
it's
is,
not
why does a
sexualizing
child need to
anybody.
know that?
That you're just
Why does a
asking
child
questions.
need to know that?
Why does a child need to be read to?
Yeah,
I don't
why
understand.
does a child need to know that, bro?
It's important
I
for
was a
how they learn how
child
to
by 12.
read, JJ. Hearing someone read to them
You guys are child
helps
pedophilia,
form them.
bro.
Hold on, JJ.
You're first of all, you're fucking muffled.
Stop crashing out,
So,
bro.
so fix your microphone, right? And then wait your fucking turn. Which you go, okay, or
Damn,
Rodney from
Grandmaster. That's
Philly.
good. Oh,
For
thank you,
what I was going
Grandmaster.
to say.
Wait, how do I Grandmaster with the 5 gifted? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
W Grandmaster.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is that reading to children is crucial for them forming language arts or language skills, reading skills, social skills. It is crucial for them to learn how to read and socialize and like verbalize. It's crucial. Kids need to be read to. If you're not reading to kids, you're fucked up.
There you go. Jen, can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 40.
Okay, what's your argument?
Oh, I was just going to say that I don't think it's wrong at all. I don't understand why there's such a big deal about
Yeah.
it. You know, it doesn't. I keep hearing people say, "Oh, it's going to influence kids to do it" and things like that. People have their own brains. If they want to be in drag or if they want to do whatever, they're going to do it. If they don't, they're not going to do it. I mean,
Understood.
he grew up with
Well, Jen,
Savage, and I thought he was absolutely brilliant. And yeah, and there's just nothing wrong with it. I
Roger
mean,
that. Well, thank you so much,
it-
Jen, for coming up. We're looking for opposition right now, but I appreciate you for coming up. Okay.
Thanks,
All right, you have a good one.
I just knew they weren't enough. I don't know why. I just knew they were opposition.
Because they look happy. Mercury, thank you for the heart me.
Marcus, don't be a coward. Accept my request.
Yeah, we invited you. Come on.
I'd like to know why you think children shouldn't be introduced to weird things.
Marcus.
Then should I meet you, right?
Chicken.
Every time I see somebody do the purple, I think of fucking Jimmy Neutron's dad, who was forced.
Oh my god.
He was forced to be a chicken or something like that. It was
Yeah.
it's weird. Well, listen, dyeing your hair is weird, right? But you wouldn't
Why?
say
Why you
that.
gotta come?
Well, like when I
Asparagus.
assume when people mean weird, they just mean things that are not in the average, right? The average person doesn't dye their hair. So if that's the truth, like then I don't like it's also weird under that definition, also weird to be a doctor, right? The average person doesn't become a doctor, so it's weird to be a doctor. Like I don't know what you mean by weird.
Well, let's be real. The things that children find weird is very different than what adults find weird.
Yeah.
A man in a dress is not weird to them. Broccoli is.
Yeah, it's only weird to like
Okay.
evangelical apologist Christians who were like raised under Abrahamic religions, these false religions and stuff.
This conversation revolves around the underestimation of children, and it drives me nuts because they think children cannot comprehend or understand or accept, and you guys are selling children so short because they truly don't need much explanation for, oh look, that person's wearing a really pretty dress, look at that really cool wig, whoa, look at her makeup, that's so bright. That's where their brain goes. Like it's so simplistically beautiful.
Yeah.
And they
Also, if they're
comprehend
like,
so well.
like I've had this situation before where a kid is like, "Oh, is that a boy or a girl?" And you just say, "Oh, that's a man who plays dress up and dresses up as like a princess or like whatever." You know what I mean? That's all you have to say. And they're like, "Oh, cool," and then they go back to eating their boogers.
Literally.
Ethan,
How's it
can I
going,
get
man?
your
How you
age?
doing? Yeah, I'm 19.
All right, what's your argument today, man?
Well, I was just listening for a little bit. I heard you guys say that, it goes to, oh, look at that makeup. And you said their brains are simplistic. Their brains aren't fully developed. That's what it really is. And they don't understand what they're looking at and how wrong it is.
Oh, you're gonna have to give an argument for why it's wrong.
It's wrong because it's unnatural.
Okay, wait,
And
all right, let's hold on. There's so much wrong with that. Okay, so first of all, what do you think? Do you think clothes are like natural phenomena?
no, they're not.
Okay, so how is wearing a clothes, like definitionally wearing clothes, is unnatural? Like you're wearing clothes right now, right? Hopefully, if you didn't join my stream, Nick, you're wearing clothes right now, right?
Yeah, I got clothes on.
Okay, so that's unnatural, right?
Right.
Okay, so is it wrong? Are you doing something wrong right now?
Because of the world we live in?
No,
and of original
because you're
sin?
doing something unnatural.
Original
Ethan,
sin.
Ethan, I'm asking you, are you saying that you're doing something wrong right now because you are currently wearing clothes being unnatural?
Insanely different argument. Insanely.
It's not
How?
because you're appealing to nature.
You just said that what they're doing, what people are doing is like when they're doing drag is wrong. It's wrong because it's unnatural. You're currently doing something unnatural. Therefore, what you're currently doing is wrong, correct?
Especially allowing kids to see that is really wrong.
Okay, allowing kids to see things unnatural. So if a kid saw you wearing clothes, that would be wrong because it's unnatural.
Totally different.
How?
No, it's not.
Oh, wait, let's just go.
Wearing-
Like, I'm sorry.
It's
Let's
a
just go
movie
through the.
breaker.
Let's just go through the premises, right? Is wearing clothes natural or not?
No.
Okay, it's unnatural. Is wearing is doing unnatural things wrong?
It depends. There's a huge difference of range of
Okay, so
unnatural
there are some unnatural things to do that are not wrong to do. Is that your
that are
position?
not wrong. That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
how do we determine which unnatural things are right, wrong, or either or? How do we determine
So you have to look at it. You have to look at the unnatural thing in question.
that? Mm-hmm.
You have to think about what's going on,
Uh-huh.
and it's different for everyone. You have to use your morality to
Yeah.
determine whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, so what is the morality? How do we determine which one? Like, okay, so a woman is wearing a dress, a man is wearing that exact same dress, they're standing next to each other. Why is one wrong and the other is not?
So now, like I said, again, it's based on
It doesn't
everybody's.
sound like an answer to the question.
So as I see it, men should not be wearing women's clothes.
Yeah, that's
Because it's
embedded in the
unnatural.
question. Okay, so all right, cool. All right, so in this situation, we have a woman wearing a dress, and we have a man wearing that exact same dress. You said that the reason why it's wrong for the man to wear a dress is because it's unnatural, but you agree that the woman is also doing something unnatural too, correct?
Correct.
So so we have two people, a man doing an unnatural thing and a woman doing an unnatural thing. Why is the man doing something wrong and the woman not? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll say this again. It's different for every person. You have to think about your morality, think about what's going on, and decide for yourself. You decide for yourself.
Yeah,
Everyone
I'm
sees it
asking
differently.
you in
I look at
your
that.
view, why is the
In your
man doing
worldview.
something wrong? Why is this unnatural thing for this man wrong, but it's not for the woman?
It's a morality thing.
Yeah, I know.
What's important about
When
it?
you say morality, you're meaning that it's something wrong. I'm trying to figure out what the distinction is between the man and the woman wearing the same dress.
Because it's a bad kind of unnatural.
You
Okay,
are fucking dumbass.
we know that you think it's a bad kind of unnatural. We're asking what facts about the man make it a bad kind of unnatural.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Okay,
It's
you give me.
unnatural. It shouldn't happen.
Oh my
Okay,
god,
all
we're
right.
back about it.
Okay, let me try it this way. All right. So we have the man and we have the woman, right? They're both wearing the exact same dress, and we agree that they're both doing something unnatural. Now, okay, let's say we slowly start turning the woman into a man, like God using his powers, right? So first thing he does is he makes this woman like a lot taller, gives her broader shoulders. That's
God
all
was
he's done.
never
So
back in the
I don't
beginning.
care about what he would do. We're talking about the hypothetical.
Time and he did it right.
Okay, so God makes this woman taller to now they're the same height. They're both 6 foot, and he broadens her shoulders. Is she doing anything wrong yet?
God wouldn't do that.
I didn't ask you if he would do it.
Bitch, do you know what a hypothetical is?
It's a hypothetical. Just answer the question. Is she doing
We
anything
can play
wrong?
hypothetical all day, but
Yes,
it's not real
that's
life.
what. No, we're doing it right now. Okay, so she is now taller and she has much broader
I'm
shoulders
not here to
than
play hypotheticals.
Okay, so just to be clear, you are running from the question. Is that correct? Yeah, he is running. Thank you.
Yeah. If you can't engage in hypotheticals, that just proves that your reasoning isn't logically consistent.
Yeah, there's a
That's the whole
study.
point of
Isn't there a study of that?
hypotheticals, is to test
Like
your framework.
conservatives, like less intelligent people are significantly less likely to understand and engage in hypotheticals.
Yes.
And they never want to talk about the fact that men used to wear dresses, heels, and makeup, and wigs were invented for men. But they're so stuck in their weird evangelical gender roles. They're so obsessed with this, and it's so weird to me because Jesus wore a dress.
Jesus was letting things swing.
You know he was.
Just free bump.
Caller is afraid that he's gonna find a drag queen attractive, and he'll pitch a tent from this.
Yo, Bosco, listen, if you want to see the epitome of femininity, I'm not even kidding. Bosco.
All right, we got a new guest, Lori. Can I get your age, please?
Hi, I'm 23.
All right, what's your argument?
Drag is disgusting. Jesus Christ did not like drag queens, okay? He did not.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you.
You're right, he did not die. Because he never existed.
Yeah, that's a troll. Wearing boxers as a woman, be mad.
Hell yeah, Mo. I love boxers, man. They're so comfy. Especially when we're on our cycle. Oh my goodness. Something else, man.
No, you're not.
God loves everyone. Yeah, go find God. Why would I support somebody who supports grape? Thank you. I'm good on that.
I didn't lose him. You bitches keep losing him. You go find him. I didn't lose the motherfucker.
He's omnipresent. Like omnipresent. That's funny. He's omnipresent.
I thought you
he
said
knows
he
where I
was
am.
the president.
He knows where I'm at.
God, if Jesus was the president, things would be so much better. We wouldn't be having our healthcare taken away from us right now.
Socialism. They would try to cast him out and deport him.
1000%.
It's like they're trying to do with Mamdani. LDN, you are
Actually,
live.
so
Can I
hard.
get your age, please? Hello? LDN, you're muted now. Okay. I don't think he knows that he's here. All right. Anyway. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm faster at this than you. You need to accept this, okay? I'm good with my fingers, okay?
Jesus.
I need proof.
On my way.
I need proof from both of you, actually.
We're on our way. We'll meet at the Eiffel Tower.
We'll meet at the Eiffel Tower. Is crazy.
I thought you said alfalfa tower. I was like, what?
Carbon lock-in.
I got Carbon stumbling over his words.
Like alfalfa tower. Little rascals.
Wait, isn't alfalfa like a plant?
Yes, it's
It
a type
also
of
is, yes.
grass.
Somebody said I'm greedy for taking both of y'all. That's crazy. I mean, listen, I doubt many people could handle both of them at the same time.
Jesus was Middle Eastern, so conservatives would throw him in Guantanamo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did I think you were gonna say Jesus could?
Jesus could take both of them. That's crazy. I
All
mean,
powerful,
Jesus
right?
did have a lot of holes. So.
All powerful, all knowing. Gendered clothing is made up. Yep. If you are opposition, if you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We would absolutely, positively love to talk to you. Thank you so much. If you are not opposition, please do not join. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Tap, tap, tap away. We're at 20,000. Next like goal is going to be 500,000. So keep tapping. We're not that far away. Hit that share button. Thank you. Gendered clothing is such outdated. Yeah.
Funny part is, I don't think kids really care. It's the adults projected their shit onto kids.
Mm-hmm.
Children don't care.
Exactly.
Oh, absolutely.
Gendered clothing. I did not.
No. So
Their clothing.
yes, the
Yeah,
clothing
witchy.
typically a pair of leggings and a baggy t-shirt.
Actually, witchy, can I wear you on my face?
Oh. Yes. But Ren, to what you were saying, yes, absolutely. They have issues with the queer community, with sex in general, with drag, with people being trans, all of these things because they have their own undealt with thing. This is something that I personally experienced with my evangelical parents. Excuse you, Weston, I don't want to hear your background noise. Thank you.
Dude, I literally just fixed it. Oh my goodness. Oh my.
Mother is speaking. Anyways, but they haven't dealt with that shit, and I
no.
dealt with that. Excuse you! I will drop you. And Carbon won't question me on it. Thank you.
Carbon would totally question you right now.
You wanna find out? Oh.
Anyways.
Damn.
I knew I dropped him before for a reason. So I dealt with that with my evangelical parents when I was struggling with the repercussions of CSA and some of the hypersexualization that came with it as a child. And the way that they put shame onto me instead of getting me therapy, it's because my own mother dealt with CSA issues, and I didn't realize that until I was older. I did not grasp her own trauma was being thrust onto me, and things that were just like a natural thing that happens with CSA. Had my mom gotten therapy, had she gotten me therapy, all of these things could have been handled so much differently. But yeah. No, it doesn't.
Really quick, Witchy. I'm so sorry. Snapchat again.
All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Carbon, how long are you going to be on? I mean, usually when it starts slowing down, that's when I usually get off. And there's not any debates coming in. So, we'll see.
You want to get off with me? What?
Ignored is crazy.
Yeah, that's fucking wild word.
This is his new tactic.
Yeah, because he's tired.
Sorry,
of
I'm
us
reading the
talking
YouTube comment. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying.
Where's Wheaton at?
about- Good old Wheaton. Who's Wheaton? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Let Wheaton back up. He didn't do nothing.
No. I will.
Wheaton. Who's Wheaton?
Wheaton, yeah.
Who the fuck is Wheaton? You're talking about Weston? Oh, where'd he go?
Wheaton. It's Wheaton.
What happened?
He pissed me off.
Oh,
His name is Wheaton.
As soon as you walked away, his misogyny came out to play, and it was wild work, man. He was just interrupting me left and right. Every time I even breathed, he interrupted me.
You sick
Gone.
child mutilating pedophiles. Pedophiles.
Check this guy's hard drive.
Republican
Check that guy's hard
Party?
drive. Check his
Why are
hard
you
drive.
bringing up the Republican Party? Ain't nobody talking about them.
All right,
Yeah,
all
we're not
right.
talking about
Hold up, guys. Weston,
Wheaton!
Everything
my
she said
dear.
was false.
Are
Check the clip.
you
Check the
going
clip.
to
Check
check
the clip.
yourself before you get wrecked again?
Wheaton.
Wheaton, my
You have
dear.
to-
Check the clip. Check the clip. It's all false.
Wheaton. First of
They're all
all,
lies.
you're not gonna talk up here like you ain't changed your profile picture a year and a half, okay?
Yeah.
Lower your
Wrong.
tone when you talk to mother.
Oh,
Listen, Wheaton.
You best behave, my mother, or else. I don't think you realize there.
Hey,
You're
you
in
be
a
nothing
mother
without your mute
closeted
button.
space. They like
Oh.
me more than you.
Wheaton.
They like
Ew.
me more than host.
Carbon, it's about time I get my mod privileges.
Who even are you, Wheaton?
Carbon, I swear to God, if anybody else gets mod privileges before me, I'm never coming back. I mean that on everything.
I will block Wheaton if you do
I don't
that.
think this is opposition. I'm gonna remove them from the chat. The guest request. Listen, if you think drag is wrong, join the guest request. Appreciate you.
When you're banned for Wheaton.
Oh, poor Wheaton.
Oh my.
I'm gonna pee.
Are we dead ass, bro?
Yeah, we are, Wheaty.
That's
Yeah.
all honey nut checks. They
Oh.
do not. Those do not exist.
Frosted
Honey
mini
nut checks do
Wheaton.
not exist. Sorry.
Oh no.
All right, if you're a degenerate who thinks drag is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. Let's talk to you. Stop being scared. Stop hiding in the comments like this guy Florida Gemini. Go and hit that request button. We'd love to talk to you. Hit that up. Let's go. Thank you so much, Blue Skies, for the motherfucking heart me. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We got 250 people in here. One of y'all gotta disagree, so go and hop on in that guest request. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's get it in. Yeah, I like the way I talk. There we go.
Why are we mocking Wheaties? Well, I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't be a box of cereal.
Somebody said, can we get rid of the Wheaton?
Who just called me a box of cereal?
Me.
No, me. I definitely did.
I
And
did not stand by it.
what of it, Wheatie?
Oh yeah. Oh really? Oh really? How many
Oh,
how many followers do you have, and how many followers do I have? You answer.
This is my
like
backup
fifth
account, my
bro.
dearest.
You have like 60 or
Oh.
so.
Oh yeah, this
Ooh,
is my
look at your
third backup.
8,300. Should I come back in on my 36,000 follower
Oh.
account?
You
Yeah.
got less than.
I don't give a
first of all,
shit.
First of all, right?
You want to
right?
play this game, Wheaties?
Do it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead. I'm waiting.
Wheaton, you asked for this.
Uh-oh.
I'm waiting.
Oh. Womp womp.
I think I have more than all y'all combined, don't I?
You're what?
Wheaton's legacy was shortly lived.
Yeah, this is why I kicked you the last time. Wheaties.
Very thin.
I loved you in Thunderblot Sweet.
The fact that I just said Wheaton and it just devolved to this is crazy.
Let's get some debates in here. Come on. Don't be scared, y'all. Come on.
He's on really thin ice. Yep.
Bring up Tasha.
Really?
Who's Tasha? Let's see. I don't see anybody named Tasha.
I
Are
feel
they in
like
the
that's a
comments?
setup for a joke.
Oh, this person I got.
Are
They
requests?
can't be brought up.
Oh, okay.
Didn't he direct the Avengers?
Yeah, the mother love go hard, Wheaties. So you best sit down. And if you'd like to return, please apologize in chat.
You say, I'm sorry, mother.
To you, thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate that.
And send me $3 for a Baja.
Let's see.
Hey, Pride. It's not Pride Month anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's
Get off
Pride
of this
Year.
real quick.
W.
You're muted.
Oh, there we go.
Goober.
I'm trying to find a school topic. Where's the school topic? There it is. Okay.
You will be. Never mind. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right. Timmy, can I get your age, please?
13.
Bro,
Oh my
Go
God.
back to the bio waste, then you fucking embryo.
Hey, Wes, did you notice how you're not back up here? Remember what I said about Carbon?
What a weedy become after transubstantiation. Can I get a shout out to Brecco for hitting 1 year resub over on Twitch? I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Brecco.
www.
Like I said, like Brecco.
Brecco the Gecko.
Don't preach from a book you never read. I've read the book many, many times. At least Timmy was honest, though. Yeah. We appreciate the honesty.
What we don't appreciate is fetuses. They belong in the bio waste bin.
They shot a lot. Yeah, but I mean, over here. I'm 23. Yeah, okay, buddy. Get the fuck out of here.
If you're 23, then I'm the Queen of England.
Yeah.
Also, though, no, please don't lie to us. Nico, we just went through this whole debacle. Please don't lie to us. Don't put us in that uncomfortable position. It's not fun times for anyone involved. That's how people get in trouble. That's how people get in unsafe situations.
Okay, I'm gonna be so serious. I don't know Witchy's feelings right now. I was 100% joking with you.
Yes, same. Ladies, let's calm it down. It's okay.
Hello, how old are you?
Can you give me 1 second? My wife just walked in the room. I'll mute
You have
her.
one of those?
All right, where y'all at?
Weedy mad.
We read that at the same time.
What?
He's weedy mad. He's weedy mad.
I'm professional, I swear.
Let's get some debates in here. Can I get your age, please?
Yes, I'm 37.
All right, what's your argument today?
Well, my argument is that you're a damn dirty nigger, and I'm gonna rape your fucking family. and your
Yeah,
whole
it's
fucking-
actually Mr. You put Mr. before it, okay? Make sure you give that first, okay? Show a little bit of respect, okay, buddy? Thank you so much.
It's giving slur. It gave full slur.
Yeah, it's giving slur. Why is he yelling at us in cornbread? No, I love you. Thank you, Bailey.
Average Trump supporter, by the way.
Thank you, Bailey.
All right, if you are not a degenerate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's go. Keep it up.
Basically, that's why he wanted him to wait till his wife left.
What wife?
Bro,
He tried to
scared
join
slur in
again
front
on
of his
another
wife.
account. He shared it to another account that he has, and he tried to join on that account. It's funny.
Stupid bitch.
So desperate. I'm smarter than you. Sorry, little guy. All
Go
right,
fuck
if
your-
you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Come on, let's go. Natural wikis. Oh, naturally, he's gonna have whatever the hell he's gonna say. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, his voice is.
His sister wife, yeah. His mother, sister, cousin.
All right, let's see. We got anybody chirping in the comments that wants to debate? Come on.
I mean, Ty wants your number, but you know.
Who?
What?
Ty says, Carbon, you have one job to do. stay fun.
Girl, I thought you meant Taisha was here. I got excited.
No, Ty, T-Y, Ty. Keep agendas of all kinds out of schools.
Yeah.
I just
People
know you're
existing is
personally
not
ad.
an agenda. Shimon! Where y'all at?
On my couch.
Not you.
Oh, wow. Fucking rude.
Love that shit, huh? About time, motherfucker. Tasha, you are live. Can I get your age?
Hi, yeah, just wondering why you
What's your
guys
age?
need 4 of you
What's your
to
age?
debate one person.
Can I
as
get your
well.
age, please?
31.
Okay. What's your argument?
Damn.
Well, just there again, there's 4 of you to debate.
So,
a
okay. So your
topic,
argument
against
is.
one person.
I understand. Well, we could do 1v1.
Yeah,
Your
that's
argument's still
one
gonna be
thing.
shit. Your argument doesn't become better if it's 1v1.
Well, it's not just the argument.
Yeah. So
I
if
was
your
just
argument is
saying
shit, it doesn't matter how many people hear it. Okay. So Tasha,
There
what's
you
the
go. You
argument?
can't even let me speak.
So Tasha, because you're like obfuscating. What's the
There
argument?
you go. You can't even let me speak.
So Tasha, what is the argument?
You're saying why should LGBT not be taught in schools?
Yeah.
Well, it's sexuality, and so why would that be taught in schools?
Well, that's a
Because
question.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion should be taught in schools, not sexuality. That is weird and bordering on abuse.
Okay, so it's abuse. So okay, so let's just go through a typical case where you're teaching LGBTQ, and I want you to tell me how this is abuse. Okay, so a child, 9th grade, whatever, when they're learning about World War II, they're learning about the Holocaust, they learn about Jewish people, and their oppression by the Nazis, and then they learn that also gay people were thrown in concentration camps. So you would say that that child was abused right there, right?
You're not talking about them being taught about that at all. You're talking about it being taught in like sex education and that. And
I don't know why you're avoiding my question.
And you know it.
Is there a reason why you're avoiding my question?
Because I've just answered your question.
No,
Because
you
full
had
well
nothing.
that's
It
not what I
had
mean.
nothing to do. That's what I
That's
mean
not
when I
what you
say
mean.
teaching LGBTQ. That's one of the topics that would be taught. So LGBTQ and their history
Yeah,
and world
yeah,
history and
that's
history. I don't know
different.
why
I
you're
know
over talking me.
that. That's
I don't know why you're over.
completely
I don't know
different.
why you're over talking me. So one way of teaching
You did to
LGBTQ.
me.
I still don't know
Did
why
to
you're over
me.
talking. I still don't know why you're over talking me. Right. So there's one way that you would teach LGBTQ. Right. That would be history, for example, U.S. history, world history. You probably wouldn't like in your country. It's probably different, but world history, especially, we can both agree that LGBTQ people were thrown in concentration camps. Now, you said teaching them about like mentioning sexuality, right? That's abuse, right? So I want you to give the argument how that's abuse for a child who's already learning that Jewish people were oppressed to also learn that gay people were oppressed. Go ahead and give that argument.
I don't know what the hell you're on about, but we're not talking about that and about history. We are literally talking about it being taught as an actual like sex
Okay, so you
education.
accept. So just to be clear, you accept LGBTQ history being taught. That's cool.
Yeah,
for you.
obviously everyone
Okay.
would.
All right,
No,
so
they
cool.
don't.
So what else did you thought we were talking about?
What?
What's the other topics that you like, what did you think was child abuse?
If it was being taught like an actual like education, sexual education, if it was being talked about sexually, that would
Oh,
be
sex
wrong.
ed. Okay, so sex ed is wrong to you.
If it was being taught that like men can do each other from behind and things like that,
Wait,
of
wait,
course
hold on.
that's
Just to be clear.
wrong.
Are you from where are you from?
The UK?
Do y'all have sex ed there?
Yeah, and it starts from year 5 or 6.
Wait, so you
are literally
wait,
like
so you
8.
think wait, so you think that the sex ed in the UK is wrong? They shouldn't have that in the schools.
Oh my god.
You just said you were against sex ed.
With you lot.
Just to be clear, you said you were against sex ed, correct? Yes or no? Hello?
I'm not even. You know what?
You're
just
not
go
you're not
around
you're
in
not coherent at
circles.
all. You are not speaking coherently
say
at all.
certain
Let me help you track this
Right, so
conversation,
you're talking
Tasha.
over me, but that's
Okay.
okay. You're
Okay,
talking
you said
over me,
you said
but
okay, hold
that's
on. You
okay.
said you don't understand, so I'm gonna help you track where we're at, okay? I gave you LGBTQ history. You said that's fine. Okay, whatever. So
No,
now we want to. I don't know why you're over talking me. So the reason why you don't
No,
understand
you
is because
spoke
you're
over
over
me.
talking.
Fuck.
Okay, now
Fuck up.
you said that you were against sex ed being taught in school, and then I asked you if the UK has sex ed taught in school. You said yes. I said, were you against that? You said no. So you're not against sex ed being taught in school. So I'm gonna restart the conversation. Are you or are you not against
this being taught?
Okay, so you're against sex ed. I'm
Jen.
sorry, just to be clear, I'm just trying to get the view. Are you against sex ed? Are you against sex ed being taught in school? It's very cool.
Twat. Don't you have a sheep to shear, bro?
I'm not from Wales, so you're not actually funny because that's a joke.
I just-
for Wales.
Oh my God,
Actually, not
Tasha.
from Wales.
Tasha, breathe. It's okay, hun.
Imagine
Thank
that.
you
You
for the
can't
gift.
win the arguments.
So she
Imagine
can't
that.
she can't answer
You're
the
not
question.
answering
No.
the fucking
Win the
question.
arguments, so you've got to get
Answer the
personal. How
question.
pathetic.
Answer the
Oh my
fucking
god,
question.
I'm American. I'm so great.
Okay, Tasha, why don't we take a breath?
I don't understand why she's running.
In through the nose,
She's
out
a
through the
runner.
mouth.
She's a track star.
Let's recenter ourselves. It's okay. Take a breath. Now, can you answer Carbon's question?
Listen to how patronizing you all are.
Okay, are you
I'm not
running?
being
This
patronizing.
sounds like you're running.
I'm trying to clear the air.
Sound like
I'm
I'm
like-
running. What the hell are you
Okay,
on about?
so let's just be clear. I'm just gonna be very basic with the questions. Are you against sex ed in the UK? Are you against sex ed in the UK? Waiting on you.
Did you magically forget how the fucking mic button works?
Sean, she just muted herself.
If it was shaped like a goat, could you find it easier?
Void. Grandmaster, can you say bottle of water?
Like, I don't even know what you're against. Like, you're being completely incoherent with respect to your argument. Like, you said you're against sex
Thank you,
education.
Bailey.
You said you're against sex education, and then you said you're not against it. I just don't understand.
Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Tasha, come on. I wasn't being patronizing.
Well, Tasha is running right now, so Mike, can I get your age, please?
Oh, there she went.
She had to go shear a sheep.
Hello?
Hi, how you doing? Can I get your age?
31.
Okay. All right, what's your argument today?
I just don't see why it should be made a point to teach LGBTQ in the public education system.
Yeah, so like there's a couple of like ways.
Not that I have anything.
Hello?
Not that I have anything against those people, but why does it need to be promoted and pushed upon the youth?
Yeah, so well, the same reason that we have like, for example, we would have like LGBTQ history, right? We'd also have like African American history. Have you ever had like taken you've taken like U.S. history classes where they teach about African American history, right?
Correct.
Do you think that would be wrong?
WT rap.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, okay, and what about LGBTQ history then?
It is not as prominent and oh god, here I go crashing out like Tasha. Oh my god.
At least you can.
At least you're self-aware.
The LGBTQ history didn't help build the country we live in.
Yes,
It
it did.
was not as nearly prominent as the African American.
It doesn't need to be as
history.
prominent, but it was very prominent, right? Like
Alan
and on top of that,
It was
yeah, Alan
not.
Turing.
It was not.
But
Granted, over the course of human history, sure,
yes, there were a
So,
lot
like, for
of
example,
homosexual and
let me give you like some examples, right? Like world history, you might teach that like LGBTQ people were given pink triangles when they were sent to concentration camps.
is that
That's pretty
factual?
substantial.
Yes.
Yeah, pink triangle. Look that up.
So
Is that factual? I thought
also like one of the
everyone just
major
got
things that
stars.
one of the major things that started the H cost, right, was the book burning. I think it was like 20 years or more of like medical
And
research
how are
on
we
like the
making a
trans community
Holocaust about LGBTQ? Because that
because
was
they were involved in it.
They were sent to concentration
specifically
camps.
They were sent to concentration
targeting
camps. They
a
were
person
treated the
not
Wait,
by
same
Mike,
way.
can you stop
their
over talking?
sexual identity.
Mike, can
Bro,
you
I'm
stop over
trying to
talking?
explain something to you. Yeah. So gay people and trans people were targeted in the same way that the Jewish people were, right? Except they got pink triangles to mark them. There was a book burning that burnt decades of medical research regarding trans people. That was one of the first major events in the H cost. They didn't start out going after Jewish people. They started going after queer people first.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Thank you,
what did we say
T-Raps.
that was false?
Trying to stand on your belief that the Holocaust started originally targeting trans and
When did we say that?
who was just speaking before me? She said
No,
that.
that's not.
one of the first.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that they did. That's not what we're saying. Like the Holocaust was about.
Trying to find inclusiveness in genocidal acts to
Wait,
make
so like, should we
a belief
censor?
relevant is
So just to be
insane.
clear, we should, in your view, we
It is
should
insane.
censor. So in your view, we should censor the gay people and trans people who were targeted in the Holocaust. We should censor that.
No, but you shouldn't try to seek inclusiveness and
Wait,
I don't
do
understand.
you
Like we're censoring it right now. Like a lot of states censor it. Paragraph 145 that was used to deport specifically gay men and trans women too, to concentration camps. Rudolf Broslow was the last known surviving member. He was deported, given the pink triangle because he was a gay man. Right? I don't I don't understand. Like you don't have to like make a whole class about it, but you can at least mention it.
Do-
Like why would it be wrong to mention that?
Do you deny that queer people were persecuted in the Holocaust?
I don't deny that queer people are discriminated
No,
against
no, no,
to
no,
this
no,
very
no,
day.
no, no. That wasn't my question. I asked a very specific question. I asked you, do you deny that queer people were persecuted during the Holocaust?
I can't deny that because if there were queer LGBTQ people during that time, it wasn't because they were queer. It was because
No, it was queer. So
It was
okay,
because
so
they were queer.
yeah, so
no,
you
it was
okay?
because
This
the
is
Nazi Party.
yeah. Okay, I'll correct you real quick. So you don't know about it, and that's why we should have this
thank you.
education. So I'm going to correct you on it. So paragraph 145 was
Please educate me.
yeah, please, I will. So paragraph 145 was the Yahtzee was a Yahtzee criminal code, and specifically it targeted cross-dressers, homosexual men, trans women, things like that, right? And they were deported to concentration camps. When they arrived at the concentration camps, they were given a pink triangle to identify themselves as the reason for why they were there. In this case,
Are we
gay
currently
man,
talking-
trans woman. Okay, so that is the reason why. There were also Jewish people, like that's the majority of people who were deported to the concentration camps, right? They also had like Romani peoples, communists, things like that. Like those people were they were deported to concentration camps. But I'm trying to figure out why we should censor this information.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you feel the need to.
Because it fucking happened. I don't know why you keep doing that.
It's a
Right, but that was a very minimal part of the entire Nazi
15,000.
regime.
Whoa, that's minimal.
15,000.
Are you a Holocaust denier? Because it's really what it's giving.
No, I
So then why are you laughing
Just-
at when Carmen said 15,000 queer people were persecuted during the Holocaust and unalived.
In comparison to the
It didn't
million.
matter, bro. It didn't matter. The point is that they were persecuted. That's the point.
So the LGBTQ community wants to get inclusiveness and find legitimacy because they were persecuted back in the 1940s by the Nazi Party.
Less than
To
100
seek
years
sympathy is
Yeah, I don't see how what you're saying is any different than saying, hey, yeah, these people, this group of people, black people, Jewish people, are trying to find legitimacy to keep people from oppressing them because they were oppressed in the past, right? Yeah, like people are still trying to oppress LGBTQ people to this day. These degenerate parents are teaching this false religion or whatever to their kids. Their kids are going around bullying their other kids because they have this false belief that's like wrong to be gay. And then like there's like like we have to have anti-bullying programs in some of these schools now, teaching people like, hey, you shouldn't be like bullying somebody because it's that you think it's wrong to be gay or something like that, or wrong to be trans, right? Yeah, like these
bullying
degenerate
doesn't
like
just
we
apply
have,
to gay people.
yeah, I didn't say okay. I don't know why you have like this weird ability to like when somebody says something, you
Not
just say
fucking
something
listen.
else. Have nothing to do with what I just said. Because it doesn't follow that if I say that some kids bully gay people, that therefore it means that only gay people are the bully or are being bullied. I don't know how you made that inference.
I have a serious question. Do you dress yourself in the morning or does your mother?
But like Mike,
Yeah, I get my ass wiped and fed
we're
silver
But
spoon.
Mike,
You get your ass
Mike.
fed?
Get my ass wiped and fed with silver.
Anyways, so Mike, you understand though that queer kids are like disproportionately bullied at a higher rate than cis kids, right? You understand that queer people have experienced higher rates of injustice and marginalization, right? You understand that the queer community only within the last 10 years got the right to have like legal marriage, right? Like you understand, historically speaking, cis het folks have had privileges and like not even privileges, just basic human rights to things, whereas queer people only started receiving them within the last 20, 30 years. It was illegal to be queer up until what was it, 2003?
Yep. When did gay people get the right to get married? When was that legal in every single state?
2012, baby.
I was asking Mike, but I should know. He didn't
Wow.
fucking know.
You're fine, sorry.
Also, I'm not going to respect somebody who's a fucking Holocaust denier. People in the comments can suck my ass.
Nope. Oh, is Tasha still being racist?
Yeah. No, she's calling us Matt.
Oh wow! So she thinks.
How do you
Wait,
want to call me a Holocaust?
Yeah, because you said that
Because
queer
you
people weren't
literally just did.
persecuted. You said queer people weren't persecuted in the Holocaust for being queer, which is a fucking lie.
yeah, that's what like
Which is why this
that's what
shit needs to be taught in
Yahtzees.
school.
That's what Yahtzees say about Jewish people. Like, it wasn't because they were Jewish.
Can you stop
That's what they
muting
say.
me?
No,
Like,
shut the fuck up. People are talking.
Anyway,
Denying a fact about the Holocaust makes you a Holocaust denier. This is information we have always known, but it has been censored out of school so that people like you can sit here and deny it. And how foul, and how unfortunate that we are in probably the last few years of the last few remaining survivors. They're about to all be gone. And how quickly this will all be
I'm
erased.
sure the Jewish community would.
I was still speaking, thank you. But like it's so unfortunate that people who are Holocaust deniers get to just walk around freely and deny this atrocity and quite literally are starting to repeat said hatred. Now you may speak. Hi, Bayou.
Bye, you. Hey.
Thank you, Bailey. I appreciate you.
all right, this is my guy. He doesn't have like any good reason why it shouldn't be taught. So let's just get some debates in here. If you are opposition, please hop in the guest request. If you're not, please don't hop in the guest request. Thank you so much. All right. People keep tapping the screen. Thank you so much for hitting that 50K. Thank you so much.
Yo, we got a Yahtzee in the chat.
Doesn't matter. William, can I get your age, please?
Oh, sorry, mate. I'm 40-year-old from UK.
You said what?
40.
40 from
Oh, 40.
UK.
All right, gotcha. Yeah, can I get your argument today?
Personally, my honest opinion, I think anything to do with education like sex ed and LGBTQ and religion as well, I think that should all be taken away from school, mate, to be fair. I think that should be taught at home by the parents, if needed. You take religion out of school as well. I don't believe in religion being taught at school either. I really don't.
What do you think we mean when we say teach it in school? What do you think we mean?
Like classes wise, like now don't get me wrong, I understand when you're at school, you that's when you start exploring your sexuality.
Okay, okay, there's a confusion here. Okay, that's not what we're talking about. So when we say teaching LGBTQ, we just okay, so a big one would be LGBTQ history. That would be taught in current classes that are like in the US, we would have like a US history class and like a world history class. I don't know if you guys have the same thing in like the UK, UK
we don't
history.
have that.
Yeah. So you might teach it like UK history. I don't know what the history of LGBTQ people are, how that's in UK, but in the US is we have a pretty bad history of oppressing LGBTQ people. So you might teach that. It's not its own class or anything like that, right? It's just like incorporated, briefly touched on. There's also like family dynamics or something like that. Like those things are like anti-bullying programs, stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, because there was a girl from the UK on, and you had said there, do you think that sex ed should be taught in UK schools? I don't agree with that either.
So
That should be
like
taught
no,
by the parents.
well like because she was
No.
okay. So I'm talking about like no sex ed whatsoever in your view.
No, not at all. Now I've got a 7-year-old son,
Mm-hmm.
and they're teaching my 7-year-old son about sex education.
They don't teach 7-year-olds about sex ed. They don't do that until they're in high school.
Excuse me. I'm telling you now, my son is getting taught about sex education.
No,
the
he's
practicing
not.
of faith.
You're lying.
Oh, yes, he
You're
is.
lying.
Okay. Okay, I don't
You're
know
lying.
what he's getting taught about. Okay.
So learning
look up
about
sex ed in the
puberty is
UK.
not sex ed. Learning about puberty and their balls dropping and getting periods is not
And
sex ed.
intercourse, and how to put condoms on, and what condoms
That's not
are.
being
That
taught
is
at
sex
7.
education. That is sex education.
They are not teaching that at seven.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
I
are.
do not buy you. I do not buy it at the school.
Okay, so I'm looking here. So tell me. So this is called RSHE. Is that the program?
Yes.
Relationship, Sex, and Health Education. Yeah. So
Yep.
it's not taught until year 9, age 13 to 14 in secondary school.
No, that's false. That is false. They're
Okay,
getting
so
taught
the
it in
official government is wrong, and you're right.
Yep, they're getting taught it in primary school.
So it sounds like
There's-
you're falling for some like really weird propaganda to scare you out of having
much
comprehensive
that.
sex ed being taught.
No,
But I have
I'm
a
not.
question.
I'm not against it.
William, I have a question.
What?
You said that like parents should be like it should be up to the parents to
Yes.
teach these things, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So if we had like some racist parents, right, and they just didn't want their children to learn about like, I'm going to speak about America because I'm American, about like what happened to the enslaved people, and they didn't want their kid to learn that. Do you think that would be okay for them to opt out of that?
No,
and not learn that?
not at all. No, you need to learn
Why?
because we need
Why?
to learn from our past, so history doesn't repeat itself.
Oh, so we need to learn that, oppressing people based on an immutable trait is wrong, right?
You do know I'm openly gay, though, eh? You do know this.
What?
You do know I am a gay man.
I'm gonna be so real with you. I did not understand what the fuck you said.
You do know I am a gay man.
Okay,
Yeah.
what does that have to do with anything?
You're trying to shut me down. Like, oh, so you're oppressed. I'm not oppressed. I'm not
Well,
oppressed.
nobody said that you are
I am
oppressed.
free to
We
be
said the
I said that we
history of
have-
oppressing.
The history of oppression is
Oh.
what I am talking about. When
And,
were
and
you?
to,
No,
to deny the oppression of gay men, especially in the UK,
Mhm.
is wild work.
Yeah. William, are you married?
No.
Okay. How long have you known your partner?
Oh,
If you
well,
have a partner.
if I have a partner. Oh, I know.
I just don't want to assume. Okay, bye bye.
I do not want to talk. Korean, can you get your age?
43.
All right, what's your argument?
How would you teach it in school?
Were you listening to the previous conversation?
I only heard about a few
Okay,
minutes.
that's fine. Yeah, so like in the history, just the history of LGBTQ people being oppressed in the U.S., world history, family dynamics, anti-bullying programs, stuff like that.
Well, I understand the anti-bullying, but how would you teach it in school?
I just told you.
Would it
Like
be a
for
school
example, like an
subject?
LGBTQ. No, it wouldn't be its own like class or anything like that. But like you've had a world history class, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So in a world history class, you might learn like a history of oppression of gay people by the Nazis, right? That could be touched upon.
Well, like I said, I'm not sure how old everyone is on here. I mean, when I was in school, they didn't talk about anything like homosexual related. Not
But
that they
we're talking about
shouldn't,
what
I'm
should
just
be,
saying
not like we agree that some states don't have it, but like that's because I think a lot of these schools like censor that information, right? Like
Right,
you're
yeah, I was
like you can go
trying
like
to
in the U.S.
understand.
history, you would go through you'd be learning about like Jim Crow or something like that, right? Where white people weren't allowed to marry black people in like southern states, right? But like on those exact same pieces of paper written by those exact same politicians, gay people weren't allowed to get married. But like we're allowed to teach one and not the other. It's censorship.
Right. Well, like I said, I'm not sure if anyone in this panel is my age or not,
I
or
am.
has kids or not. So I'm not sure if they
Also a mom.
understand where I'm coming from with this.
Oh yeah, Kareen, we've talked before, and yes, I am a mom. I am your age, and I absolutely don't understand where you're coming from, because I want my kids to grow up understanding that everyone has a different way of life and a different way to love, and they are all valid regardless. And I'm going to teach my children to accept and love others regardless of their orientation or identity, because that's what we do as human beings. And if you don't, you just lack basic human empathy. And to teach our children anything different is abusive.
No, I know. I completely understand that, but I was just wondering, would it be a school subject? That's what all I was trying to understand.
Well, like
yeah, it'd be
like I said,
integrated into the
yeah, it'd be
already-
integrated into like what's already
Yeah.
done. If you want to have like
It
an
would be like a
elective,
separate
sure, that's
class.
something different.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like we all know that like separation of church and state in a public school is something like you can't.
Me personally, there was not separation of church and state in my little rural school.
Yeah,
We
they're
were
trying to
basically
force,
forced
I
every
think,
morning
Texas.
to pray.
Yeah, prayer. They're like I think Texas and
Wait, were you in
Louisiana are
public
trying to
school?
force their
Yes.
like the
You were
Ten
in public
Commandments
school.
into every single classroom and stuff
They
like that.
can't, but they
But
can't do
nonetheless,
that.
like you can still teach
and yet
like
it's still
religion if
happening
it
again.
hello? So
I'm
you can
listening.
still teach like classes like in the classes like for example in a US history class you can still teach how religion like impacted certain policies, right? That's not like that's teaching religion, but that's not like forcing religion. It's just the facts of history, right? Same thing with like LGBTQ. You could teach like these are facts of history, like we oppressed gay people pretty like and trans people.
Also, the government is actively trying to enforce the Christian religion
Yeah, they want
into
to
our
install the
schools,
Ten
into our
Commandments in
yeah.
every public school.
They're actively trying to make the country a theocracy, which our forefathers absolutely said, no, this is why we left the UK in the first place, was to escape that ideology, to bring a place where you could practice any religion regardless.
Wait, are you in
Yo,
America now?
wait, really quick. Somebody's threatening to like do a math TPing in the chat. I don't know if you want to get them. I'm good.
Wait, are you in America now?
Oh, well, fine.
Yes.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
What I just
You
said.
said the
our
UK. Why did you bring up the UK?
The U.S.
So
The
I
United
said
States.
we
You said
the
the UK.
forefathers came to the States and they left the UK, England, Britain, that area. They came here to escape theocracy and wanted to have nothing to do with theocracy. Do you not understand that the UK was a theocracy at the time? And that's why they came to the States?
Creationism versus evolution
I'm
debate in my
just
head.
thinking about current times. I'm sorry if I misunderstood you.
Yeah, I was talking
Very
about the
intellectually
forefathers
stimulating
and when we
conversation.
started the whole separation of church and state. They had this set up to escape theocracy that was in the UK. That is why they came to the States. They were anti-king and anti-religious persecution. Exactly.
Well, there is still
Thank
freedom
you.
of religion. I mean, obviously.
Thank you,
I
Tape.
mean, for how long? Let's be so for real. We are right now on a very thin layer of ice where our politicians are pushing heavy with their Christian nationalism towards a
They're
theocracy.
pushing. They're just doing it, and they're getting absolutely zero fucking pushback from anybody.
Was everyone here in America now? I mean,
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to be a jerk, I swear. I'm just trying to understand. I am a mother, so I mean, I just.
So are me and Void and
I'm
Ren.
also a mother.
Just
The
Everyone
only
knows
one who
that.
isn't a mother is Corbin.
I'm a daddy.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
I can be your mother, though.
It's mommy.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Carbon, would you like me to be your mommy? I can do that for you.
I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm
Who
just
said
trying to
anything about you
understand.
being condescending?
No, somebody
just-
said
we're
that.
just-
No, somebody in the comments said that.
I'll
Oh,
say
well,
okay.
you're talking with us, not chat.
Did I
Hold on,
ignore
real
them?
quick. Can I say something
Yes,
real
I
quick?
did.
Chelsea, I don't consent to you being in my lives anymore. Please do not come to my lives anymore. You
What
like
happened?
make me extremely uncomfortable. Like I don't know, she's like extremely like stalkerish. She keeps like I blocked like I think like 20 of her accounts. And she like spams the chat and like says the most random shit. Like get the fuck out of my chat. I've told you multiple times, I don't know who you are. Stop spamming me and stop fucking stalking me. Stop doing that shit.
Yeah, get off
Alright,
my
go.
mans,
Keep going.
Kelsey. Ugh.
Well,
I am
somebody said
possessive.
I'm not Corinne, but they spelled my name wrong, so they must not have been talking about me.
Hey, you're talking with us, not with chat, okay? Have the conversation that we're having, not with chat. If you'd like to talk in chat, go to chat.
Okay.
So, did we help clarify your questions on what we would teach?
Yeah,
Please.
just like I said, so you said it wouldn't be a school subject. It would be like
Integrated
It
into the
would be-
current curriculum.
Yeah, so like, you know how when you're in a history class, you would talk about world history, U.S. history, history on this, history on that. It would also be like a couple day to week long, you know, whatever, however long they dictate that it would take to teach the oppression and the history of the LGBTQ community and how it's impacted the world. When they got rights, yada 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 yada. Same within like family dynamics, be integrated within social skills and social studies. SMEX Ed, you know, it would be integrated with classes that already exist because this is a relevant thing, but does not necessarily need to be its own class, just integrated with the current curriculum as is. And this is already actively happening here in the States, in many states, and going really well, actually. It's quite a wonderful program.
right. Okay.
Steve, can I get your age? Steve, are you with us?
Steve.
Stevie.
I don't think Steve is here.
Alright, anyway.
Alright, we'll get the next person in here.
Carbon, did you
Alright,
see where
Johnny, can I get your age?
mother?
Huh?
Never mind, I'll wait.
Okay.
40.
Alright, what's your argument today?
Don't have an argument. I love it. You guys keep pushing, doing what you're doing, and we're just gonna keep winning elections. I love it. Just keep pushing this LGBTQ stuff on parents that don't want anything to do with this, all this weirdness.
If
Just
they
keep
don't
doing
want
it,
anything
bro.
to do with it,
I love it.
yeah. So Johnny, if they want nothing to do with it, they can do this really awesome thing when they talk
Fucking
about
homeschool your crop
topics.
goblin.
Well, not even that. Not even that. If you don't want anything to do with it, but you want your kids to be in public school, guess what? When it comes to hotter topics like this, they send home a form saying, hey, this is what we'll be teaching. You have to sign off on it. Either say yes or no. And you can say no to it. This has always been the case with these things. If it is considered a topic that could be controversial, they send home a permission slip. If you do not want your child involved in it, then you say no thank you, and your child will be kept out of it.
Interesting. But the problem is, this is not what you guys want, right?
So
It's
it
not
just
what
to
you
me
want.
sounds like, Johnny, that you are not an active parent in your child's education because
I
you aren't looking in
absolutely
your child's backpack for permission slips.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, this is not what the Democrats want, right? You guys want to make it mandatory.
I'm not a Democrat.
We're not Democrats here. And
Well,
even if we
whatever,
were, that's what you're supposed to say.
leftist,
He's trying to
whatever you
generalize,
want
and
to
it's
be,
failing.
right?
But anyway, I'm
Always
sorry. Can you get like an argument? You haven't given an argument. Yeah.
argument. No, I have no argument. I agree with you. I keep pushing this.
Okay, so you don't have an argument. So you actually don't have an argument for why somebody should not like teach LGBTQ in school or just be LGBTQ. You don't have an
I have
argument for
no,
that, right?
I have no problem with people being LGBTQ.
Okay, what's the argument?
I have no problem with people teaching in school not to bully people that are in the LGBTQ community.
What about
Right?
LGBTQ
No problem with
history?
that. But history,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
we shouldn't be teaching.
Why not?
Well, I mean, what is LGBTQ history?
Okay,
What do you
sure.
mean, like,
They were
So here's
persecuted.
an
like
example
Harvey
of
Milk? Like who?
yes. So like
Okay.
examples in U.S. history and world history of LGBTQ people being oppressed, and notable examples of LGBTQ people.
Yeah, I have no problem with that too. No
I
problem.
mean, it
No
looks
problem.
like you
Once
agree
Don't
Happy
disagree.
with like
Memories unalive.
80% of LGBTQ being taught in
Yeah.
school.
Oh my
Like, okay,
god, I guess you're a Democrat.
yeah, I
No,
guess.
W.
but I can tell
W
you what I
Pims.
disagree with, right? I can tell you what I disagree with,
No one asked.
right? All right, cool. Cool beans.
I don't understand the election point. If something's the right thing to do, would you just drop it if it like lost you an election?
No, because I think this affects less than 1% of the population.
So you would
And the
drop it.
more important shit
No.
that you guys want, you guys are unalighting on this hill. Is my point.
Yeah, so
Like,
first of
Wait,
all,
wait,
so
wait,
first
wait.
of all, so first of
yeah.
all, people aren't like switching their votes based off of like what's being taught in school. The biggest point of why Donald Trump won the election in
Of the
2024
economy.
was the economy. That was like the biggest thing that people cited. Now when people are already changing against him, he has a 40% approval rating. The bill that he just passed is a 30% approval rating. Democrats are sweeping the floor in pretty much every state now because people are like against Donald Trump. The Wisconsin Supreme Court election, there's 15-point swings in Florida and Nebraska and things like that. These are all happening, right? Just didn't happen on the presidential level. So, okay, so regardless, none of that actually matters. If you look at any exit poll, nobody's going around saying, well, it's this LGBTQ stuff. That's a small minority of like religious fundamentalists who are voting on that basis.
Really quick.
Trump,
I just want to correct
Trump
him
would
really
not be
quick. You
president
said,
right
wait,
now
wait,
if you
one
guys weren't
second,
pushing this. By the way,
really
Trump would
quick.
have lost this
I
election.
want to correct you because you said it's like less than 1% of the population that is LGBTQ, right? It's actually closer to 8%. So it's a bigger
What?
minority than you. Yes. It's damn
8%
near
of
8%.
population
Damn
is
near
part of the
8% of the
LGBTQ.
population of the US population identifies as LGBTQ. Majority of it being bisexual.
Oh God, no.
Yeah. So, yeah, I
That's
mean,
crazy.
yeah, if you just want to deny why people voted the way they did, I mean, go ahead, go for it. But do you have any exit polls that prove your case right?
No, I mean it's a
I
fact
didn't
that
think so.
without LGBTQ rights and
Yeah.
all this stuff that you guys are pushing,
Mhm.
Trump would have lost this
Yeah,
election.
can you give an argument?
He
Can you give
narrowly
empirical
won.
Sure,
support of
buddy.
that? Give
Yeah,
empirical
he
support for
narrowly
it.
won.
Give
Yeah, you look
empirical
at
support for it. Give me some polls.
white women, overwhelming white women voted for Trump, even though there was an AB
I
issue.
never
That
heard
doesn't
that.
tell
White
me.
women
I'm sorry. That
fucking
does
voted for
not tell
Trump.
me.
Why?
That does not
Explain
tell
to me
me,
why white
Johnny.
women voted
Johnny,
for
I need
Trump.
you to stop. Okay, I need you to listen to the question that's being
Mm-hmm.
asked of you. Right? I'm not asking whether white women voted for Trump and they switched their vote.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What you're trying to do is give empirical support. What I asked you to do was give empirical support, surveys, polls, that the reason why Donald Trump won, at least if we had not been running on this, which nobody was really running on this, but if we had not been running on it, or we have not been supporting it, then Donald Trump would not have won. I want you to support that claim, not just come up with random
Oh,
shit.
sure.
I need you to
Sure.
give actual polling data that shows that that switched the vote
Sure.
in any significant way.
Okay, so we can all agree, obviously, Trump won by a very few percentage points, right? Like in some
1%.
cases, like 1%, 2%. Yeah, we can all agree to that, right? It's a fact.
Yes.
Do you think that 1 or 2% could have been swayed if you guys didn't push
Well,
this
yeah, I'm sorry. You're
LGBTQ
asking a
stuff?
question. You're asking a
Yes or no?
question. Wait, Johnny, you're asking a question, but I asked you a question, did I not?
Yeah, you asked me a
Yeah,
question. I'm proving it
don't
to you.
answer a question
Yeah.
with the question.
You're telling
So
me not
I
even
asking you,
1%.
Johnny, you're over talking right now. I asked you a very specific question. What is your argument? What is your empirical support? I need a source.
That is
I
my
mean,
argument.
okay, so your argument is you have no source.
My argument is logic. Right?
Okay,
You're
so
telling-
So
Not
logic
One
tells you. I'm
percent.
sorry.
You tell me 1 or 2% of the population didn't vote because of this
Yeah, no, that's a question, Johnny. That's a question, right? But you're not supposed to be asking the question. I'm
Yes,
asking the
that's
question.
by the fact.
Johnny,
Then
Johnny,
yes,
okay, I don't want to have to start
it's
muting
only
you. I
logical,
don't,
bro.
okay, I'm gonna have to start muting you. Okay. You have not given any argument so far that justifies your claim that pushing or promoting LGBTQ is the reason why Donald Trump is president right now, right? That is that is definitionally, content-wise, that is an empirical support, right? Because what you have to do is you have to know why people switch their votes, and to know how people switch their votes, you have to ask them, right? And that's what a poll or a survey is. So do you have any polls or surveys that suggest this?
You want me to show you a poll that there's transphobic
Yes,
people?
that's exact. No.
I want you
Then
to
what
give me a
is
poll. No, this is what I want you to do. Give me a poll that justifies your statement that that is the reason why Donald Trump. There were transphobic people in 2020. Okay, so there's transphobic people. Like, and guess what? We were still doing the same thing, pushing, promoting, advocating for LGBTQ rights in 2020, just the exact same way that we were in 2024. So what you're going to have to
Yeah.
do is explain
Well, there's
why.
empirical data in
Okay, so
2020
you're
that
gonna
were
have to
lost
do.
if it
So
wasn't
you're
for
going to have to do. What
C19.
you're gonna have to do is give empirical support. Do you have that empirical
Yeah,
support? Yes or no?
polls show that in 2020, if there was no C19, Trump would have also won.
I'm sorry. What?
Source.
Trump would have won if C19 wasn't a
Citation
factor
needed.
in 2020.
I didn't ask about
Citation needed.
COVID-19. I'm asking
No, my point is
specifically,
that Trump would have won
Johnny.
again.
Johnny, you are doing
That's the only
everything to
reason
not.
you guys
Okay,
won
you
again.
are doing
Running.
everything to not answer the question. I am asking for your source that the reason why Donald Trump won in 2024 was advocating for LGBTQ rights. Okay, give that empirical. If you the next thing that comes out of your mouth is not a source, you're getting dropped. Okay, go ahead.
Citation needed.
Anyways, guys, good night. Keep doing what you're
Okay,
doing.
that's exactly what I thought.
You have no
Yes.
source.
Bye-bye.
You have no
Keep on
fucking argument.
Exactly what I thought.
Stupid fuck.
Runner. Also, to the person who was asking for names of trans people during World War I and got mad at me when I listed 3 different names.
She got mad.
She got so mad and was
How
like,
dare you
made
actually
jokes
have
about us
information."
school pewing. And I'm like, wait, what?
Nobody made jokes about school peeping. What are you talking about?
Literally no one. Also, no one said anything about Rittenhouse. I said Woodhouse. Learn to read.
The only thing that was mentioned about school peeping is somebody was like, Pulse 2025 if y'all keep pushing this shit. And I called it out in the comments.
Let's
Oh,
see.
fuck.
What else we debating tonight?
Also, Ren, are you still up here? Like, are you still awake?
I want to do. I really want a couple debates on the slavery topic.
I
feel
think
so-
Ren is asleep.
I feel so goated now. Like I know what all the words and all the slavery. Like I know I feel so goated now. I only read
I
one
love
third
when
of the
Carmen
book.
gets giddy about his knowledge. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's what
Like, he is
ADHD gives you.
excited.
It's
He's
like
like,
a ADHD gives you like a superpower where you like absorb a bunch of
Also-
knowledge for like a very, very small amount of time.
Has nearly 21% of the Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ.
Harry, can I get your age?
Hey, I'm 20. I requested up because I didn't think the debate topic was going to change, so I do apologize about that.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine.
Okay, my bad. Have a good day, though.
Have a good one.
How does someone confuse Kathleen Woodhouse with Kyle Rittenhouse?
I don't know. Have you seen him recently? He looks like
No.
the male version of Miss Piggy. I'm not even fucking with
Oh,
you.
no.
Like, he looks like he needs to lay off the salt. He looks swollen. Like, it's actually a... Also, you know what? Hold up. I got you.
Oh my God, not you. No.
No.
You're
I'm
trying
not-
to get I'm trying to
I'm
scare
sending
everybody.
it. I'm sending it directly to Witchy. Okay?
No, I
I'm
don't
not
wanna see that.
traumatize everybody like that. He straight up looks like the male version of Miss Piggy. Like, that's all I see. Yeah, Kyle blew up, literally.
I will literally get yelled over.
Okay, well, if you're scared to debate, then just stay out the comment section too, then.
I need your reaction, like, in real time, Witchy.
Yeah, if you have live access and you are denying my request to come up, then you're getting muted out the chat too. I don't know if your mom or dad was there. Both were. Your mom too. All right, let's get some debates in here. If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'll talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. We're almost at 75,000 likes. Let's go. But were they actually there? But they're actually there. Learn a little grammar first.
We are.
If by there you mean the way that the Christian God is, then no. Let's get some debates in here, y'all. Don't be scared. The text on screen is too small to read. Those are the TikTok comments. I don't know. Like, if I make them too big, they just kind of like, it looks ugly. It covers the screen too much. It's just all.
Can I make something big?
Wow. he blushing over that one. That's crazy.
All right, I tried to bring this guy up, but I guess he dropped before I could bring him up. Star Wars Lo-Fi.
We know, B. We know. The blushing tells all things, B.
I don't blush. That's the red.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
It's red, look.
Sure. The one you just changed, that you said you don't have.
All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, just keep tapping that screen. You're doing good. Appreciate you.
Oh.
I keep moving to a different live. You know what I hate when I'm scrolling in live and it's like I'm in the live, but it's like this much, and then like that small bit is the next live, and it won't let you scroll down. I hate that shit. It's such a bad glitch.
Mine has never done that.
Yeah, mine does that like all the time.
No, what the glitch I can't stand is when it starts playing like the same like 2 seconds of the live, and it just loops it.
That's so annoying.
It's been doing that ever since I've been on TikTok. Like
Yeah.
it's always, the little red and blue button, and it just like keeps like it's so stupid. Like just fix it, bro. Like just get a team and say, hey, the job of this team is to fix that part of lives. It'll be like a week. It'll take a week.
Oh, dude. Keely, I remember there was a glitch at one point where, like, if you requested up, you would have audio from the live below playing out of your, as a guest. Oh, God, that one pissed me the hell off.
No. Listen, one glitch that I have now is
No,
like
but I
I'm playing music and I decide to open TikTok, because if you open TikTok, it automatically pauses your music. And I go into the live and I request, and then they let me get my music starts playing again.
No, I have this. Well, it's not a TikTok thing. It's just like an AirPod thing. I disconnect. I haven't been listening to music for like weeks or something like on my phone, and then I take off my and randomly a song from Apple Music just starts playing, or like put it in and it randomly starts playing. Like stop. You know I wasn't listening to music, so stop trying to replay. Like it's stupid.
I don't know. I constantly, and I literally mean 24/7, have an AirPod in my ear, even when I sleep.
Yeah.
God, my ears could not. As someone who gets chronic ear infections, I would absolutely cry.
See if this is a debate or no. Abner, you are live. Can I get your age, please, if you don't mind?
Oh shit, I couldn't hear that. I need to turn up the sound. Hang on. And there you are. So what did you ask me, sir?
What was your age?
46.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right. Can I get your what's your take?
Well, why does your God support slavery, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough one, but I have the answer.
Okay.
Okay. You know what? I got into this a bit sudden, so I'm just gonna grab a smoke and then.
Okay.
Can I say that? Yeah.
I don't know if you can say it. It's just probably
don't
best
say it,
to
just-
not mention it.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
can't
and
say
also-
the fume word.
Also, when you start, you gotta mute yourself, friend, or it will flag the live.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Wait a moment. I've got to turn off
Christ,
sound
this
here.
is so chaotic already.
Oh shit.
Please, I beg, just get him out of here, please.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here.
Okay, so what's
Can
your
you hear me?
take?
Can you hear?
I can hear you. What's your take?
Well, my take is that life is a game of pain. That everyone has a religious aspect to it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So everyone has a religious aspect to their life, or spiritual in one way, right? Or one way or another. You have a die-hard atheist who doesn't want to believe, but you have more than 80% of the population admitting they believe in something higher and feel it sometimes, yeah?
Wait, I'm sorry. Like, how does this relate to slavery?
Well, the point is that life is a game of pain, that you have died 1,000,000 times before becoming human, and you have suffered infinitely every time before getting eaten and chewed out.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Is that a Christian doctrine, that reincarnation?
Does it matter? We all have the feeling sometimes, right? We talk about the afterlife, and
Well, it does matter, because if you said you were a Christian, I don't. Where in the Bible does it say that reincarnation is true?
well, I don't believe in the Bible.
Wait, how are you a
but I do-
Christian?
I'm a spiritual Christian.
What's a
I
spiritual
pray.
Christian?
It means that I pray to the Spirit of Jesus, but I don't believe in the Bible.
How do
Does
you
that
know
make
there's a
sense?
spirit of Jesus?
I speak to him.
What does he say
Speak
back?
with him. About well, it's you don't believe in spirituality.
I don't even know what I don't even know what a spirit is, much less be spiritual.
Right.
Okay, well, you have a body, right? But the person you are, everything you love, everything emotional, your mind, everything that makes up your spiritual and emotional compound is your soul, right?
Oh, okay. So
And that
you're just
you-
talking about like my brain.
No.
So the spirit is the brain? Wait, what? How's that not the brain?
No. Well, the point is we can't prove the soul, really. We probably can.
Well, what's a
sometime,
soul?
But, well, that's you. You are not a human being having. You're not a human being having a spiritual experience once in a while. You are a spiritual being having a human experience.
Okay, how do you know that?
I'm just saying words at this point.
Well, the
First of
point
all, like
is
I
that-
don't know. We got to define what spirit is. So you said it's you. Okay, and like what I
Yes, well,
like,
you
just
do know.
listen. In my semantics, right? What I mean by you, a subject, is just the perspective. That perspective is granted by a global network of neurons firing that allows for the subjective experience, right? Now you're saying
Yes.
that these things that create these neurons firing that create the subjective experience don't actually do anything, right? They don't do that, right? You're
How are
saying
you
they do
feeling
something.
right now?
Huh?
How are you feeling right? How are you feeling right now?
What do you mean? How am I feeling right now?
How are you feeling right now?
Confused.
Okay, but how are you feeling?
Confused. That's the feeling I'm having right now.
Okay, that's the intellectual aspect, but how are you feeling?
I don't-
How are you inside? Are you glad? Are you sad?
I'm not either. I'm just confused.
Okay, but you're not feeling at the same time. You're right now in observer mode.
In
So
a
the point
feral?
is-
What?
No, observer mode. Observer mode, sir.
Oh yeah,
Observer?
I'm observing. Yes.
Observing.
I'm observing.
Yeah. So you're,
Yeah.
Not, so you're not really where how are you state, right?
Huh? It's hard. It's hard to hear you.
Is it my mic?
No, it's just like you're muffled a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take my mic up to my. Oh shit. Okay. So when we are in that mode, when we relate to our emotions, when we are, how are you feeling? How am I doing? How are they doing? When we have an intimate conversation, it's also intellectual intercourse, for instance, right? where you have a good friend, when you connect so hard that that what you feel becomes relevant for the topic, and you share your feelings together. Yeah, that's not where you are right now, but you know the situation. Yeah.
Yeah, so most people will say like the reason why people have like emotions and feelings, right? Like at least the scientific community through empirical research will say like these are like experiences that you have that are brought about through a pretty complex network of
Okay.
you know
But
chemicals
that's
and
of course the world they want you to have. You know, the
well,
world
okay, so
bank and all
what
this
does dopamine do
stuff.
in your opinion? What does dopamine do?
Well, dopamine lifts you. It gives you a high, like any drug.
So it
Right?
makes you happy. So you can have physical things that result in a physical experience of happiness.
Yeah, of course you can manipulate your body and your mind both ways.
Yeah,
But
so
doesn't
if
make
so what is the soul I guess what I'm trying to what does the soul explain that the scientific community does not?
well the point is you think with your whole body. Your soul is connected to all of your organs, and your mind perceives it. When you look at your brain, if in that angle right there you have
Wait,
that.
did you just say that my soul is connected to my organs?
Well, you think with the whole of your body, and every organ
So,
has
like,
its
what
role.
ligaments connect my soul to, like, my spleen?
Your spleen would be the gut feeling. Yeah.
Y'all can have this one. I gotta get some water.
No, I don't want to.
I will
Really, I
because
can argue
I
force
feel
you.
like
You don't hear me. This whole tickle here.
hello Abner. My name's Annie,
Hello, Mark.
and
Hi, Annie.
you're giving off a very sweet energy that's reminding me of my grandfather's. So I am feeling a little bit nostalgic. So I feel like
Thank you. I guess. I hope he was a nice guy.
oh yes. This is just specifically like a debate space, and it definitely sounds like you are looking for a conversation, which is awesome and all. But host is like specifically looking for debates, arguments.
For why God supports slavery, and I can assure you he does.
Yes, we agree then, because we all align that
Yeah.
the biblical God supports, condones, and encourages slavery.
The question is why, right? And I can answer that.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Okay. So basically, as I said to the host, that you're not a human being having a spiritual experience. You are a spiritual being having a human experience.
Mhm.
Get it?
Oh, absolutely. As someone who is also like, I know that host and void are both not spiritual or not religious in any way.
I know.
I am, so I do comprehend and understand.
We're talking about reincarnation, and even in the Bible, I don't read that thing much, but they speak about the afterlife. But what would you do up there when you realize that you don't know enough about pain to be able to live freely? So you go back to Earth. That's called reincarnation. Sorry for being kind of something. I'm very tired. I haven't slept for 32 hours.
Sir, go to bed. I think you need some sleep.
Nah,
Just as like a healthy human being, I think you need sleep.
well, honestly, I've been wanting to talk to this guy for a while because I've seen his request for the debate prior. And now that he's here, I wanted to grab it because it's important to me to elaborate on why God wants slavery and why I can argue for it, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, is it good? Like, is it good? What
Well, the point
is God perfectly
all
good
love.
in your view?
Yeah, yes. But the
Yes.
point is, it's all love. It's all love because life is a game of pain. You're
Okay.
stuck in a conundrum where everyone has contradicting interests compared to you. Not always, but sometimes. It's always about being eaten. And that's the whole game of nature. We've evolved socially from it, but not naturally, and not in our true forms. A man is a violent killer and must be or unaliver. Sorry. A man
So
is a-
I would say if you're perfectly good,
Mhm.
and you're all powerful and all those things, what distinguishes an abusive parent from that?
Well, the point is that you have to be Smith. Our first ancestors for the first 4 billion years were plants, basically, algae. Then 500 million years ago, life expanded into something much more profound and became the dinosaurs that we know, and all those Smithsonian ages, and all this stuff happened where we had the mass deaths and all that. But life has been here for 4.5 billion years. And up to that point, 500 million years ago, the first ancestors that we had were basically just very, very small algae plants or trees, if you will. And a tree needs 3 things to live. It needs water, it needs light, and it needs shit. Can I say shit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a tree needs shit to live, and then it needs to die. And then what's inside of it, the soul of it, continues growth through reincarnations, from being a small algae to being an ant, to being a beetle, to being a slug, to being a chicken, to being a horse, to being finally a human being, because the soul physically gains strength and size, but also experienced through being killed and eaten, which is the predominant criteria of anyone in nature. So the whole criteria of our journey is to live, to have fun, to be grateful, which is the purpose and point of life, to be grateful. The meaning of life is gratitude, freedom, and love.
I thought it was pain.
But no, that's the educationer. That's what teaches you to.
So
be
would it be
grateful.
wrong for a parent to allow their child to be like abused? Would that be wrong?
That's a very, very hard question.
I think it's an easy question.
That is not a hard question at all.
Not at all. It's a very hard question because abuse.
No, it's not. How do you say it's a hard question? That is
How can you
never
say
a
it's
hard
an easy
question.
question? How can you say it's an easy question?
So okay, so just to be
The
clear,
kid
I want to make sure. What do you think the question? I want to make sure we're on the same page. A child. So you have a parent, right?
Mhm.
And they, I don't know, they drop their child off at like a babysitter, right?
Mhm.
And this babysitter is just brutally abusing the child. Would it be wrong for the parent to just allow that to happen, knowing that they can stop it? And
The point is, it's your legs.
No,
It's what?
no. That
It's-
babysitter would be destroyed. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
that's wonderful insights, Mister. But seriously, the point is, life is a game of pain that you have to become better at.
yeah, wait.
So
So can
you
I get
have
a question? I'm sorry. What was the answer to that question? Would that be wrong for that parent?
Life is, well, the point is, it's your legs. You have to make the most of the shit you're given.
It's your lex. What's that word that you're using?
Legs, it means that wherever you go in your life, it's your journey. It means that you're responsible for you. It means
Okay.
that it's your
Sorry.
gratitude.
Wait, hold on. So the parent, it's your lex. Okay. It's the parent is allowing their child to be abused. That is either wrong or it's not wrong. Which do you choose?
Well, a parent who doesn't love their child is insane.
Okay, so you're saying that that would be wrong for the parent to do that, correct?
I'm saying the question can't be phrased that way because you can't say, allowing your child to be raped is, of course, really, really bizarre for a parent.
Raped. Let's just say that for TikTok.
Raped or beaten or whatever, right?
Yeah, so
That's
it would be
really
wrong
bizarre.
for a parent to allow that.
Yes, for the parent, yeah. But
Okay.
once it's happened, it's up to the child and the parents to find out how to achieve gratitude from the shit.
Yeah, but we're talking about preventing things from happening,
Gratitude
right?
from the abuse.
It's
Gratitude?
Well,
What the fuck is wrong with
that's
you?
where it always ends. Because whatever you go through, as long as you live for it long enough to do so, you will always become
So your
grateful from
granddad,
whatever shit you're
mother.
thinking. I have a friend. He got shot in the back by the police, right? He's been in a wheelchair for the last 44 years. He's my best friend. And he can't get erection. He can't move his legs.
You don't
Papa,
have to
I
out
answered
your
the
friend
question.
like that. That's insane. Why would you put his business out there like that?
He can't hear this. But the point is, he doesn't
And
know.
compare that to a child.
I'm sorry, but
No, but
nobody
the
needs
point,
to know that your friend in a wheelchair can't get hard. Nobody needed to know that.
I'm just
You
saying that's
you
a
gave
very
that
big.
information on your own free
Bro, this
will.
turned
I
And
did.
it don't even
this
affect you.
turned quick, really
But the
quickly.
point is,
Yeah, I did.
the point is, this man has
You
had
could
the
do it
greatest
for
loss of his life.
No, bad.
You are a sick fuck. Fuck off.
The point is that this man has had the greatest loss of his life, right? And he still finds gratitude.
You think
and that's where it all
not
works
being
down.
hard is the greatest loss of life? Have
You
you ever
haven't
like
been in the
I don't
situation.
know. I don't know. Have you ever lost a kid, bro?
Comparing
I
it to a
think
child being abused is fucking
But yeah,
ridiculous.
I
Yeah.
lost a kid. Yeah.
I think I would
I'm not talking
rather
about
not
me,
be
I'm talking
hard
about-
than like lose my
Okay.
kid.
So
Yeah,
Abner,
but
I'm
you are-
sorry. Listen, we're just gonna move on to the next. Like, 'cause
No, it's
I
fucking
can't do
crazy.
it. Okay, so D, I know what you're doing, so no, I'm not letting you up. Thank you so much. New guest, can I get your age?
37.
All right, what's your argument?
Why do Democrats support slavery?
Okay, so your God supports slavery because why do Democrats support slavery? How is that an argument?
Oh, well,
You're really bad
I'm
at
not
this, bro.
religious, but anybody who supports income tax supports debt slavery.
That's not no.
Yeah, we are taxed on our
Wait,
time.
so wait, that's
directly.
Republican. Why do you only talk about like everybody supports it other than like some libertarians? Republicans and conservatives and Donald Trump all support taxes too, right?
I mean, if it wasn't for Democrats, we wouldn't.
I'm sorry, can
have
you
an
answer the
income tax
question?
anymore.
Do Republicans currently have an income tax and support it?
Some of them, but
Most
I
of them,
have
almost
ran
all of them.
into.
They just voted on
I've
a
ran
bill.
into quite a few of them.
They just voted on
no,
a bill.
well, I mean, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, Democrats
Trump
support
was
that too.
originally trying to get rid of the entire income tax, but he couldn't get it through the
Well, I'm sorry,
Democrats.
tariffs are taxes, so no, he
You're
wasn't
a
trying to get.
dumbass.
He was just like replacing one
you,
tax.
You
with
do know
another.
that before we became debt collateral, that the federal government was funded
Well, that's a
90%
tax.
through tariffs.
That's a tax.
1913 and previous, it
No, that's a
was
tax.
through tariffs that
Yeah,
the
that's a
federal
tax.
government was
Yeah,
funded.
that's a tax. Now, when it
Yeah,
comes
but
to
you
that,
had your-
yeah. Well, hold on, just real quick. Like,
you had
it
your full
just,
income.
Yeah. So what? Well, no. Like that would get passed down to the consumer, and the consumer would have to pay some of that tax, right? That's how tariffs work. Now, when it comes to, I don't see why you like.
I'd rather
single out
pay
Democrats.
a.
I don't know
Well,
why you're talking.
yeah, like listen, like Republicans and Democrats. First of all, I don't think you know what slavery is. But second, like when it comes to Democrats and Republicans,
Yeah,
they both
neither do
support
you, though.
taxes. Yeah, what do you think is slavery? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's multiple kinds. I'm talking about debt slavery.
What's slavery
in general?
What's slavery?
Now, you're probably talking about cattle slavery.
What's cattle slavery is crazy.
You
Chattel slavery. Okay, what is slavery?
Well, slavery is when you are pretty much owned by something, and if the government can own your finances and can tax your body directly and tax your time, then that's claiming ownership. It's just like property taxes. You can buy your house, you can buy the land your house is on, but if you don't pay your property taxes, the real owners come along and take back their property.
Yeah, so no, you're wrong on slavery.
We are
Slavery.
government property.
Understood. Well, no, military is, but not you. So slavery
no,
is.
we are.
No, you're.
We
I'm
are
gonna tell
debt
you how. I'm
collateral.
trying to tell you how you're wrong. Right? You don't
We're
have to
debt
pay any.
collateral.
You don't have to pay a single dime in taxes to the government. You know that, right?
Yeah, and unless I don't want armed men and women showing
No,
up at my
you don't
door
have to pay a single
under
dollar.
threat of imprisonment.
No,
or,
you don't have
or
to pay a
unaliving.
single. You don't have to pay a single dollar. The only time if you don't work at all,
Show me.
do you have to pay?
Show me how.
If you don't work, do you have to pay your income tax?
Yeah, if I don't work.
Hey,
Yeah, if I just want to be a fucking bum out on the street.
Oh well, being a bum, not working and being a bum are two different things.
Yeah,
There are people who don't work and they're doing fine.
hold on,
I
hold
literally
on.
don't have a job. I'm a
What?
single mother. Wait. I'm a single mother of 2 children. I literally do not have a support system to have a babysitter and go to work. I don't pay taxes.
I don't pay taxes either as a stay-at-home mother.
Yeah, so slavery is when you own
well,
somebody
you-
as property.
you're a
and
stay-at-home mother.
So slavery
Yeah,
is when
yeah,
you
well,
own. So
taxes.
slavery is when you own somebody as property, and it means you
Yeah,
own the rights
as
to
a
their.
man,
I
if
don't
I
know,
wanna
like, why is
support
this
my
guy's like over talking me? So slavery is when you own somebody as property and you force them to do labor against their will. That is what slavery is. We got two single mothers right here. They're not being forced to work against their will. They can. It would probably, maybe it can make their life better. Maybe it might make their life worse. But they can be stay-at-home mothers, right? The government is not coming in and saying you have to work, and then when you work, I am going to take your income. That is not slavery. And then, like, if you don't work, they throw you in jail. No, that is not what the government is doing.
0 cents.
To correct you, I am not a single stay-at-home mother. I am married stay-at-home mother.
I'm single.
Awesome.
Nobody's talking to you.
Oh, did I say single?
Correcting Carbon. Yeah,
You did say single.
Oh, I always use those
single
terms.
mothers.
Sorry, I use the terms very, like, always
Awesome.
together. But anyway.
CISO,
So are
nobody's
you
talking to you.
CISO.
Are you
We're
living
talking
off?
to Carbon.
CISO. So we explained to you what
Taxes?
slavery is. We explained to you what slavery
Yes, I
is.
live off.
Right. Now, if you can say that this is something bad happening,
Yeah, we are.
right,
we
make
are
that
owned.
argument. But
We are
now you're
owned by
just
the government.
equivocating on terms. You're owned by the government, so you
You're
can't leave.
equivocating
So you
on
can't
terms.
use you can't leave the United States.
You need to look up the definition of debt slavery.
I'm gonna ask the question again. Can you leave the United States?
Not without getting permission.
Actually.
Really?
Bro, what?
So you can't you need the government's permission?
I can only travel in between states. I can't travel
Are you a
across
felon or some
borders.
shit?
Yeah, are you a felon?
If I travel to Canada,
Oh no!
do I got to get permission from Canada to go over? Do I not have to get a passport? You guys don't know about passports? Have you guys ever traveled outside of America?
Yep.
Yeah, you have to get permission to leave.
No, I'm
Because you
not.
can't.
No,
You can't just.
No, you don't.
can't
That's when
enter
you
another
land in the
country.
other country.
Yeah, you can leave this country,
still have
right?
to
You
get
need
permission.
a passport to enter the other country.
Wait.
But you
And,
don't
like,
need permission to
still
leave this
permission?
country.
passports aren't permission. It's something that I buy. I don't need
First off,
permission.
there's a
I just
permission
simply
for
go
it. That's
buy
crazy.
it and have it. You do not need permission to get it unless there is some kind of red tape stopping you. I don't have that kind of red tape, so I can have a passport, no problems at all, and then I can go.
So just to
Yeah,
be
well,
clear,
that's
just to be
our
clear.
security
So
number.
I just want to be clear. Is your position, CISO?
That's
Wait,
that's
hold
our
on, CISO,
slave number.
CISO, is your position?
You're
Is
disgusting.
your position?
It
if you-
is.
Is
Social
your
Security is
position?
nothing
Is
but
your
for
position?
income.
Is your position that you will be blocked from taking that flight out or that drive out from the country if you don't have a passport? You will be blocked by the United States. They will. The United States will block
Not by
you.
the United States.
Okay, so if the
No,
United States
no,
is not the one
I have to
forcing you to
obtain
stay here,
permission from foreign governments
okay, so are those foreign governments the slave owners then?
through my government.
Okay, so are the foreign governments, are they the slave owners then? Because if the United States
Any place
allows you,
that- any
if the
place that
United
directly
States
taxes
allows, if the United
their
States
citizen
allows
and-
you to leave, then how are you a slave?
Okay, ask me a question and then continue asking another
That's a
question.
Okay, if the United States allows you to leave, then how are you a slave?
You're not understanding. Okay,
That
you're
doesn't
thinking
answer
of
my question.
Chantel Keller. You're thinking of whips and chains and handcuffs,
Okay,
right?
this guy's
Yeah,
like
they
not
excite
answering the
me
question.
anyway.
Grandmaster, thank you for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you know what they say? Chains and whips excite me.
I don't know if
No, I was thinking of the Rihanna song. Don't you ever?
All right. Anyway, too easy. All right. If you think if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Come on.
You know what we should do while Renna is asleep? We should just run her gifts up, so she just wakes up with like a fuck ton of money in her balance.
I'm up now.
Damn it! She heard money and she was like, "Oh."
No, I've been up for a while. I just was quiet. I forgot. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. Like I didn't even know I was asleep. And then somebody
That's so
came up
real.
and they started yelling about something. Like,
Yeah,
I
that
was just
happens.
like, what the?
Were
what
you
is
awake when I
happening?
asked if you were awake?
No, I was not awake. Mm-mm. I was not awake. I was just like, I mean, if I fall asleep, usually on the panel, if I do fall asleep, I'm going to wake right back up. Because I can fall asleep, I just can't stay asleep.
Now me, I be snoring.
I hope I wasn't snoring.
You weren't. You were muted anyway.
Okay, as I say, I hope I wasn't snoring. Like, if I am, let me know. But
Donnie, thank you
Girl,
so much for
how?
the
You'll be
follow
asleep.
over on Twitch. I appreciate
right,
you.
I was just about to say that though. I was like, yeah. But no, I woke up, I saw that the topic changed again. And I was like, I woke up, I'm like, why are we talking? Oh, okay. I feel it. Look, I'm sorry, Carbon. I done came up here and fell asleep on your panel. My bad.
You wouldn't be the first.
You ain't gonna be the last either. Because I'm laying down right now.
Yeah, what you said, I never do that. I really don't believe that.
But you and I fell asleep together on this live, and Carbon had to kick both of us. Logic does it as well very frequently.
Yeah, I don't know. Has anybody had a good argument about anything yet?
Absolutely not. Some guy added his friend that he couldn't get hard, which is kind of crazy.
Okay. Like, that's wild. I'm kind of glad I didn't hear that because I
Bro
thought
said my friend is in a wheelchair and he can't get hard. He's lost the greatest thing ever. That's what I said.
Okay. First of all, why are you telling your friend's business?
You ain't got to put your friend out there like that. That's crazy work.
Oh, there's
yes,
a guy in
we
my
also learned
YouTube
about cattle
chat
slavery.
trying to justify violence against children.
Wait, Parker's what you mean?
Should I do the spanking topic?
Yes, please. We all know that falling asleep in Carbon's lives leads to some damp dreams. That's fucking crazy, Hydro.
Jesus.
Yeah, we also learned about cattle slavery, Rim.
Cattle slavery, yeah.
Wait.
That shit pissed me off.
Was he trying to say chattel slavery?
Yes.
You know, I've heard
If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with Mesopotamia, go ahead and call us.
Mesopotamia, I love it. Mesopotamia. I need drunk Santana back on the panel. I'm not even kidding you. That was a great night.
Yeah, this guy's justifying child abuse in my YouTube chat.
What is he saying?
Spanking is
Can you
child
repeat
abuse,
it?
guys. That's violence against children. You should not commit violence against your children.
Yep. Speaking of, the little one just woke up. So if you hear cooing, that's what it is.
Do they do anything else?
My
No,
kid?
it's discipline. Yeah, listen, like, just calling violence discipline isn't like an argument, guy.
Yeah.
Like, why do you want to hit your
So-
kids?
The way that you look at like the term abuse, it's like to treat harshly or
Unnecessary physical harm is literally violence, and that's literally... This motherfucker said it's like combat sport. Yeah, let me get my UFC gloves on and knock the fuck out of the kid. The fuck is your problem, guy?
This is why you
It's
have
not
a year-long
consensual.
ban.
Kids can't consent to being fucking struck with violence against them. What the fuck are you talking about? Adults can. Oh yeah, but it's Unico. Of course he thinks kids can consent.
Y'all are weird people.
Very fucking
Like, that's-
weird.
Like, you're weird. Like, I don't understand it.
I debate this a lot with Brandon and his lives. And somebody was talking about how he was spanked as a child. And he was like, yeah, my dad didn't really spank me. He would just hit me on my head. Like, what do you mean?
Who's that one guy I asked? I'm like, if you had evidence and like studies that dunking your child's head underwater and keeping it under there for 10 seconds as a form of punishment would correct their behavior, would you do it? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, get the fuck out of my life, bro.
See, the thing is I would tell those people to eat a freedom seed and get on with my day.
Fucking crazy.
Like,
And my response probably would have been what I was telling people earlier today, which is your mother should have took advantage of Roe v. Wade when the opportunity was presented.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you shouldn't even, you shouldn't have fertilized the egg. You should have been swallowed. The best part of you ran down your mama's leg.
I don't know. And then I've learned I had to get creative with my my comments because they like to report me. So now I just tell them, I'm like, hey, take a long walk off a short bridge.
Just look at the flowers.
I was like with floaties on, right? And then somebody's like, floaties, cement shoes, potato, tomato. I was like, yeah, pretty much.
I don't know why the spanking thing is still even up for debate. There's a scientific consensus that it is fucking harmful and it damages the gray matter in children's brains.
Yep.
Like,
makes them more likely to be violent,
Harvard.
less likely to graduate high school, less likely to do well in, and
More likely to be in
commit
DV.
DV against, especially if they're against their wife.
Well,
Yeah,
not only
so like
that,
emotional regulation.
you're more likely to be the victim as well
Yep.
of it, like a DV situation. Because what spanking is teaching is that it's acceptable to be hit by the people that quote unquote love you. It's planting that from your in your mind at a young age that is okay, that this is normal, that this is what is expected of people that love you is to hit you because they want better. The only reason people hit fucking kids is to get their frustrations out on the kid. There is no good reason to hit a kid other than you are mad. That's why you're hitting that kid.
Yep.
Because if you-
that little fucking caveman brain, they don't have the intellectual
Oonga
capacity.
boonga.
Yeah, they don't have the intellectual capacity to be able to come up with other solutions that could correct the behavior other than violence.
Thank you, Bailey.
That's just a fucking, like, that's just the caveman brain. You don't have the intelligence to be
It's
able to do
lazy parenting. You're a lazy parent. You're a shit parent, and you shouldn't have your kids.
Now, there's consensual spanking, but that's a different topic that we're not getting
You want to
into.
practice that, Carbon?
All right.
Hey, see so blind. Nobody said anything about this. Is the problem. Y'all don't know the 4 types of fucking parenting. There's authoritative, authoritarian, permissive, and neglect. Okay? Y'all don't know the fucking differences. The only one that works is authoritative. Authoritarian doesn't work. Neglect doesn't work. And permissive does not work. Gentle parenting is not permissive parenting. Gentle parenting is authoritative parenting. Please learn the fucking difference. Y'all piss me off.
The problem is gentle parenting is just literally allowing natural consequences to occur and guiding your child through the natural consequence. I don't understand why it's so difficult. Like, I don't get why is that difficult? Why is that difficult to understand? Like,
Look, just make it illegal in like a very large state like California, New York, and then just eventually it become a social taboo, and then everybody will think it's wrong. Like, I'm telling you, that's how it works. If Gavin Newsom just today, I don't know if they have the law already, just passed the law making it illegal and making it child abuse to hit your fucking child, right? Now you got like how many people? 40 million people, right? Who are not allowed to do it, and it's just like illegal, right? And that, yeah, force the Republicans, force them to have to defend beating children. Yeah, I love that. Like the optics there.
you know what though? It wouldn't work though. It wouldn't work. And the reason for that being, we have states that have literally allowed for child labor. Like they don't. Nobody would care. Like if California tried to do that, I'm telling you, the Supreme Court would have that 5 minutes later. Because, and they would say it's infringing on a parent's right to parent their child how they want.
Yeah, can somebody give me one? Like, no, another thing too, like spanking, typically whenever parents spank their kids, they're smacking them on their bottom. That's a child's private area. You are hitting a child on their private parts. If you did that to somebody else's fucking kid, you would go to jail for sexual misuse. Like, you would go for sexual assault. Bro, the coin count is. I hate that fucking number.
Huh? Oh, 80.
My fucking coin. Yeah, I hate it. No, I don't like it.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a few minutes and then we'll probably call it a night. I've been streaming for like 6.5 hours now. Guess who just followed me, guys? Y'all want to take a wild guess? I want to make y'all jealous. Joshua Baldwin, Dr. Joshua. Love it. By the way,
didn't he follow you like the other day?
I followed him, and then I don't know the turn of events, but somehow I became a mod on his live. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah.
W for you, you little fangirl.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Thank you, Ren.
Weston is back.
We in.
We
Wheaton, how you been, my man? Let Wheaton up.
I think I had a question for Dr. Joshua. I forgot the question I was gonna ask. It was when I was reading chapter 3. What's the fucking question? I forgot the question I was gonna ask. Hold on.
Yo, Carbon, Wheaton is bitching that you rejected his request.
Is he still in? He's not even in there.
I was probably witchy, to be
Yeah,
real.
Witchy says say you're sorry and we'll let you back go.
Just say sorry. That's all you gotta do.
The question I was gonna ask him was in Exodus 21, where it says, okay, if you go in alone, you come out alone. If you're a man who has been put into indentured servitude or in slavery, you go in alone, you go out alone. So if you go in without a wife, you come out without a wife after the 6 years. But then it says, if you go in alone, and the master does give you a wife and she bears children, then when you leave, you're released. The woman is the property of the master, but it also says the children are the property of the master. I'm not sure if
Doesn't it say something about?
I'm not sure if I read it correctly that the children, because they're houseborn, are the children slaves or are they just children of a slave? Like, are they themselves going to be slaves?
Doesn't it also say something about like he can be set free, but if he like professes his love, that he can stay with his family?
Yeah, love. Yes, there's so I saw that you put that, but what I was asking for was the justification for that because I didn't.
He's in here.
Yeah, he's here. What do you think I was?
No, I didn't know.
I mean, maybe I'm too early in the book, but like I don't know if it's later. I'm only on page like 200, so I didn't know if there was like textual support for that, or if there's historical support for that, or if that's just what the meaning of the text means.
The fact I called you a fangirl in front of him is crazy. My bad. I didn't mean to embarrass you in front of your idol. I'm sorry, Carmen.
Guys. I just wanted to let y'all know.
Wheaton.
I just wanted to let y'all know that I just debated.
Let him talk.
Damn, guess we'll never know.
I just debated a woman who told me that women should not have the
Say
right
it again.
to vote.
Say woman again.
Say a women. Say it again.
You know, I think it's time to call it a night, y'all. Actually, I was gonna come back and be nice, but
That's a
y'all
good
are
question. That's pretty good. And ancient Near East data to support it. Oh, okay, I see.
Okay, wait, Weston. Is it really bothering you that I'm calling you Wheaton and Wheaton?
I don't know.
What the fuck you mean you don't know?
Obviously not, bro. Like, would you want me to call you like some bullshit like I was trying to think of a word.
I've been called worse by a whole lot better. I promise. Whatever you're about to say will
a
not
whole
faze
lot
me.
better. What could possibly be better than Weston, bro? What the hell?
Wheaton, motherfucking Wheaton over here.
Wheat then.
Dude, y'all need to stop.
Wait,
eating
Weston,
meat.
you are a Christian though.
What?
You're a Christian.
Yes,
What's-
I am a Christian. Yes.
And I know you're more of a progressive Christian. How do you handle the whole slavery topic?
Well, I think of it as a I don't really want to get into debate with y'all, to be honest.
No, I'm
but
not gonna
I'll
debate.
say, yeah, here's my
I'm trying
thing,
to
right?
debate like more the apologists of
Yeah.
the evangelicals. Yeah.
So I would say the context in which it was in the Bible is different than it is today because it was in like a broken world. It was in like it was in the Old Testament, correct? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was an entire different context, a broken world, if you will, than it is today, right?
Okay.
Because and I think that because there's some other things in there that God has done, like God directed, somebody to go and unalive and do certain things to, women, children, and a group of people, right? But I'm not necessarily saying that he would direct somebody to do that now because of the context in which it was in. For instance, the Old Testament.
Has he ever condemned slavery in the Bible? God?
Probably not. No, I wouldn't say so.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Never mind. I'm gonna be nice from now on.
Wait, Joel reads the concept. Yeah. They'll usually pull up. I mean, there's like New Testament, Galatians. What's that one where it says, if your slave runs away, if somebody's slave has run away, you don't return them or something like that. They'll cite a lot of these, but these aren't like abolitionist statements, right? Like you should not own slaves anymore, right? Like I haven't heard any argument. Well, I haven't heard any texts like that. In fact, the only I'm gonna pull that up. So the only abolitionist statement from God, as I understand it in the Bible, is for Israelites. Like he just abolishes slavery for them. Deuteronomy 23. There is
Weedington.
Oh my.
Yeah, if a slave has taken refuge with them, do not hand them over to their master. Let them live among you wherever they like, in whatever town they choose. Do not oppress them. No Israelite, no Israelite man or woman is to become a shrine prostitute. Oh, that's the next one. Let them live among you whether they like and in whatever town they choose. Do not oppress them. Yeah, that's the verse that they say. I could have sworn that was a New Testament verse. That was fun.
I'm not endorsing that by any means. I'm not saying that that's good. Obviously, I don't think any Christian, I'd say a majority of people who follow it do not agree with
You'd be surprised.
I think, well, I know there are some crazy people
So
out there.
here's just my understanding. It's just like, I think what's happening for a lot of like, especially evangelical Christians, they have a set of moral beliefs and they have values, right? And when they read a text in the Bible and it's close enough to their values, they'll just accept it. But if it's too far away from their values, then they are significantly more inclined to not only reject it, but accept reasons to reject it, especially from people who are more like distinguished in the field, scholarly, because it's just too far outside their values. So if like, a couple hundred years ago, if you're like a colonial South, like a white person in the colonial South, whatever, you're significantly less, you're like reading these passages don't fall too far out of your values, right? But now they do. So, right, like they're like, you didn't hear a lot of these arguments. They weren't as widespread, I might say, back in the colonial South, right? So Carbon.
And again, sorry. I mean, again, we did talk the other
Oh,
day,
yeah.
and I was telling you how I was looking more into everything. I mean, as opposed to it. So, like, again, I'm not trying to debate you. I'm not trying to dispute anything you're saying. Nothing like that, right? I'm just kind of telling you what I've been told my entire life. And then also, we've already talked about how I've been kind of looking more into the whole philosophy thing after further avoiding it because of.
Yeah, that's more of the
we've already
arguments I
talked.
get
We've already
into.
talked about that.
Is the philosophical arguments.
Yeah,
Weston,
I
you
see.
saw that whale?
What?
You saw the whale?
Hey, Northwestern, your ride is here.
So thank you for the so it looks like Grandmaster paid to kick Weston here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You come back up tomorrow, Weston. I got you. Anyway, if you are a Christian and you
He's putting us in his note tonight.
if you want to give an argument, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Thank you so much.
Somebody said him Sam. Also, I think it should be known Joshua also followed me. Is that his name?
Dr. Joshua Bowen,
No.
yeah. It's Dr.
Yeah.
Josh, okay.
Okay, my bad.
Okay,
The doctor
Void.
followed me as well. Listen here, Carbone.
Carbone is crazy. I gotta see if he ever wants to come on the stream and just debate these guys. I have a lot of people who might join. At this time
I
though,
feel
like
like he's too nice.
he's really nice. That was yesterday. There was a guy, I was on the panel with him yesterday, and there was this guy, what was his name? Truth. And he was like, "Yep, you're wrong. You're just so wrong." I'm like, "Okay, guy."
Well, do you remember his full name?
Truth, I don't know. All I saw was the word truth. 55. Can I
damn.
get your age, please?
It's gonna be a slur.
Hello? I don't think he knows that he's up there. Okay. Bro is parachuting. Okay. Yeah, bro is skydiving. I'm pretty sure if I restarted, I'd get a couple debates, but I'm probably gonna end it here pretty soon. I've been
Bro,
streaming
it's
for
almost 7 a.m. for me.
6 hours and 30 minutes exactly.
Like, I don't know if you hear my baby babbling, but she's up. And I still haven't slept.
Yeah, I'm pretty much up for the day, I think.
My fucking name Gus.
Gus, can I get your age, please?
30.
All right. What's your argument today?
Why does God support slavery? Because niggers belong in chains.
Okay.
fucking
Well,
told
just
you.
make sure you put the Mister in front of the N word for you next time. Okay. Give me a little bit of respect. Okay, buddy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm riding in the truck bed.
Girl, why are you in the bed of the truck?
Jesus. He's going to tweet her that. Yeah. What's wrong with people? Yeah, that's, I don't know. Maybe that's the I wouldn't want to say that that's the average Christian.
Is he new to TikTok by chance, Carbon?
Yeah, listen, I grew up on Call of Duty. You're gonna have to do a lot more
Yeah.
than that.
Yeah, Dr. Joshua, if you're going to be on this platform, this is the norm.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I tell them all the time. I've been called worse things by better people. So
That's what I told Wheaton, and he got mad.
I've been called worse things by better
Listen,
people.
they don't want me to start roasting them, okay? Because I will call you a Peruvian tube fish, okay? I will call you a Mongolian frog beaver, okay? And I
You
will
look like you
roast
eat
you.
sand.
Okay? You smell like hot goat sex. I will start going all in on you. Okay? So, but I won't do that because I'm a nice guy.
Hot dog water.
Wu-Tang. I love you, darling.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just saw somebody that I really, really
You're
love.
fine.
Just tell them toasters.
Our Lord Beyonce. You know what? This is my new favorite person. Bro just said in the year of our Lord Beyonce.
I want to be insulted by Car. Okay.
Because there's a doctor in the chat, I'm going to not say what I want to.
No, I don't.
Hey, I've had doc. Who's that? What's his name? Jordan. He's a medical doctor. I
Dr.
bring him up all
Phil. Oh.
Oh, I wish Dr. Phil was in the chat because I'll roast the shit out of Dr. Phil. Like, I would dog him. I would literally, like, write a dissertation of insults for Dr. Phil.
Dissertation is crazy.
Oh
my
what's the
God.
other? I've been thinking like there was another question I had. I should have got the hard copy. Don't say it.
Carbon. I wasn't even going there. Okay,
Yeah, you were.
I was just gonna...
Yeah, you were. Because
No,
you
I
immediately
was
said
gonna- I was-
carbon.
No. I was gonna talk about how you're fangirling and shit. I swear to
Yeah,
God.
because he's here, and so now like because I'm currently reading his book. Like I just got it a couple days ago.
Joshua,
Oh yeah,
if
the
you want
other
to make
question.
Carbon's night request, like genuine, I think he might do a flip if he requested it.
I
Just
think
came
the
up here
other
for 5
question I had
minutes.
was because when I try to read, so sometimes when I try to read the book, I try to read from the perspective of an apologist. I try to see what they would say. So one of the questions I had here, I'll just bring him up. Oh, there he is. There you go.
I told you.
How you doing, Dr. Josh?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. Been streaming
Mm-hmm.
for 6.5 hours. Went through a
I
range
don't
of
know how
topics
you do
today.
it.
Yeah, this was my question. Okay.
2 hours and 45 minutes, and I felt like I needed
Oh,
to
you get
sleep
used to
for
it.
2 days. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was about Deuteronomy 21:10, about basically what I would consider to be sex slavery.
Yeah.
They'll say something. Here's like off the top of my head. I've never heard this argument, but if I were a Christian, I would try to use this argument. When it says "go into her," right? You cite 3 different verses where that word, I think it's "bow" or something like that, is used in that sexual content. But then it seems like that word is also used, and maybe I read this wrong, but it's also used when God creates Adam and Eve, or he creates something, and so it means like bring about or something like that. Is that accurate or no? Did I read that wrong?
Usually when he creates, he uses a term. It looks like bow. It's
Okay.
bara. And sorry about the hissing in the background. I just had a coffee maker. Also, my young kids are in the other room in case they come screaming in, because as soon as they hear me talking, they think it's time for me to go jump on daddy. No, usually the word that's used there is bara. So it has the same first and last consonants, but the middle one is an R sound instead of a V sound. But I don't know. Actually, let me just sit here and pull it up. I gotta grab my glasses. If you can think of a particular verse.
Yeah,
I
let
can
me
look
try to
at it.
find it. Deuteronomy 21, and then I go to 10, go into her 13. I'm on Bible Hub, that's what. You may go in, 935 taboo. Genesis 2:19, I think it is. And then so it says, and formed Yahweh God out of the ground every beast of the field and every bird of the air, and he brought them to
and
Adam
brought
to see.
Yeah. So that's you're saying you're reading it from the perspective of the apologist. This, by the way, and I it's one of the things that I love and hate about doing this work. In this space, because you're doing it for the right reason, right? You're doing it to say, okay, I have to anticipate anything that they might bring, and so I want to make sure that my position is sound, right? And obviously to make sure that it's sound is the right thing to do anyway.
Right.
The reason that book that you're holding went from 200 pages the first time it got published to 703 pages, like 2 years later or whatever, is because people were like, oh, all right, well, I can't say that anymore, but I got to be able to say something. And so, man,
So
this
it's
stuff,
like a rebuttal.
that's
You got to make like rebuttals and stuff.
I call it I call it throw it up against the wall and see what sticks apologetics. And I swear to God, it's like, sorry, I'll stop whining here in a second. But thank you for letting me. Like, there was a guy, his name is Praise I Am That I Am, and you may have encountered him. You have?
Yeah.
So Praise and I have like years of back and forth. His book that he wrote with a friend of his named Russ. They like, it was in response to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anyway, but like, so he would say, a great example in Ezekiel 44, the word that's used in Leviticus 25:45, achuzah, for property.
Yeah.
What it means is landed property, right? It's like what's been divvied up to the Israelites as non-movable property, and so it's their inheritance, right? Well, the Levites aren't given an inheritance in the storyline. So in Ezekiel, which is dealing with some of these priestly matters, it says, "Look, Levites, I know that you weren't given an achuzah, you weren't given landed property, but don't worry, Yahweh is your achuzah." And the meaning behind that metaphor is that, like, the fact that they're in charge of the priesthood means that all the other tribes are going to be bringing them food, bringing them grain offerings, bringing them, sacrifice. So instead of them having to go out and work their achuzah, work their land for their food, the other tribes are just going to bring it to them. Man, like, I think anybody gets that. Oh my God. Well, they're like, oh, so Yahweh is an achuzah. Oh, I guess Yahweh is chattel property. Like, oh my God. Like, but the thing is, then you got to take 2 weeks, because you can't just say that's a dumbass argument. You can't just say that, right? Because then they win. So then you got to sit there and like prove it to them systematically. This is a metaphor, right? This is why I say. And then when you finally do it, you get it all out, and you're like, there, see, and they go, yeah, okay. But what about this one?
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry about that. Man.
No,
yeah,
I love
so,
it. Like like I always try to get it down to, what do you think is the best explanation for what's going on here? Like, look at the context. Obviously, they love context, right? Look at the context. Like Deuteronomy 21:20, Deuteronomy 21:10. There's a beautiful woman. You're attracted to her. You put her into marriage. It says go into her. What else are they talking about there? And be like, what do you think is the best explanation, given that it's also being used in multiple different contexts, to also describe sexual acts, and
I mean, are they trying to argue that that it would be not schmexually related, that it's not describing something schmexual?
They will, because how would I put this? They want it to be deductively true that it's sexual. They don't. A lot of them don't deal, especially some of the Phil bros. They will not deal in inductive or abductive reasoning. They're like, well, it could be. It's possible that they're talking about something else. So therefore, it's not valid. Even if it's the least likely thing that they're not talking about, like sexual slavery. Right, it's just possible, and so it's like a little string that they're holding on to. I imagine just like an apologist, like just holding on to this thin piece of string that's about to break. That's my string that I'm going to hold on to. That it's possible that they're not talking about sex slavery, right? And that's kind of how I see it. Yeah.
So I would say, if you just want to put that to rest without having to deal with the word, bow here. The short answer here is this is a different stem. It's a hifil form, which means that it's a causative verb. So that's why it says it. He brings them. What that means is he caused them to come to him. It's just the word bow. The word, you can imagine the word come or like enter or something is used a bazillion times,
right,
in the Hebrew Bible. But if you want to just quickly put it to bed, you can do two things. First, if you go to the end of verse 14, the text says, I mean, there's a little bit of complicated Hebrew there, but it's straightforward enough. You can't sell her for money. So already, this isn't a standard wife relationship here. First of all, right? There are gradations of quote unquote marriage in the Hebrew Bible. This is like the fact that it has to tell you can't sell her if you don't like her anymore. It's just, it's a slightly different status than just a full wife.
Right.
But the word there at the end, and because it says in some translations,
Dishonored.
humbled her, dishonored. That's a schmexual term, and there's no way around that. It's often used just for the word great. It doesn't have to be, but it always involves. In this context like this, it involves schmex. But you can also just keep reading. Because I mean, it won't be directly related, but it'll make them squirm. If a man has two wives, verse 15, one loved and the other unloved. It doesn't say, well, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't have two wives. Why would you do that? So you can say, oh, well, I mean, just keep reading. You can see that your Bible endorses polygamy. So, deal with that. But that's just a hokum.
Yeah, because so
does that help?
Yeah, that actually helps a lot because usually, first of all, what they'll do with verse 14 is they'll say, well, she can leave. Like, she can leave whenever she wants. First of all, it's not whenever she wants, it's whenever he wants.
Right.
But they'll use that and say that there's a little leniency there. But I haven't considered that. Dishonored her has a sexual connotation.
Yeah. And I don't know. I had a friend who did lots and lots of work online consistently dealing with just misogynists and bigots. It's all she did. And I don't know how she got up in the morning, frankly, because there's only so much of those people I can take. But and she used to have this phrase, I'm sure more people say it than that, but she said the bar is in the basement. And my God, I mean, the fact that you and I are having to sit here and like entertain the possibility, well, it says that even though she's a captive, and he could just go, hey, you're super hot, I want you, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, at least she's not a slave,
We had that debate earlier. We just had to what? I'm like, and I was like, okay, put yourself in the situation of that woman. She is currently a captive. They will always grant that it's captive. Like there's no way around that. I'm like, okay, so your mother and father were just slain, right? And of the people who had just slain your mother and father, one of those people are now taking your hand for marriage. Now, and then he, what did he say? What did he say? He said, well, we don't know how women thought that long ago, like 2,000, 3,000 years ago. We don't know how women thought. It's so different. We can't base it based off of how we thought. I'm like,
tell them, sir, it's time for you to go crack a ball.
Yeah.
Right?
At that point, you've already won. But like, it's just
You're
like,
right. Yeah, that's right. But I mean, like,
yeah, that's what he said. He's like, it's not great because they're married. They're married or something. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I cannot believe, like, I already do, right? But I fear specifically for the women that come into contact with these, like, I don't know, like, this is a brave new world here on TikTok, and how you guys engage with these people.
Well, I am somewhat of a
over and over
masochist.
again. Well, you're doing Beyonce's workout here. So. God, it's crazy. That one, this is the other. I'm sorry, I got like three things in my brain that want to come out all at the same time, and they've all got jammed up at the door.
Oh, by the way, if you are
interested-
opposition, if you're a Christian, and you have, if you have an answer, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Go ahead.
If you are interested, I'm happy to send you a copy of the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. Volume 2 has a chapter on I did a comparative analysis of the grape and adultery laws and, and the ancient Near Eastern law collections, and then those in the Hebrew Bible. And for the sole purpose of just trying to everybody to kind of get at what mattered to them when it came to something like determining if something was an adulterous relationship or grape. And it's kind of scary. I mean, it won't be for you guys to. You probably already recognize it, but you know, the things like consent are like very different. There's a very different idea of what it means to consent, and it's never used to determine whether a woman has been violated or has had a crime committed against her, because you can't, in that context, commit the crime against a woman, because it's a crime against the man that owns or controls the sexual rights to her body. It's just it can be hard to read, but if you're interested, if you'd like, I could send that
absolutely
over to you. Awesome. Well, just message me, and I guess that goes for anybody out there. I'll send you a physical copy if you like. But we try to price all our books in such a way. Hang on, pal. Okay, I know you're talking.
W Grandmaster, let's go.
Okay, I'll be there in just a second. Okay. I love you like crazy. Says one of my 4-year-old twins. He's okay. I'm coming. I promise. Let me just say this, okay? Okay, great. We all of our Kindle books are like we price them at $10, but that's so people can get them. But if there are people out there that do want to read this stuff, and they really can't afford the $10, and I know that's a real thing. Email us at digitalhammurabi, HAMMURABI @gmail.com, and we have PDFs that we send out to
That's
people.
in your that's in your bio, right?
Or yes.
Or if you go through the website, you can find the email.
Yeah, if you search on Google Joshua Bowen,
there you go.
Probably Bible, it'll come up. But yeah, we want to democratize this stuff as much as possible. So okay, I'm coming. Sorry, now they're all starting to scream. They realize that I'm not in the room anymore. Thank you guys for having me up. Sorry to bail.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, listen, Dr. Josh, you are welcome up anytime. I just starting to debate this topic a lot more, so you'd be a phenomenal resource whenever you're available. No pressure. But I appreciate you for coming up.
I'm excited to see the Ezekiel 26 failed prophecies start to take off here. That'll be a fun one. All right, thanks guys for having me up. I'm coming. Bye, guys.
I got a fangirl for a second. That is the second biblical scholar that I am now mutuals with on this app. I feel so cool.
Oh yeah, the other Dan McClellan.
Yep, Dan McClellan.
Yeah. Verillion, thank you so much for the $5. What does Dr. Josh really know? He can't even instantiate his grounding in the metaphysical necessity. Also, I hope his child got to have their fishtails. There you go. Thank you so much, Verillion. Yeah, what is the presuppositionalist?
Yes, Dan is amazing. I have had several very wonderful conversations with him on biblical scholarship and theology, and it's been so absolutely lovely. I would love to sit down one day with Francesca Stavrokopoulou. Oh gosh, that's the dream. She's amazing. Wonderful.
I'm gonna get her on the live.
Dude,
and then leave you in the comment section.
I would cancel you. And you know what? I could do it. I have the pull on this app to do so. Don't doubt me. How quickly I could get Hector and Santana on my side.
Uh-oh.
Because, me and Hector are super close now over the whole that person's not actually 18 debacle. Yeah.
Oh,
that
yeah.
bond with Hector.
Yeah. Follow right now.
Yeah, you wanna play that game? People
You'd go down to like 2 followers.
Oh man, that's ambitious.
It would be Logic, and that's it.
Just Logic was the second person. Just a bot.
Logic.
Just Logic's backup.
Because like I proved earlier that people are here for moi.
Oh my god. All right, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'll take one more debate before I call it a night. Thank you so much. Why were your God's books written so long ago? What a good argument. Well, that's not the argument. It's a question. Why does your God support slavery?
Yes. No.
What did he say the email was? I think it was digitalhammurabi@gmail.
Oh. Yes. You'll be Wheat Thins 2.0 carbon. Oh no. Oh, poor Weedington. That poor guy. Do you think he thinks I'm serious? You think he's actually getting bothered by it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. 'Cause I've had men get sensitive when I play with them like that. Weak men don't like that.
Natasha May, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate you.
Oh, we'll call you ciabatta bread and not wheat bread.
Ciabatta. Where have I heard that word?
Oh.
Before? Oh yeah, Jack in the Box when they had the ciabatta bread. Burgers.
Yeah, the ciabatta. Yeah.
Yeah. They
Grandmaster
still have
is
that?
diabolical. I don't think so.
It's sensitive when you play with me. That's crazy.
Wild.
Like. All right, Phoebe. All right, I'll take one more debate. I'll give you like 2 minutes to join. Hurry up. And I'll call it. Yeah. Fangirling. Let's go. All right, I'm a mod for Dr. Joshua Bowen. Got his book and got him on my stream. Let's go.
You're so cute.
I guess all the Christians went to sleep, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I can't wait for Dr. Kip's book too. Yeah, I saw him on his live before. I haven't that's the one with the very long hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's his name? 1 fuck, 2 fuck, 3 fuck. Wait, what? 1 fuck, 2 fuck, red fuck, blue fuck.
That's a friendly.
It sure is.
What's that? Oh my god, what's that movie where Matt Damon becomes like really small? Like he's like a miniature person.
Oh.
And his like girlfriend, like the Vietnamese one, she's like, "What kind of fuck do you give me?" And then she's like going through all the different types of fucks. Hold on.
Oh. I don't remember the movie. I mean, I do, but I don't. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember like the whole gist of that movie.
Yeah, that
It's
whole.
called Downsizing.
Downsizing. I was gonna say that saying is, I don't give 1 fuck, 2 fuck, red fuck, blue fuck, and I know that because the person that did it got it from me.
Other night on boat.
Man,
What kind of fuck you
downsizing.
give
Isn't
me?
that the one where they decide to go
What kind
like
of fuck you give me?
to they shrink down and go into like this
American people ain't kind of fuck.
world or something?
Love
It's like
fuck,
really weird.
hate fuck.
It's like
only
so they
fuck,
came up with the invention or
make up
the
fuck,
technology to
drunk fuck,
shrink people
blood.
down so that they can have more humans and more space and a cheaper cost of living.
Okay, here it is. She said American people have 8 kinds of fucks. Hold on.
Love fuck,
Love fuck,
hate fuck,
hate fuck,
sex only
sex only fuck,
break up fuck,
breakup fuck,
makeup fuck,
makeup fuck,
drunk fuck,
drunk fuck,
buddy fuck,
buddy fuck,
pity fuck.
pity.
Hey, Carbon,
You want
Oh
to
my
pretty
god.
fuck me what?
Miniature communities because the smaller things are cheaper. So, but yeah, but like capitalism, they'll just make it the same, the same
Yeah.
price. Like, you're like, oh, you're downsized now. All right, your house is still 400 grand now. Thank you. And now it's cost me significantly less to build it. It cost me $10 to build your house, but now you still gotta pay me 400,000. That's what capitalists will do. So like, good luck. Now you can't go back to your regular size.
Hey, once you're done with me, you'll go back to your regular size.
God. Kel Rose, thank you for the heart. That's what would happen. Yeah, like why would you? You're just profiting. Like you're just like, okay, it cost me $60,000 to build this house. I'm gonna sell it for 400. But this motherfucker, like, I can build a house for like $40 and still pay it. Like, bro, what? Like, why wouldn't any like billionaire do that? Of course they're gonna fucking exploit you, and you have no choice but to buy it because now you're as big as a spider, so you need a fucking house. God, can you imagine like being chased by a fucking spider that size? Like you're not running away. Those things are fast as fuck.
I was gonna say I wouldn't want to live like that. Like, imagine, are there still people there that are regular size? Like,
yes,
these giants are sitting here.
Yeah, there's still
towering.
regular sized people.
Yeah, not everybody chooses to downsize.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm good. All I can see is just how many people get squished under regular sized people's feet.
Yeah, crazy
Mhm.
work.
Well, they go into specific communities that are away from the big people. But like that's actually like part of the plot is that the husband and wife go in to do the downsizing, and then at the last second the wife backs out and doesn't downsize, and you can't reverse it. So the husband downsized, and the wife was like, "Yeah, no, I'm good." And so he goes through that whole transition of being downsized without his wife backing out at the last second. It's a wild movie.
Don't you run significantly faster relative to your size if you're that small? So actually, you might be able to outrun a spider.
Maybe.
Potentially.
But, like, have you ever seen a wolf spider? Those things are fast, dude.
Yeah, but then
And
there's
they
also
jump.
like a lot more, like, so the things that we have to deal with that are our size as humans, they're just like brute force strength teeth, right? But the things that are that size, there's they're like, they like, I don't know, they have all these special abilities.
They have more agility.
Yeah, well, they have like little superpowers, like spiders with their webs, and then like little frogs with the little liquid that makes them poisonous, or like the little bugs that can shoot things at you. Like the smaller things get, they have like more superpowers, and it's very difficult to like navigate that kind of world versus us, like as big people, right? Like the things that are our size that we have to deal with that are dangerous. They're just dangerous because they're stronger than us or something like that. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I don't know. That just sounds like a miserable existence.
Yeah.
Like it does. It sounds miserable. I wouldn't want to be that small. I mean, at least with a bear, I know. I have an idea of what's going to happen with a big old bear. I have no idea what the ants. What's to stop the ants from getting together, thinking I'm a crumb of food or something?
Yeah, imagine
and
like
taking me back to that level.
500,000 ants chasing you.
Right. Imagine a mosquito. Like a mosquito bite, it would be like a whole body.
Like just a raindrop.
Right. It'd be
Just
like
drown from a single raindrop. You're just stuck in the drop. You just can't get out.
Yeah,
That's gotta
so
be terrible.
nothing about that sounds appealing at all.
But then we're also smart, like people, so I'm pretty sure we can figure something out.
I mean, yeah, imagine like a mosquito bite. Imagine a bee sting. Like a bee sting is probably felt like a pew pew shot.
Well, it'd be like because the stinger is like as big as you are, so like a raindrop is a flood. Yeah. Can we get on the panel? Yeah, I'm on TikTok. I'm taking one more debate. So if you can come over to TikTok in the next like 2 minutes.
No, Carbon needs to go to bed
It's
so the both
10:30.
of us can.
Yeah,
I was
true
gonna
that.
say it's 10:30. That's what time it is.
Skin 30 exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's giving tumbleweed. I gotta watch Honey I Shrunk the Kids. Yeah.
Gotta
There's a
have
game. What's that game where you're in the backyard and you're like miniature? It's like within the past few years.
It takes two.
No,
That
no,
game?
no. I would remember the name if I saw it.
Oh, I know what you're
Miniature
talking about.
backyard.
Fuck, what's it called? My husband plays it.
Grounded.
Grounded.
I think it's Grounded. Yeah, there you go. There. Yeah, Grounded. I gotta play that. That looked fun.
Yeah, my husband loves it. He plays it often. He loves fighting the bugs. He says, "The bugs, honey, the bugs."
I have an idea for a video game. That if I could make a video game, I would make it. It's like, how did it go? Okay, so it's set in the 80s, and you know Rust, right? You played Rust?
I've seen Mr. Manders play it.
Okay, so it's basically like an open world, but like the open world is, like there's like okay, you play a bunch of kids, right? But like kids playing in a backyard, but it's like a big giant field, and the borders are the fences to like the neighborhoods, right? But it's a giant open world, right? So you are basically playing as kids where you like build stuff, bows and arrows, but like it's all 80s things. So like the kids have like, you know, like whatever 80s people wear and shit like that. That'd be pretty cool. And you can like build your own little, you know, car and stuff like it. It looks cool. Yeah, not like South Park. Maybe like South Park. Who knows? But yeah, I think it'll look cool. And like 80s music. Because the reason why I want to make it, because it reminds me of this game I played when I was a kid. It's called My Street. And I was addicted to that game. On My Street. It's a neighborhood and you just like run around and yeah. So okay, wait, this guy wants, let's see if this guy's trying to debate. I don't know if this person is trying to debate. Weren't you born in the 80s? I am a 90s too, baby. 90s too. 92, baby.
Jeez Louise. Sometimes being on this app make me feel old as hell.
92. I'm 32.
Yeah, I feel old as hell though.
But anyway, 92 is the best year. Highest crime rates too.
You know, I actually had a conversation with somebody about just that. They were like, "It's so bad now." I said, "Did you live through the 90s?"
Did you see the 90s crime rate? It's like the roller coaster.
Yeah, man. Like it's when I tell you,
1979.
like the 90s was wild, and we was running the streets even through all of that.
I'm glad I was still, you know, in the house in those first few years. But yeah, like in the late 90s when I started going out, I was in Texas. I'm in Hawaii now, so I don't know how it was in Hawaii, but in Texas, it's not fun.
I lived in the Chicago area in the 90s.
Oof.
Yeah. So it was. That's why when people say it's so bad there now, no, it's not, y'all. You didn't live through the 90s here. And keep in mind, I'm 40 years old, so you know, I was in the 90s, existing, like remembering shit.
Yeah.
So
I don't remember
it's-
most. Like,
Yeah.
I lived through it,
Like man, like that's why holidays like the 4th of July get on my nerves. You have to play. I was like, I play a game. It's called "Are Those Fireworks?"
Yep.
Or pee-pee. Like that's the game, and you just listen and you learn how to differentiate the sounds. Because I don't understand why people want to. What goes up must come down. So if you're shooting in the air, what goes up
Mm.
must come down. So, yeah.
Sparks, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay, what's your take today?
Nigga, I'm over here struggling with my dick, bro. I got lotion on my dick.
Make sure you wash the tweezers when you get done.
Ren! Girl.
I can't today. I can't.
Diabolical.
Today has been a wild ride of trolls. There was only one
Yeah.
good. Okay, listen, like every few months there's one good troll. Who's that good troll from like 2 weeks ago where I could not stop laughing? What did he say? I'm not gonna say. I can't repeat what he said, but it was so random and he did it so smoothly and I just couldn't stop.
Oh god, yeah. I remember what you're talking about, but I don't remember exactly what you said. Yeah, you were just cracking up.
Yeah, every
You know
few
who
months
was
there'll
a
be a good troll.
great troll?
Who?
Wheaties.
Lotion is bad for it. It's crazy. Ricky, I don't know if you're a debater. Let me invite you up. Okay, buddy.
Corbin is only half supporting racism. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
So they cancel each other out.
Mm-hmm.
You're just neutral.
Well, I mean, I'm related to Thomas Jefferson on the black side of my family, so I don't know how that works out.
I'm
Yeah,
related to John
yeah.
Adams on the white side.
Jim, how you doing today? Can I get your age?
I just want to say that, you're talking about slavery and everything.
Yeah.
Do you think when you have cattle, is that slavery? Let me ask you, when you have cattle or sheep or anything, is that slavery to them because they're animals?
Yeah, they don't consent to that.
No,
do
it's
they?
not because they're animals. So fucking
Okay.
black people are animals. They don't even have.
You okay?
Hey,
You had a little bit of too much of the sip? Is that what's happening, Jim?
No,
Are you
it's
okay?
too
You're gonna start crashing out or have a temper tantrum? Or did you want to debate? Yes or no? Just let me know. You can unmute. How old did he say he was?
shit, I don't remember, but he old enough to know better.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I hope so. Listen, I'm gonna send you an unmute request, and we're gonna talk it through. Okay? You seem like you have some issues tonight. We don't want you to have any more issues
You have
tonight.
no
Okay?
fucking soul.
So,
You're
all
fucking.
right, so
That's why
Jim.
we can control you.
So Jim.
You have no
So
brain.
Jim.
You just fucking cause.
So Jim.
You got
So
havoc.
Jim.
You fucking
Listen,
burn cities
listen.
down.
Jim.
You live in a
Jim.
ghetto. You
Jim.
fucking abandon your family. You
Yeah.
don't even fucking work.
Just talk it
You
through
do
us. Okay?
drugs.
We'll-
All y'all are
just
fucking drug
just
pushers.
talk it through.
Don't give
Just
me any
talk it
crap.
through.
It's true.
That's great.
Yeah,
I love
and
it.
even black people owned slaves back in the day. Do you hear me? Even
Yeah. Okay.
Your
Well, so do you feel better? You let that out? You let that out? Listen, I get that your IQ is probably room temperature. It's probably room temperature. That's fine. Okay. But that's not your fault, right? It's probably lead paint, maybe, I don't know what it is. But it's fine. Okay? It's going to be okay. Listen, everybody, let's tell Jim in the comment section. It is going to be okay, okay? Let's
It's
let
not
everybody
going to be
spam that in the
okay.
comments right now. Let's go.
It's Jim. It's not going to be okay. You are going to unalive alone.
Jim, you are the reason for the male loneliness epidemic. You and you alone.
Jim.
All right, hello. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Okay. What's your take on the background?
Yeah, it was so crazy, this guy that was screaming at you.
That you were
I
gifting?
mean, we gave you too much rights to the black people, etc.
Where you from?
And they're like doing
Yeah,
this
so
thing
like
to
can
us.
I ask you a serious question?
Go ahead.
How does it feel to get like intellectually outclassed by like somebody who's not white? How does that feel to you? Do you feel like sad?
Well, I live in Europe, so we do not have much black people.
When you
So
do,
I
like, so
cannot
for
vote.
example, if you and me were to debate right now, you would lose. How would that feel to you?
Let's do it.
Okay. Are you a Christian?
Let me bring you to your place.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm normal. Yeah.
Okay, so you are a Christian. Okay, so give me the argument here. Let's go.
Well, it's not that I wanted to debate you about this.
I know you don't want to, because you don't want to be intellectually outclassed by an African American, do you? So if you think that you are smarter than me because your skin color, go ahead and debate me. So I'm going to ask you a very simple question. I don't want you to run from the question. I want you to tell me, why does your God allow rape? Go ahead.
Okay, where does he allow slavery?
Well, in the Bible, he allows slavery in Leviticus 25:44.
Yeah, can you tell me where?
Leviticus 25:44.
Yeah, did you read the context of it?
Yep.
Yeah, I did. In fact,
Yeah,
if you
and
go
what
before.
was it?
Yes, the context is that Israelites were not allowed to be owned as slaves. Non-Israelites were allowed to be owned as slaves, taken from the nations around them. 25:44.
Yeah, and that's what Jesus says.
Is Jesus God?
Real context.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it was what Jesus said.
Give me the verse. Give me the
Leviticus
verse.
25:44.
Because Leviticus 4:34, right?
Leviticus, Ludicrous 25:44. Yes. Thou shalt moveth, bitches, get out the way. Yeah.
Yeah, just a second.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
no.
That's fine.
The lights out. I'm about to
Go find it, Fabio.
Lights out.
It's not that I wanted to debate on this. I was more about you screaming and muting that other dude.
That's fine. If you want to run away from the debate now, just let me know.
Sorry, we will bring normality back.
Okay, cool. So Leviticus 25, don't crash out yet. Okay, I understand, but let's get that verse up, and let's get you to read it. Okay. Next, we're gonna introduce Facts for God and Jeff. What up, Jeff?
Hey yo.
What up? And in Facts, can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 33.
All right, Roger that. You're a Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
What was your response? While we're waiting for Fabio.
I don't believe it's objectively bad to own slaves.
You don't think it's wrong to own slaves?
No, it's not objectively bad to own slaves.
Okay, why don't you think it's wrong?
Because objective is outside of the human mind. For example, I can say it's subjectively bad. That's only to me. It's not objectively bad.
Well, I don't know what objectively bad means. I don't know.
So for example,
So the way philosophers use the term objectively bad is that it stands independent. Like it's true. The proposition, for example, X is wrong, would be true independent of the stances of an agent, right? I don't understand what it means to judge a proposition if it's not based off of a stance. So the whole objective morality thing is just incoherent. Now, you want to use a proprietary sense of objective, which is just that it's independent of the human mind. Well, that would just follow from then that if aliens came down because they're not human and they've judged slavery to be wrong, then it would just be objectively wrong. Yeah.
What are you talking about, bro? It's just not. It's not objective. Your question was long-winded.
I just asked one question. If aliens came down and judged slavery to be wrong, does it make it objectively wrong?
That would be subjective.
Well, you said objective means independent of the human mind. Are aliens human?
No, you said that.
No, you said that. You said independent of the human mind. I heard you.
Outside of the human mind.
Yes, outside of the human mind. Is a alien mind outside the human mind?
Outside of any mind at all.
Oh, any mind. So including God's mind.
Bro, you know what objective means.
Including God's mind? Just to be clear, including God's mind?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So cool. So nothing is objectively wrong in your view.
Correct. There's going to be a subjective.
No, tell me the verse again. Tell me the verse.
Oh my
again.
God, Fabio, you are having a very difficult time intellectually here. Okay, it's Leviticus 25:44. I don't want to have to say it again. Okay.
Go and read it right now. Read it.
Yeah.
Right now.
Okay. Sure. I'll pull it up and I'll read it. Okay.
Tell him the verse again. I forgot.
Ludicrous 20. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
And do you know who was permitted to own slaves? What religion?
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Do you know to who specifically it was allowed to own slaves?
Anybody who was a non-Israelite.
Non-Israelites. No, they're
Israel-
talking about Israelites.
No, yeah. So this is a law handed down to Israelites. You should know this if you're a Christian. It's
Yeah.
a law handed down to Israelites, and God abolished slavery for Israelites, but for non-Israelites, He allowed them to own slaves.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you
Okay.
concede the point
And-
that God supported slavery?
Well, I don't think it's supporting slavery because God is not that He did not support it.
What?
It doesn't say Jesus.
Absolutely. So, Fabio,
Me
if you
as
believe that
You conceded
Just
that
a
Jesus
second.
is
Let
God.
me, and let
correct?
me help you. Just a second.
Wait, I'm
Just
sorry.
a
Did you concede that Jesus is God? Did you not say that?
Yes, I said it.
Okay, so if Jesus is God and God supports slavery, then it follows that Jesus supports slavery. Go ahead, man.
Wait, get Fabio the verse again.
Leviticus
off
25,
that.
44. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You got it. Yeah, if you are owning that Jesus is God and God is Jesus, then you are admitting that Jesus was the one who wrote the words in Leviticus, the law handed down from God to Moses to give to the Israelite people.
Yeah, but if you read everything again and the context, it doesn't make slave. It doesn't like.
Yes, it
says
does,
the
because if you
condition- Just a
understand the
second.
context of the book of Leviticus, you understand
second,
that
I'm
this is a
explaining.
book of laws given from God to Moses to the Israelites post-Egypt.
Okay, yes, but it's
That
not
is the
saying.
only context. You will be doing this. This is how you will be ruling over Israel.
Okay, I understand what you told me, but
Fabio.
it says just already slavery exists and just gives some specifics about it.
No.
It's not saying go
Cool.
and
I'm sorry. If
enslave
I'm an
people.
all-loving, all-powerful God, I would say, hey, yeah, slavery has always existed. Let's be done with it. This is not allowed.
Join TikTok if you want to get on the panel.
Also, that's very confused on the
Yeah, he gave some other rules, but he also
Fabio,
gave
Fabio,
rules for
Fabio, hold
slavery.
on. Fabio, hold on. The argument is
One
not
at a time.
God.
One at a time.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I know that you can't track. The argument is not that God invented slavery. The argument is that God, let's say somebody else invented it. God saw it and said, "Ooh, I like that. That's awesome. Let's do more of that." That's the argument.
Okay,
I mean, I
perfect.
could argue that God invented it.
Oh
Yeah.
no, me too. But I'm just saying, like in this particular
Yeah.
context.
Yeah, all we're
Yeah,
arguing,
just so-
Fabio, all we're arguing is that God viewed slavery for non-Israelites as morally permissible. That's the argument.
No, he did not say that. He did. You are
Oh my
just
God.
lying.
Okay.
did.
Well, okay. So if it says you may buy slaves, if God says you may do X, is it God's view that X is morally permissible? Yes or no?
No, he's just acknowledging the situation that they were in.
Okay. Well, let me
Because
let,
it
let,
was completely normal to have slaves.
okay. Let me change the what X is.
No, don't
and then
change, don't change.
Yeah,
Let
yeah.
me
I'm
give
gonna
you the
change.
exact
I'm gonna
words.
change. So God.
I'm
So
gonna
your
pull it
position.
up, so I'm gonna
Wait,
show
hold on,
you.
Fabio. So your view is that God thinks that slavery is morally impermissible, correct? Oh, is he like? Oh my God, this guy.
Can you read a book with less
You
letters?
give me where it
So
says
you can track.
explicitly that you should own slaves.
Yeah. No, I said he may. Do you know what like the word may means?
Yeah, may.
Well, actually,
It's not
there's
that
like
he says you should
yeah.
have
So
them.
okay. So if I say you may do X, what does that mean to you, Fabio?
I don't care what you say. We are talking about,
If God, okay,
about something
okay,
that
cool,
was
awesome.
already said.
If God says, Fabio, you may do X, what is he telling you? Waiting on you, Fabio.
That you can do, so that you could do something.
Now, when you say can, it means he's not going to judge you morally for it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just what morally permissible means, Fabio. Okay, so remember,
Now-
remember when you said that because I'm African American, I'm less intelligent than you, and you're the one losing the debate right now. Remember when I said that you would
No.
lose? This is what losing looks like. So
You're
now I'm gonna
not
ask you
winning the
now that
debate.
we're midway. Now that we're midway, I'm gonna ask you how you're feeling about being intellectually outclassed by an African American. Remember when I asked you that?
Okay, but will you let me finish?
Okay, go ahead. Give me your counter argument. Let's go.
So let me tell you some facts. First of all, in this debate, you're not winning and I'm not losing because you're
Cope
just...
is too. Coping too. I like that.
because you are just using your words wrong. And I'm gonna show you every single word that you said
So, okay,
is
cool.
wrong.
All right, so the
The
argument, just to be
second thing
clear,
that you made a point, I don't
go
know
ahead.
why you're making some other points about talking intelligence. Let me remind you something.
That was your point that you brought up with.
Just a second. IQ of an octopus is 81. Average IQ
That's
in
not true.
Africa is 80.
No, that's not true. Average
So-
IQ of an octopus is not 81,
so,
and the
yeah.
average IQ of those nations is not 80. So you're lying. So secondly,
So yeah, about that, you know.
mhm.
So yeah.
yeah.
I
Anyway,
was
so
saying,
now
God
we're gonna
says
understand
this.
when God says, you may do X. Is it your position that it is morally permissible to do X? Yes or no?
No, it's not about that. You're using the wrong words. I'm gonna tell you right now what he said. So you could have had slaves back in the day, and God says if you have them, He gives some specifics about how to do it and how to treat people, because He already knows that people are going to have slaves.
Okay, cool, awesome.
It's
So
not that He comes up just one moment and says, "Listen, you guys should enslave people."
gotcha. Let's see if you're consistent with such a position. So just to be clear, your position is that God thinks slavery is morally impermissible, correct?
No, I do not think that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying God
Does he
knew
think it's
what's
he
going
doesn't think it's
on.
he doesn't think it's wrong?
No, he thinks it's wrong, but he
Okay,
knows
that's
it's
what I
gonna
mean by
happen
morally
back in the
impermissible.
day.
When I say wrong, I mean morally impermissible. There we go.
Really quick, Fabio.
Wait,
why
I gotta
is-
get him down. Hold on, I got it real quick. Okay,
No,
so
no, just one on one. I
so
know that you
Fabio,
guys want to talk.
so
with
hold
me,
on, be
but-
quiet, Fabio. Okay, so you think it is your position that God thinks that slavery is morally impermissible. Next question: does God think grape is morally impermissible?
No, I don't think. I think that God condemns rape and
He
sex.
does. Yeah, so that's what. Okay, he thinks it's wrong. Now, if God were to come down, here's a hypothetical. If God were to come down and say, since you guys are already graping people, here's how you should grape. Here's how you can get a grapist. Here's how you should treat your grapist. You can only grape them on Sundays. Would you say that he is endorsing grape?
No, I would not say, because he would not do that.
He would not. Oh, okay. So he would not give regulations on doing something that you think that he thinks is
We
wrong.
never know. You understand? You have to understand. We have to
Wait,
talk
you just
about what
now
happened.
it's you never know, because originally you said he wouldn't
Well,
do
you
it. Now
cannot
you're
give
saying you would
some
never
false
know.
scenarios. It's like me saying,
It's not a
imagine
false
that
scenario, it's
God
called a
comes now
hypothetical.
and says something.
So Fabio, what's the disanalogy?
We have to talk facts and we have to talk things
Fabio,
that happen. So
that wasn't the question I asked you. The question I asked you was what the disanalogy was, because all I did was change the wrong action. If God thinks here,
yeah,
I'll
you
try.
were giving some
You're not tracking. You're not tracking. So I'm
hypothetical
gonna give you the
situations.
dialectic here. Okay. So God thinks, in your view, God thinks slavery is wrong. God also thinks grape is wrong. God gives regulations on how to treat your slave. God gives regulations on how to treat your grape victim. But one, you said that he would not do that, and the other, you said he would. What's the distinction?
No, I said first. We are talking about something that already happened. We are talking about the Leviticus 25:44.
I think an octopus has a greater IQ than
You are just giving some false scenarios. You're saying, what
when
if
you
God
when you
comes and
when you
does
say
that,
when you say
this, that?
false when you say false,
Yeah, but don't interrupt.
Yeah, so like, do you know what a hypothetical is? That's also
Yeah,
another trait of somebody with a
interrupting
high.
is one of the
It's also another
stages.
trait of somebody with a high IQ is they're able to engage and understand hypotheticals. So let's see if you can
Well,
understand the
listen,
hypothetical,
Carbon.
Fabio. The hypothetical
Yeah.
was if God came down and told Israelite, if you're gonna grape somebody, only grape them on Sundays. Would you support that?
Yeah, I'm not answering hypotheticals.
I know you won't,
What would
because you're
happen?
low IQ.
Well, you see, what's the thing? When you have an argument with someone and someone starts to lose, they crash
Yeah.
out, they start
I understand.
insulting,
I
they
understand.
say, "Well,
Well, you're the one that
IQ,"
came. I feel really good.
I know that
about-
you're just a
I
second,
feel.
not
Listen,
interrupt.
I
Let me
understand.
finish.
I don't know why you're talking, right? I feel good about putting white supremacists in their place. I love it. It actually makes me feel really good. Okay, those are just side comments. You don't have to engage.
Yeah,
with
and
them.
what's the place?
Yeah, I don't
what's
know
the
why you're
place
over
of white
talking me. Listen,
supremacists?
Daddy's talking. Those are just side comments. You don't have to engage with them. I'm just saying them so for the audience to know that this is the average IQ of a white supremacist. Okay, you can't track the conversation. You don't know even know what's being said. You can't engage in hypotheticals. You're losing the debate. You don't know how to fucking read. Like, this is very obvious. Okay, now we're gonna get back to the debate. So since I embarrassed you enough, I think I'm gonna be nice again. Okay. So Fabio, so if God says that you may own slaves,
Just a
right?
second.
I don't
have
know
a
why you're over
question.
talking me. If God says that you may own
Well, you
slaves,
overtalked
right?
me.
And being owning a slave is wrong, then if God said you may grape someone, would you hold to the view that God thinks grape is wrong?
Well, I have to answer the previous question. You were saying white supremacist. Let me remind
That's
you
a
one
that's a
thing.
side comment. You don't have to engage with that. I don't care.
I don't
I want to
care.
debate the
Let me
content.
remind you what language you're
Yeah,
using. Let me remind you who enslaved who. Was it the whites, the blacks, or
Yeah.
the majority?
I'm just
Yeah.
So when
Well,
you talk
slavery's
about IQ,
yeah. So slavery's
and
morally
don't
permissible. in
interrupt
your
me.
view, so
Don't interrupt me.
slavery's
just gonna
morally
remind
permissible.
you. Listen. I'm just gonna remind you that no
We are
matter how
living in
much
a
you
white
say it,
country.
Fabio, hey Mowgli, no matter how much you say it, no matter how many times you repeat it, it's not going to grow. It's gonna stay the same size. I'm just letting you know. I know you look at us and you're like, damn, if I say something about them, mine is gonna be like that, but it's not gonna happen. It's gonna stay exactly as it is.
Here it comes the crash out. Come on, let's do it.
That's funny. Listen. All right. So just to be clear, I want to. Do you think God does morally condemn grape? Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So why in Deuteronomy 21:10 does he support grape?
Win which one? Read it. Read us the verse.
Sure. Deuteronomy 21:10. Yeah, when you go to war against your enemies and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands and you take captives. If you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and you are attracted to her, you may take her as a wife. Bring her into your home, have her shave her head, trim her nails, put aside the clothes that she was wearing when she was captured. After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and her mother for a full month, then you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife.
Okay.
So that
sounds like a verse from the Quran, but I didn't hear about that verse. But yeah, what's the thing about that?
Ooh, if it sounds like
It
a verse from
doesn't say that you
Quran,
can rape someone.
what do you
just
think?
says
What do
if
you think
to
go into
war
her means?
and you having relationships with her after
Yeah,
you
what
marry
kind of
her.
relationships?
It doesn't say which one.
It actually does. So the word being used there has a sexual connotation. You can look at pretty much every other way in which it's used, specifically in Genesis, and that word is meant to talk about a sexual act. Bow is the word.
Well, it doesn't say rape.
Okay.
You can have
Do
a
you-
sexual thing with your woman, with your wife, and it
Wait,
doesn't
do you
say.
think-
It's also in Christianity. Just a second, don't interrupt
Just
me.
to be clear,
It also
sex
says.
needs to be consensual in order for it to not be grape, right?
Just a second, don't interrupt me. It also says in the Bible that you should have sex only after the marriage.
Yeah.
So it literally says if you find some woman, you can have sex with her after the marriage.
Where does it say
Wait,
that?
just to be, can I just, like, do you think a husband can grape his wife?
No, I don't think that.
Wowzers.
Yo!
Wait, let me push this just a
wait.
little bit. Hold on. So, okay, a husband and a wife are about to go through a divorce, right? They just like the husband cheated on her or whatever, and then he's like, "Hey, I want to have sex with you." She says no, and then he has sex. Is that grape?
Well, yeah, if he forces it.
Okay. Fabio,
They
flick
can,
you.
they can have
Okay.
sex even if they are divorced.
Okay, I didn't ask. Okay, do you think that a woman cannot consent to sex if she is married to a man?
Well, I think that a woman, if she's married to someone and if the man wants to have sex, they can have sex.
Okay, do you think that the woman, by virtue of the fact that she is married, does that entail that she consents to sex?
If she doesn't say otherwise, it makes it seem, yeah.
So if she says no and he still does it, then you agree that that's grape?
Yeah.
Okay, so marital grape is a thing in your view.
What?
So marital grape can happen in your view.
Well, it can happen, of course.
Okay. Now, so when you said like marriage, I don't know why you brought up that. I don't know why you brought that up. Okay. So,
No, because
do you think
you're
that an
using-
oppressor,
You know why?
do you think that an oppressor
Because you're
captive
using the word
relationship is a
wrongful.
consensual relationship?
Like, yeah, I brought that up because you're using the word wrongfully.
I
He
understand.
says literally that you can have sex with your wife. He doesn't
Okay.
say that
Is
you
she
should rape her.
is that a consensual relationship? Because she's a captive and he's the
Yeah.
oppressor, correct?
Well, he's not an oppressor. She's not a
What do you
captive. Those
think?
words didn't. It's not a thing.
It says,
That's just an
and you
American thing.
no, it says when you go to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hand, and you take captives.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you take in captives. Yeah, you go
Okay.
to war. You
And
have
what's
the
the
captives.
opposite of a captive?
Well, it's not an oppressor.
How is
He
he not
doesn't have to
oppressing?
be a captive because, for example, if I go to war with someone else, I have all those refugees and captives, etc., etc.
Yeah. So okay. So you okay? Let's play this out. Okay. You're the woman, who
I
is
don't have
just.
to be an oppressor.
I don't know why you're over
I
talking.
can go
So
in a
you
defense war
okay? So
and
Fabio,
get captives.
you're the woman. Okay. And you lived in some country, right? And Israelites come in and they slaughter your mother and they slaughter your father. Now, and now you're a captive, okay? And now one of those people who took part in slaughtering your family is now taking you to marriage. Is that consensual? Do you think best explanation that that's a consensual arrangement?
No, that's wrong because the woman cannot go to marriage with whoever. She has to consent to go to marriage.
Where does it
In
say
the
that?
Bible, we know what a marriage is. In Christianity, we know what a marriage is. The woman has to say, "Yeah,
So-
I want to marry you," and the man has to say, "Yeah, I want to marry you."
Okay, so
It's
do you
not
think
that
that
a
is?
man comes
So I'm
like
sorry.
in Islam,
So
he
just to be
conquers a
clear,
country and he marries his wife.
so just to be clear, Fabio, let's take you are the
For me, it's
guard.
clear the verse. I don't know. I'm
Well,
trying to
yeah, I
explain to
understand.
you.
I understand. I'm trying to like everybody here is watching is like their jaws on the floor
Leave
right now, and I'm
everybody.
gonna
Talk to
tell
me.
you.
Leave
I don't know why
everybody.
you're over talking me. Okay, so
I don't know why you need
you
the
are
attention
you
of
are the
other people.
guard. You are the guard here, or you're the person who had just slaughtered her mother and her father. Okay, and then now she's in prison. She's a captive, right? And then you ask her hand in marriage, and she says yes. Do you think that she's really consenting?
Oh, really? Where is written that in the Bible?
Right here.
It's written that she is like in the prison, that I slaughter her family.
Captive.
I'm
Yes.
alive.
It said, look, when you go to war against your enemies and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands and take captives, if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and you are attracted to her, you may take her as a wife. Bring her into your home, have her shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside the clothes that she was wearing when she was captured. After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and her mother for a full month, which means her father and her mother were just slaved by you and your your fellow soldiers, correct? Do we agree that that's what that means?
Well, it can mean also this.
Oh, what
He
else does it
says
mean? Tell
if you
me.
go to a war, it doesn't have to be like an oppressive attacking war.
Uh-huh.
It can also be a defensive war. And back in the day, let me remind, I don't know if you know, when you used to go to war and you get some property, you get some land and people, etc., those people were captives, were used to work for you, etc. And in the Bible it's written, I didn't read that verse. I have to see the context. I'm talking about the top of my
I
head.
know you haven't.
You know, those people, if you saw a woman and you liked it, you could take her if she wanted to, and you could marry her.
If she
And
wanted
then
to, where does it
after
say that?
You would have sex.
Wait, if she wanted to, where does it say that in the Bible? If she wanted to, where's
It's
the
a
woman's?
marriage.
Because like right here, it says, if you are not pleased with her, let her go wherever she wishes. Where does it say that if she's not pleased with you, she should go wherever she wishes?
Well, if she's not pleased, she can go wherever she wishes.
It doesn't say that. It says if you are not pleased with her. He's talking to the Israelite, not the woman.
Well, it's not talking about the woman. It's not saying that she does not have a choice. It doesn't
Wait, so
explain
just to
about
be
the
clear,
woman.
the law made very clear, the only to tell the Israelite that if he is not pleased with her, she can go where she wishes. But
Yeah, and what
it
about
didn't,
the
they
woman?
didn't want to take
Yeah,
the
and what
time to
about the
say, well,
woman?
it didn't want to take the time to say that if she is not pleased, then she can leave.
Who told you about that? Let's
says it
read
right
some
here.
other
I'm reading the
verses.
fucking Bible
Okay, let's
right
read. Let's read some other verses
Oh, you want to run away from this one?
about. No, we're not
You're
running away.
really a
Don't worry.
sex slavery apologist.
No
That's
one
crazy.
is running away. I'm here. Don't worry. I'm not the one that mutes me and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry. So let's read some verses where it said you're reading just a verse. Let's read some other verses that try to explain to you what a woman can do or cannot do. Shall we do that?
Yeah,
Let's
so
see
here it
what
doesn't
free
say
will
that she
in
can,
Jesus.
if she's not pleased, then she can leave. It does not say that. It only says if the
It
man's
does
not
not say
pleased.
that. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean that
exactly.
Jesus doesn't mean it. I'm gonna bring you some verses where Jesus talks about a woman.
Okay.
So wait just here.
Let's get this guy in here. Alan, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
I got to turn my earphones. What'd you say?
Can I get your age, please?
43. How old are you?
Younger than you, 32. Yeah, what's your take?
Okay, that's cool. Oh man, you guys are going in circles forever. Let me go over here right quick. So I get the fact that you guys are speaking and it's getting confusing, but my problem is why does it have to be just that side of what you're bringing up? Why couldn't it be any other scenarios?
Like what?
So, like, why did the country go to war in the first place?
Well, that matter.
It matters a lot. I mean, there's wars start for all different kinds of reasons. The reason why I'm saying that is probably they knew each other, and it was like Russia and Kiev. You know, when you
Wait,
got
I'm
two
sorry.
countries that are
I couldn't
close.
hear what you said. Say it again.
So maybe they have known each other, these two empires, like Russia and Kiev, Ukraine, basically. And they know each other. They're people intertwined. Why would this be in the Bible? I would think it would be in the Bible as these people came, started a friendship, somehow they started fighting. One country took over another. Just give me a second. One country took over another. And hey, I really like this girl. She's not an Israelite, but I like her. How would I, Lord, how could I start a marriage with her? What would be respectable? And then what this passage you just read, God answers. Why couldn't it be like that? Why does it have to be the negative?
Yeah, well, it's obviously the negative. So the reason why is because there's
How?
I'm trying to tell you. So there's a consensual relationship that's not being appraised here, right? So if she's a captive and he is the
How do you know
oppressor,
that?
because it literally explicitly says that she is the captive.
Show me. No, read it. Read it. Say
Yeah,
that
it
she's a
said,
captive.
yeah, in 21:10. Deuteronomy
Okay,
21:10.
so technically, a country beats another country, and like we got a strong-minded president. I don't care if you love it or not. They're captives. We have beat them. We cannot trust them to adapt to us, or we cannot trust them to
It's the fact that
leave
you
us alone.
is
How
the
can
fact
that?
it is the fact that I'm sorry, it is the fact that she is the captive and you are of the people who slaughtered her family, right? That makes you the oppressor. And then she is marrying you, which seems to be
So
obviously
how do
she's
you
no
know that
longer a cat. I don't know why you're over
the
talking to
person that
please.
slaughtered family could it
If
be
you,
like
if
an
you,
army?
yeah, he's
No, I'm
part of
just
the
asking you a
army.
question, man. I
He's
get where
part
you're
of, I'm
going
sorry,
with this
he's
analogy.
part of the he's part of the army, right? It's they're talking to
He's
the
part of the army,
Israelites.
so it says
Yeah. If you
okay.
if like when
Okay,
you
so
go
they
to
don't
war
have
against your
regular
enemy, I'm
citizens?
sorry, if you don't let me like just please let me talk. So
No, I'm
he
sorry.
is
Go ahead, man. I just got
yeah,
these questions when you bring up these analogies.
I understand. So first of all, it says when you go to war against your enemies, when you go to war against your enemies, and your Lord delivers them
Mhm.
into your hands, and you take captives. If you notice among, I don't know why he would say if you take captives, if it's not talking to the soldiers, but whatever. If you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and you are attracted to her, and you may take her as your wife, right? So we know that it's not consensual for a couple of reasons. One, obviously the war happened. She's in a different country. Dr. Joshua Bowen was talking about like Deuteronomy 10. You know, you make a peace offering. If they don't accept a peace offering, then you can slay them, take among them plunder and things like that. It also says if you are not pleased with her, let her go wherever she wishes. It does not say that if she is not pleased with you, let her go wherever she wishes. Only for the man who has taken her as what seems to be a trophy wife for a plunder. He is allowed to release her only if he is displeased with her. That's a
Okay.
non-consensual relationship.
So,
Yeah.
okay, no, I get you. We'll play devil's advocate for a quick second. When we bombed Iran, as President Trump just did, I'm just using this as an example, and people said we're going to war, were they only talking about the army, or were they talking about everybody in the United States?
What do you mean? Like when we're gonna?
So
it was the
if
military
this
who did the
empire
bomb,
took
who
over
dropped the
other
bombs.
empire, but no, hold on. Let me tell it to you, because I don't want you to miss it. If a military went to war with these other folks, and they obviously are protecting something, right? Because these people went to war. Doesn't matter.
No, they were trying
They're
to.
mad at each other.
They were trying to claim the
No,
land
listen to me a
of
second.
them.
Yes, I know. I was getting there. You beat me to it, but it's okay. That means we can go a little bit faster. What I'm saying is that these people fought, and they have their valuables, but they knew each other, so they couldn't intertwine.
Wait, where does it say that they knew each other?
They're citizens. Where does it say what you were talking about?
Yeah, where does it
Because
say
you
that they
went
knew each
down
other?
it. You're
I'm sorry, can you answer the
Hold
question?
on,
Where
hold
does
on.
it say that they knew each other?
Where does it say what you were talking about? Just
I'm
give me
gonna
a
ask.
second.
Do I have to
know
keep
you-
asking the question? Where does it say that they knew each other?
Well, you can let me finish my original thought, and then I can go to that answer. That's what
Okay,
I'm trying
I'm
to
gonna
do.
ask.
I mean,
I'll
I'll
wait
let
until
you
you're
do
done.
it.
Go ahead.
I'll
So
let
just
you
to be
do it, right?
clear, it says the thing that Carbon says in the Bible. He read it to you, so it's not
I
unfair.
know I heard that, but I'm coming
That's
from a
cool.
different
Hold
angle.
on.
You have to tell me that.
Stop. Listen.
Okay.
You have this nervous.
I was talking to him,
Stop.
right?
I don't care.
I
Stop
do?
talking. Stop
Oh, you
talking.
don't?
All they're gonna do is mute you, and then you're gonna cry about it. I'm just trying to clarify so we can
Not
move
cry,
forward.
so-
Stop crying. I'm just trying to clarify.
Okay,
So
man,
you're crashing out now. Now you're crashing out. The thing is here. I'm gonna get my thing off.
No, I'm
right?
not.
Like,
You
no
get it
matter-
out, man.
Yeah, it's
You
gonna
get
be
it
a
out.
great
Yeah,
pastor. I
I'm
can tell you
gonna
that much.
do that. I'm 100% gonna do that. You crashing out is not gonna change that. Okay. The thing Carbon said is in Deuteronomy 20.
Not crashing out, showing you the same respect that you showed me, but go ahead and
Every
finish.
single time you do that, we just know you're crashing out. That's all we know. That's all you're telling us, right?
Mute him.
So-
Let him talk.
That's hey Fabio. It's still not
It's
growing.
easy to mute
Go back
other
on mute.
people.
Hey Fabio, go find
You
Daddy his
just show
verses.
your weakness.
Fabio, go find Daddy his verses. You were on Teacup for a long time. I don't hear no verses. Start with Luke 17:7 and keep looking for what you were looking for about Jesus talking about women.
I just unmuted myself so you can finish because we were talking. Can we go? Can you go now?
Stephen,
Now,
relax.
okay.
Stephen, relax. You're just making it take longer. You're clenching. Unclench. All right. So the stuff that Carbon said was in the Bible. He read it to you. So now he's asking, where is the stuff that you said? Because if it's not in the Bible, you're making it up. That's where we are in the conversation. See, that wasn't so hard.
You just had to take control. That's beautiful. Okay. Don't interrupt me, okay? Just like I didn't interrupt you because I
20
muted
seconds.
myself. I'm talking about the same scriptures he's talking about, but from a different perspective, and you guys don't want to go there. So can I finish? Or do we have to do
yeah,
the
as
song
long-
and dance again where you try and manipulate the mic because you got control?
Yeah,
That
that's
doesn't
fine.
mean you have
So,
power.
this is what I.
That just means you're
Yeah, so
narcissist.
I'll let
So-
I'll let you speak. But what I want you to do is just give me the verse where it says that they know each other, and then follow up with
Same
whatever you're
verses
saying.
that you were talking about.
Oh,
The
that's
same
interesting
verses,
because
sir.
it doesn't say that they know each other.
Yes, it's very interesting, but when I get to finish what I was
Okay,
saying,
so give
it
me that
makes
verse.
sense. But when you interrupt with no self-control, it makes it hard, does it not?
Okay, maybe if you don't want to get Dr. Joshua, but does that verse exist anywhere in the Bible? You're the expert.
I don't think so. But please, if there's an angle that you have that you think it says that, I'm certainly all ears.
Waiting for you. Let's go, Alan.
The same verses that you just read from a different perspective. So these people are a big nation. They have intertwined. Maybe somebody has fallen in love, but okay, my allegiance. In this situation, would this be okay? You may take a wife, but when you guys talk about it, you go into this negative contents. Like, you know, how Pride Month, the 1% of people who swing the other way got to put it all in our faces? But the other 99 of us just can't be heard because
Before
you
you
don't like
listen,
it?
Alan,
That part,
I
right?
don't.
Like, is
Alan,
that okay?
well, now, Alan,
No,
now
no,
somebody's
so
going to
I'm just
respond.
asking you a question.
Alan, now
Is that
somebody's going to
okay?
respond to you. Somebody's
You
going to
don't,
respond to
okay,
you.
no, go ahead.
Alan,
You don't, no,
listen,
it's all right, cool. Go ahead, man.
Alan, listen. I feel like I'm a pretty nice. Please keep
You're
some
not
faith
nice,
in me.
buddy, but go for it, man. You're not nice. If you were nice, you would have so much self-control. But finish, please. This is interesting to me.
Alan, you're
Okay,
talking
I'm
to
trying to
somebody
stop you.
different.
I'm trying
No,
to
just
stop
go
you.
ahead, man. I don't need your help. Tell me what you're saying, please,
Yeah,
so that way we can go to the next part. Stop
okay.
stalling, man. Just say it.
Alan, I'm going to mute you if you keep talking. Okay,
Hi,
go
Alan.
ahead, Josh.
I'm Josh. So I just please stop being overtly bigoted up here. Let's just deal with the text that we're dealing with. So I think that if I understand what you're saying, it sounds like what you're saying is that instead of this being like these are two groups of people that have no contact with each other, don't know each other, instead that they've been like interacting, and during that time of the peaceful maybe interaction, these two people have developed a relationship. But I don't want to say, it sounds a little simplistic, like a Romeo and Juliet sort of thing, where there's not an easy answer to that, and then there's been this conflict, and now he's saying, well, gosh, she's a captive. Is there a right way that I can do this? And God says, look, here's the right way to do that. Is that me steel manning your position?
Very hard. I mean, my goodness. It doesn't make any sense. You're just saying that, okay, these people couldn't? Or what are you saying?
I'm
Because
sorry.
to me,
I'm trying to restate.
No, say it again. Say it again. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I understood you. So I was just trying to say back what I understood your position was.
No, say it one more time. Say it one more time.
Okay,
Maybe I misunderstood you.
Yeah, I got you. It sounded like what you were saying is that these are not two groups of, maybe these weren't two groups of people that were just totally, separate from one another, that maybe they had interacted and that this relationship had formed. And then when that conflict happened, the guy was like, well, I love this woman, but she's a foreigner and she's now our enemy. Is there a way that I can marry her? And God answered that question. Is that kind of what you were saying?
Okay, yeah, let's go with that. Where are we going? I like that. Go for it.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. The problem is it's in a broader context of chapter 20. So chapter 20 and 21 are dealing with this topic. And from different perspectives or with different aspects of it. So if you look at Deuteronomy 20, 10-14, oddly enough, the text says there are the groups of people, the cities that are afar off, far away from Israel. That's what it's talking about. So there are two categories of people that Israel is said to going to be coming into contact with. The people that are living in the land of Canaan, right? The land of, that was called their promised land. And then the people that are far away from that are outside of Canaan. So the one group of people is dealt with in 2015 following, and that's the Canaanites, and they're to be totally annihilated, right? They're to be wipe them out completely. However, the text says in 10-14, for those cities that are very far away, that are far off, here are your marching orders, Israel. They're supposed to approach the city, and they're supposed to make it an offer of what the text says is shalom, right? They're supposed to offer them this shalom. And what it amounts to is vassalage. They're supposed to say, you can become our vassals, right? If they accept those terms, then the text says that city can become corvée labor for the Israelites. They can muster them to build buildings or, do whatever projects or maybe do military service, whatever. But they become corvée labor for them. That's if they agree to become their vassal. However, if the city puts up a fight and says, no, we're not going to become your vassal, then the directive to the Israelite army is to emasculate the city. They're supposed to lay siege to it. When they get in, they unalive all of the men, and then they take the women and the children and the animals and their possessions as plunder. So that's the context in which Deuteronomy 21 is sort of setting up this.
Dr. Josh,
if among those
gentle
captives, you see a beautiful woman. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes perfect sense. I see exactly where you're going to have questions. I will,
Yeah,
in
please.
an answer, I want to get back to you. But go ahead. Please finish. This is beautiful. I love it.
No. That's all I wanted to. I just wanted to contextualize it a little more broadly. That's all.
No problem. No problem. So let's look at it like this, because this is great. I like this question. And I like what you said. So when King Alexander was conquering land, I'm pretty sure that land he conquered, those people who were taken, victory over, they became his responsibility and part of the kingdom, right? I mean, you don't want to kill everybody in every city because you don't want something to rule over. You think so, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And not just Alexander, but like the new Assyrian Empire did this all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely,
Right.
100%.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. So then these people are integrating into your system, and they start talking, and like a beautiful romance, Korean romance TV show, somebody falls in love, and they go back to what I was originally saying, and I want to show my allegiance, but I love this girl. How would I go about this and respect her? Because I know we fought. When y'all go to war, even though the people at home are in war, we're all at war, right?
This fucking mouse,
nation.
dog.
I love her.
What the fuck is happening?
And I want to be with her, but I want to do this right, God.
Thank you.
How do I do it? And God gives you that. You may take her as a wife after doing these things, because she has to mourn her father and her brother. I'm the king. I said do it this way. You said no. Let's start again. You would agree that would be a reasonable answer from a God who's loving, right?
Sure, yeah. And if I heard you correctly, I just want to make sure that I did. It sounded like what you were saying is that after this conflict, it sounded like maybe some time had passed. The people had started to kind of, they're kind of like living in the land now. They brought them back as captives, but they're starting to kind of like, farm some fields, or maybe they're working, whatever. But it's known these are people that are from the captive nation, but they're starting to integrate. And now, Frank Israelite sees Susie, Moabite, I don't know, and now like they're sweet on each other, and it's like, all right, what do we do? Is that kind of what the picture you're kind of thinking of here?
It's a possibility, right? I mean, it can happen, right?
Okay.
It does happen. Let's put it like that. That does happen, right? There's stories about it. It happens,
Sure.
right?
So
Okay.
so the question would be, I think, and I hear you. I think the question though would be like, is that what this text is envisioning? And I think the interpretive hurdle that you would have to overcome to see that in this text is that the text seems to be implying an immediacy in the time frame. So if you look at what the text is describing, it seems to be pretty clear that the battle has just happened, right? And among the captives, and read a couple of
Okay,
reasons.
well, let me stop you for. I was going to stop you just for one quick second. Read out the part of the text that you're talking about right here. Could you do that for me, please?
Yeah, hang on. I'll just.
I can read it.
Oh yeah, sorry, Carvin. Yeah,
What was the verse? 2010, yeah?
No, we can go back to the one we were just talking
21,
about, 10,
21,
14.
Yeah, when you go to war against your enemies and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take captives. If you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and you are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. So she's already a captive by the time he decides that he's interested.
And
what makes you think that that's a me?
Sorry, so in the following verse, when it's talking about the ritual procedure that you're supposed to do, right? The shaving of the hair, cutting of the nails, the text says you're to remove her captive's garb, which what that means is the garment that she's wearing in her captivity, right?
So the clothes that she was wearing. Are you talking about that?
That's right. So it's a very like, it's you're trimming her neck. It's a type of purification, but she's removing the clothing that she was wearing when she became a captive, right?
Okay.
And then following that, it says she's to mourn her unalived parents, right? So the natural reading of the text is this has just happened. That's why she would be mourning them. Yeah.
This has just happened. Okay. So my dad passed 10 years ago. I still mourn him today. Could that be a possibility?
Oh, sure. I'm not suggesting that people stop obviously mourning their parents.
No,
that's not what I was. Oh,
no,
sorry.
I know that's not what you're saying. I know that's not what you're saying whatsoever. I know that what I'm saying is that the Bible time skips all over the place. And I know that you're reading this and in telling a story, everything could seem one right after the other, but the way the person's telling it or the way the person's writing down what happened, just like telling that same story, it happened in its own period, in its own seasons. Just like we have 4 seasons, all these things happen. Now, when I'm telling you something important, you're going to stop listening if I keep on being meticulous. But if I give you the story and then in your own life experiences, you can be like, you know what? I'm a little bit older now. I understand that part right there. I've been through that. That takes time.
Yeah.
You can see that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Keep on, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, you're good.
Please finish
You're
up.
good. I think, and I appreciate it.
Really quickly, just what if they called Malcolm Detroit Red because he really liked hockey? Like, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Well, I think so, Alan, and
we're studying. We're literally getting to understand God. That's what we're doing. I mean,
no.
I know we like things like
we're
super
saying,
fast, but this is
we're
beautiful.
saying what we're saying is suppose the Israelites existed on a plane where flowers grew everywhere they stepped. Is that a possibility? Is it possible that they actually made Eggo waffles for each other in the morning? Is that a possibility? Like, what are we doing?
Is it possible that we actually went a little bit deeper in the text and gave everything its according time?
Remember the string?
Because some things take time, no matter how fast you want them to
I
go.
put the probability of that at absolute.
Could that be something that happens?
Hold on. I'm answering your question. I put the probability of that. Well, I won't be able to do it if you keep talking. I put the probability of that at negative 273 degrees Celsius. Absolute zero. Like, not happening. That's not what we're doing.
So things don't take time on Earth.
So just to be clear,
we all
Alan,
go through experiences and those experiences.
Everything takes look. That's an aphorism. That doesn't mean anything.
So let's go the
text
opposite
says
direction,
something.
Alan. Could it be? Is it possible that this was grape and God was condoning it? Is that possible?
No, I think it could be possible that all of it's possible. But in the chaos, somebody wanted some order, and we find ourselves at this text. Can I read a text for you, please? But sorry, who I'm talking to everybody. So who's this?
Real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Rapture.
First of all, I don't understand why. I agree with Jeff. I don't understand what the hell is going on here because you're saying a lot of words, but you're not really saying anything. So can you actually simplify it? Like you're using 10
Yeah, I'll signify it with scripture. I'll signify it with scripture.
Talking. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay.
Alan.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Listen, man. Let me just debunk this guy. I have to go. Then you can keep it
Yeah, I
going.
hear you, man. Go ahead. I'll go. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, white boy.
I gave you a follow.
Hey, white boy. Listen, a black woman was speaking. That's the time for you to disengage your vocal cords. All right?
Okay, perfect.
George of the Jungle, calm it down.
Well, in the jungle are different rules.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear your
I've been
rapture.
sitting here quietly. Shut up. Ugh. Anyway, Alan, you're using 10 words when 5 words will do. Okay? I need you to, because you're essentially condoning rape. That's what you're doing. You are bending yourself in pretzels trying to figure out how you can make it where it's not condoning rape and slavery and captivity. Because you said you're grieving your father still, right? So how would you feel in the process of grieving your father? You are forced to go somewhere, cut off all your hair, cut your nails, and have to live with the person that unalived your father. You wouldn't be okay with that. So stop bending yourself in pretzels and be honest about what the hell's happening. Like, this is annoying because you're rambling.
No, ma'am, you're just not understanding. Matthew chapter 13, verse 58.
No, Alan, let
That
me
right
finish.
there-
Let me finish. Alan.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right, man. I'm sorry. You got to go.
I have to go. I have to go. So yeah,
The white
hold
man
on.
he lets finish. You see, Stephen? That's wonderful. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go
So
ahead. Go ahead,
Carbon,
Fabio.
back in the day, as we are talking about, I have three simple things to tell you. Those laws, when Jesus came, he didn't endorse slavery. He is one of the main guy that at that time made a huge impact on slavery and how to reduce, just a second, and how to reduce its harshness on slavery. And he also said, the first time ever, some laws, for example, for Israelites, they can pay off their debt, but they have to free the slaves after, 6 years, I think. Because the quote that you were reading, I was talking about on the top of my head. I did some research 1 minute, and I found all of that you're not willing to say. Then you were like,
hang on, I just paused for a second because did you just say that the Hebrew Bible is the first place that sets out release
No, I'm not
of the
saying
dead
it's
slave?
first. No, I'm not saying it's first. I'm saying that it makes a major turn in that. You have Jesus, that's a strong person, a strong leader, and he has a lot of followers. That was what I'm saying.
Wait, sorry, because I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So that law that you're referring to is in the Hebrew Bible, right? That's in Exodus 21 and in Deuteronomy 15. And it says that you can keep an Israelite as a debt slave, but you can only keep them for 6 years. You have to release them in the seventh with their debt completely forgiven. That's what you're referring to, right?
Well, I'm not referring specifically to that. I'm just saying that this verse that the host was reading, he was like, "Oh, Jesus is supporting slavery."
Which
I'm
verse?
Like, no,
I'm sorry,
it's
which
not
verse?
endorsing it.
Which verse? Leviticus?
Yeah, the one that you were reading.
Yeah,
10
that's chattel
minutes ago,
slavery.
20 minutes ago.
You're talking about
And
debt
I was
slavery.
saying he's not supporting it. He's just talking about it. And you have to read also the context in something else that what's happening. That's what I'm saying. So Joshua, I'm not saying that a specific law. I'm not talking specific about that right now. That's the thing that I'm saying.
You went.
So the other thing, host, can you read us? You told us that women are not able to choose or whatever the fuck you were talking about.
No, this woman was not able to choose.
Specifically, some verses in the Bible about women. So can you read us in front of everyone, Timothy 3:11?
Does that talk about marrying a captive woman?
Just read it.
Okay, I'll read Matthew. Wait, was it Timothy what?
No. Timothy 3:11.
Timothy 2:11, and that's talking about a captive woman.
3:11.
3:11. Okay, let's see what Timothy 3:11 has to say about a captive woman. Let's see.
He's talking about woman, not captive.
Oh, it's
marriage.
not talking about a captive
we
woman.
were talking about
Interesting.
marriage.
Oh, that's interesting. So you
But
want to
they have
change?
20 verses, so
oh,
we'll
okay.
see.
So you do want to change the subject.
No one
Okay,
is
gotcha.
changing. Don't use the wrong words. Come on, just read
Gotcha.
it.
All right. So since we're not talking about, I don't know why this would be relevant. In the same way, the women are to be worthy of respect, not malicious talkers, but temperate and trustworthy in everything. A deacon must be faithful to his wife and must manage his children and his household well. Those who serve well gain an excellent standing and great assurance to their faith in Jesus Christ. What does this have to do with captive woman?
Okay, just a second. Now read.
No, answer the
Epstein's
question. What does that have to do with
525.
captive woman?
I will tell you right now.
No.
Just read another one.
Tell me now. What does that have to do with captive
No,
woman?
your first question
I'm gonna keep
was,
asking
can you
the
show me
question
some
until you
question?
answer the question. I don't allow people to run. What does that have to do with captive woman? Go ahead.
So I'm gonna tell you right now. So 20 minutes ago, you were talking about captive women. We were talking about women being in a marriage, and you were like,
No,
is
captive
it
woman being in a
consensual?
marriage.
No. You were talking also about a marriage.
Captive
Because
woman
we
being in a
already-
marriage.
Okay. I understand what they told me.
Now
I'm
you
gonna
understand.
explain to
Okay,
you what happened.
cool.
Don't interrupt me.
Hurry up.
So we were talking about captive woman being in a marriage, and we already defined what it means to be a captive and how did the man get that captive woman. Now we were talking we were talking then about the marriage. What can a man do? And you were like, if the man does not want a woman, he can release her. What about a woman, Fabio? What can she do?
Yeah, what can the
And you were
captive?
like,
So
can
the
you bring
question
me some
is,
verses?
yeah,
Just
no.
don't interrupt me.
So
And you were
the
like,
question
can you
is,
bring me some
so
verses?
the question is, can the captive woman choose on her own accord to leave? That is the question. Have you given me a verse that establishes that fact? I'll wait for that answer. I appreciate you. Bro said he was gonna come back and debunk, and you didn't even give me a verse
Yeah,
that you
so
didn't even do
let's
your
see,
homework.
let's see.
I said, hey,
Yeah,
go
let's
get your homework. What's 2 + 2 = 4? He said, hey,
No,
I found out
have
that
them.
3 + 3 = 6. No, I asked you what 2 + 2 equals. Now, Fabio,
Okay.
do you have any verses that said a captive
Yeah,
woman
I'm
is
trying
allowed
to
to
give you
leave
the verses. You
consensually?
don't want
Go
me
ahead.
to let you give you the verses. I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
that
why.
one
You're scared.
failed. So the First Timothy one failed. What's your next one?
No, it didn't fail. How did it fail? Okay.
Was that a
Don't
captive
interrupt
woman?
me. I didn't interrupt you.
It
Was that a
failed
captive
because
woman?
1 Timothy 3 doesn't even say
Okay,
the woman
you
can
talk 1
choose.
minute. Come
Hey,
on.
hey. 1 Timothy 3 doesn't even say the woman can choose to leave.
No, I give you host, Carbon, talk for 1 minute and then I'm gonna talk.
Yeah, you have your homework.
Say-
Your homework is very simple.
Yes.
You're supposed to give me a verse that establishes that a captive woman, on her own accord, with her own consent, is allowed to leave. That's what I want from you. Do you have a verse like that?
Okay. Did you finish?
That was a
Can
question.
I talk?
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that verse? Go ahead.
Okay. Don't talk now.
Hurry up.
So we are talking about a captive woman being in a marriage. And I'm giving you some verses, I have 10 of them, where it talks about a man and what he can do or cannot do, and what a woman can do or cannot do in a marriage. We were talking about captive woman. We already established what we mean by a captive person. Then we were like, what's about a marriage? What a woman can do. So I gave you Timothy 3:11. That
Yep,
says
that failed.
the
Go ahead.
teaching-
What's your next one?
No. It says the teachings of Jesus, how to behave in a marriage.
So it
Let's
did.
see another
I'm
one.
sorry. Where does
Let's
it
see-
say in
let's-
First
no.
Timothy that a captive woman can leave on her own accord? What does it say that?
Also, you
talking about
mispronounced Paul, sort of, maybe, but not really.
It's not these verses that I'm giving you. It's not talking specifically a captive woman.
That's
it's talking
the
about
that's
a marriage.
remember. I know it's not talking about that. That's the homework that you're giving. Okay, I'm giving I don't know why you're giving me random verses that have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay,
so
does that-
Fabio,
okay, let me understand.
The First
Does that
Timothy,
man-
the First Timothy one failed. What is your next one? Give me the name of the verse.
Okay, let me just understand for my homework. Does that man enters a marriage with that captive woman?
I think that's the problem here. Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier, and then sorry, I'll shut up. I'll actually drop down. So you guys definitely don't need me up here.
No, you're good.
But I think
You're
that's
here.
I think that's the issue
Please
here.
don't drop, Josh.
is-
Josh, I really want to answer you, man. I'm just letting you finish. Please don't drop.
I appreciate it. I'll try to stay for a couple more minutes. My kids were going to IHOP, so I'm gonna have to drop in a few. I'll try to stay up. But I think the problem here is that this text in Deuteronomy 21, there's this idea I think that we have reasonably so when we come to the Hebrew Bible and we say it says, like we see an English translation that says wife or marriage, and then we sort of import that there's this binary, you know, not married and married. That's not there's gradations. There are different types of marriage statuses that women can enter into. So you have, one type in Exodus 21, 7-11, which is a little more akin to concubinage. You have lesser wife and primary wife statuses. This one here, again, like trying to ascertain what exactly we should be calling them is difficult because we don't really have terms like that today. But like here, this is a situation where what the text is describing is someone that is still in an asymmetrical relationship, more so even than with their husband than what normally would be. Because if you look at how the text describes what's supposed to happen if the guy just doesn't like her anymore, the text says you can't sell her. You can't trade with her. Like you can't use her as a commodity to trade. Instead, you have to let her go wherever she wishes. This isn't language that you would use for like a full status wife. So I think that may be where the disconnect is here.
Yeah, Joshua, that's the thing that I also always say. This is the problem with Satan warriors, for example, this guy Carbon. They take a small verse from the Bible and
Just
they
real
judge
quick,
the
can
whole
you
Bible.
like get my pronouns correct? Like it's Satan apologist, okay? Just like get it right. Okay?
Yeah.
Satan
So
apologist.
yeah. So
Yeah, thank you.
when you have that, like they judge a book just by one verse. If we judge the book by
I'm an
the
officer.
whole
Okay,
verses
I'm not
that we
just a
have,
warrior, I'm an officer.
we have 99% of verses that would condemn owning slaves or going someone against someone's free will, etc., etc. That's why I was thinking about some specific verses. So they give this guy, and I have 10 of them, where it says about the woman what she can do in a marriage. That's what I'm talking about. This is the same with people. If Joshua, I see you do once something bad or something similar, am I gonna judge you and say that you're a bad person? No, I'm gonna judge your whole life. We are literally this guy. They don't know. They think that they are going to debunk Christianity and everything because they found a verse that hopefully is making seem Christianity bad. No, we are literally reading one verse at a time and we are debunking everything. Let's read some other verses that are great. So what is the host gonna do then? Is he gonna be like, yeah, we should be a Christian because this verse is good?
To
So
be
this
clear,
is just dumb talk.
I just want to get some reading comprehension of my own here because sometimes I don't catch quick. In 1 Timothy
don't care. Let me
3:11,
talk to
that's great.
Joshua
That's
and
great.
Carbon.
That's great. In 1 Timothy 3:11, what does it say that the woman can do?
Exactly. I'm giving you verses.
No, not exactly. Tell me. What does it say the
Let me
woman
read it
can
again.
do? Just answer that question directly. What does 1 Timothy 3:11 say the woman can do?
I like Satan Commander.
It talks exactly. It's not saying what she can do. It talks about respect.
So it's not saying what she can
Just
do.
a second. Let me respond. That a man should respect his woman, and the woman should respect him. So if he wants to have sex with her, and she says no, just a second, and she says no, he has
I'm
to
just going to read
respect
it.
her.
Women likewise must be serious.
Oops, sorry.
Be married only once, and let them manage their children and their households well. That's it. I don't know where it said all the bullshit you just said. You're just adding stuff. There's a whole bunch of places in the Bible where it says not to add stuff, so your soul is in jeopardy. That's not good.
Yeah, you're defying God's words right now, buddy.
What were all her duties? Again, I'm sorry, Jeff.
Oh, it doesn't
What,
say
read that verse again.
the word duty isn't in there. Women likewise.
No. Read the whole verse again, please.
Yeah, women likewise must be serious, not slanderers, but temperate, faithful in all things. I would think like it would want people to be that way, not just women. But then the next verse says, "Let deacons be married only once, and let them manage their children and their households well." And I'll read just the next verse for completion. "For those who serve well as deacons gain a good standing for themselves and great boldness in the faith that is in Jesus Christ."
Okay.
Yeah, there it is, Timothy 3:11.
I just read it. Just tell me what it says.
I know you just read it.
No, I'm asking
He
Fabio.
didn't
Tell me
read.
what it
He's
says.
lying. That's not the verse. Here is the verse. I pulled up the verse. Can you read it?
Okay, what translation are you reading it in? I'll read it in any translation. I was reading the New Revised Standard, but if you want to read it in a different translation, we can do that too. You don't know what translation you're reading? You know there's different translations, right, Fabio? Or you didn't know that? You thought there was just one? That's precious. Which translation? NIV, ESV, KJV.
Can you guys read it here?
What is Carbon right? Are you reading?
Yeah, it's the NIV. Like it says, in the same way, the women are to be worthy of respect, not malicious talkers, but temperate and trustworthy in everything. Same thing.
Yeah, exactly. They should have respect.
What does that
Let's
have to
bring
do?
some
That has
other.
nothing
I'm
to
saying
do
the
with what we're
woman
talking
is to be worthy of respect. I don't. Okay, so that's fine. So it doesn't say what you said. It said. I'm with
Okay,
Carbon.
let's
You need a
All right.
you need a new
Just real
first
quick.
verse.
Berillian, thank you so much for the $25 for the kick. I appreciate you, Berillian, over on YouTube. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. I'm done with this guy. He ticks all of the boxes of no BBQ. He can get the fuck out of here. There you go. Thank you so much, Berillian. I appreciate you.
Now we'll never know.
Yeah.
He
If
didn't
you
know.
keep reading, you will.
No,
But
he didn't know. So how would he have told us anyway?
again, things take time.
Yeah. All right. So too easy.
Things take time is something like a grandmother in a like rocking
You should
chair
listen to her.
right on
She's
the porch
wise.
says. No, but
You should
it's
listen to her. She's
listen.
wise.
I don't know. Listen, Mowgli, hold on a second. You keep talking
Mowgli.
while other people are talking.
And you keep being rude. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, interrupting people is rude, and I'm just giving you the same energy.
Like you did
see
me
that,
the
Stephen?
first time, but that's cool.
You see that,
I
Stephen?
get
No,
it.
because you were
That makes
interrupting.
sense.
Now
Go ahead.
disengage
Say
your
what you
vocal
gotta say,
cords.
man. Go
They're
ahead
just gonna
and
mute.
finish
They're just gonna keep muting you. Okay. I'm with Ren. Okay. You're not saying anything when you say things take time. Yes, me drinking a bottle of water takes time. Everything takes time. That has nothing to do with the argument. Do you have a verse or something substantial to say?
You're a funny dude, man. It's
I know.
beautiful.
That's
It's a
why
beautiful thing.
people like me.
Yeah, how long have you been this controlling?
Yada,
Are you
yada,
married? Can I ask you that?
I've been
No, I just
married
want
for.
to.
I'm
I've
sorry.
been
You're
married.
training to be a pastor. I don't think you want to talk about this, my guy.
Yeah, I've been married for 15 years.
Not
and
attacking, asking you any questions, sir. I'm
That's
sorry, go
great.
ahead, Jeff.
I've been married for 15 years. And by the way, that whole thing you said about Iran actually put my life in danger. I just want to let it be known. I
You're
want
a
to let it be
veteran.
known for the record. I don't want you to talk during this because you're endangering me. I married
I'm
Italian.
asking you, you're a veteran,
Hey,
right?
weirdo. Stop talking. I'm saving my own life here. Carbon, I married Italian, and I don't mean like boat Italian. I mean like leave the pew pew, take the cannoli Italian. And this dude said that when we go to war with Iran, we got to intermingle. I ain't intermingling in nothing. I'm just saying that publicly. I've been married 15 years, and if I start intermingling, you're going to be wondering, how come Jeff ain't logged on to the app in a while? And I'm going to be wearing cement shoes. So don't be doing that because that puts my life at risk. Relax.
Oh, so you won't take
Yo,
it? You
man,
won't
real
take
G's
a
move in silence, buddy. You didn't even have to say all that. I mean,
Although I
never
do have
said
to, I
Iran
know,
did
bro.
that. I said Ukraine and
I
Russia.
do.
That's
I
what I said.
I do have to say that because
No, I
I've
didn't
been
say
to.
Iran.
You said
Listen,
Iran.
listen.
Please
listen.
replay where I said Iran.
Yep, you said Iran.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Everybody will
I
hear
know.
will say that
Are
you
you
said
recording this,
Iran.
man?
Yes,
No,
it's
no,
all
no.
recorded.
Are you
It's all
recording this?
recorded. It's
Okay,
all recorded. You said
replay
Iran.
that.
Look,
Replay
look,
that.
look. Whether you said Iraq, Iran, or Timbuktu, I've been to family reunions where there are more than 20 people named Michael.
I'll take it back. Yeah, I did say Iran. I
So-
said since we go to war with Iran, then that would make us all at war. And you're
No, not
putting
me.
your personal
I ain't
interjection on it.
look. I'm a.
Yeah, you are. What
I'm
are
gonna
you
put it
doing?
straight
What
up
do you mean? Why is this information prevalent?
because I'm trying to look. I told you I'm trying to keep cement off of my feet.
So you got shook and then just had to say like you was in the jail D block?
You
I
never
don't
seen The
understand.
Sopranos?
Also, I don't understand why he's talking about like
I
why.
mean, like I heard the story that you
And
said.
I don't understand why. I
but
don't
just for
understand why
anybody here to
Alan.
know.
And I don't understand why Alan is over here
No,
talking about.
I'm just
like,
asking. I had
yeah, I don't
friends like-
understand why Alan is over here talking about like people being controlling. Your Bible compels you to be controlling, but particularly a woman, right? What is it? 1 Timothy 2:12. A woman should learn in quietness and submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over a man. Seems like you're the controlling one, but
You know, when you read something, your understanding of what it is. And
Oh,
what
how did I read that wrong?
The
Go
actual
ahead.
person that read
Yeah, how
it,
did I
their
read that wrong? Go
author's
ahead.
understanding of
Yeah,
it
how did I read it
could be
wrong? Go ahead.
different. I mean,
Yeah, how did I read it wrong? Go ahead.
Is that like a
Yeah, it's a question. How did I read that wrong?
defensive
When it says a woman
mechanism?
should not have authority over
you just go over and over just because you.
I'm waiting on you.
So like what I was trying to say beforehand, just like you went off on a rip. I'll answer you.
Come on.
Just give me a second. I hear you, buddy. You're 32, right?
Waiting on you, buddy. Come on.
No, I'm saying you're 32,
You're
right?
taking way too
You said
long
I'm
to
way
answer
older
this
than you.
question. How is it wrong?
Oh, okay.
How
So,
did I read it wrong?
buddy, how many friends you got?
You're
man?
still
I'm
not
interested.
answering the
My
question. Do I
God.
gotta keep asking the question over and over?
If it makes you feel better, or
Yeah, it would
if
make
you
me
have
feel so
OCD,
much
how
better
would
if
that
you
go?
answer my question. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so control it. This is beautiful, man.
Yeah,
I get
controlling.
it. So
Why is it wrong to be controlling? It
Matthew,
says it right here. 1 Timothy 2:12.
okay, like I was trying to say with Matthew, oh my goodness, was it Matthew 6? Matthew, here we go. I answer you with text. This should be cool. There you go. I'm a little older than you, so maybe my technology I'm messing up on. So Matthew 13 and verse 58, and he did not do many miracles there because of their unbelief. You guys refuse to believe a different perspective. It wasn't that Jesus couldn't do it. It was that they would not appreciate
For the galaxy, I appreciate
for
you.
the understanding.
Yeah, you're not saying anything important. I'm sorry. What did I read wrong about
Yeah,
1
I am.
Timothy 2:12?
I mean, when you get it, I promise you, man.
Yeah,
when
so
you
I'm
get
sorry.
into your
Like, what did
40s,
I say wrong about 1 Timothy 2:12? Go ahead. Waiting on you, buddy. 1 Timothy 2:12 explicitly says, "I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over men. She must be quiet." Is that not controlling?
As a woman, I would say that is absolutely controlling.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Too easy.
And if I don't like pulling this card, but Alan, I'm older than you. So when you get to my age, then you'll be an atheist.
How old is Alan?
43.
Oh, okay. I'm a very little bit younger. But honestly, with the way he talking, age and maturity don't seem to be in lockstep there.
this is I'm 43, buddy, and even in that, you just don't want to listen. It's beautiful. You literally
That
come
doesn't
in here talking
sound.
about
That
you're
doesn't
older
sound
than
like
me.
that doesn't sound like an
No,
argument.
you literally come in here talking about you're older than me. I'm talking to Jeff right now, so that way that crowd's
Yeah,
not.
you're talking to me. I don't care. Like, I asked you a question. Right? The question was very simple, right?
No,
How
no.
is that not? How is 1 Timothy 2:12, where it says that a woman should not have authority over a man? How is that not controlling? You're fighting demons to not answer such a question.
Yes, I am.
But I'm going to keep asking the question. Right? You think I'm gonna drop this, Alan? You think I'm gonna drop the question just because you keep running from the question, Alan? I'm going to keep asking the question, okay? Because
not.
I have ADHD and I get fixated
Tap.
when people run away. It's like blood.
I
right?
can.
I'm a shark in the
I can
water
tell
and I
you.
smell blood when people run from my questions. Okay, so the question was, is that controlling for a woman to not for Paul to say that a woman should not have authority over a man?
Every situation you're
Waiting
sharp.
on you.
I'm coming at you with a different perspective.
Yeah,
in
all right,
every
just give me the
situation
perspective
you're
how
doing.
that's wrong.
So I'm not running too. I can talk to you all day, man.
Waiting on
won't
you, buddy.
win.
Come on.
I'm out. Then the perspective. So it can be from a different perspective, and things take time, right?
That just was word
So
salad.
when we get to,
Can you tell me how it's wrong?
No, it's not a word salad. That's
Yeah.
not a word
Wait, is
salad.
that controlling? Yes or
We
no?
have to have some more. You
Okay,
have
so now
ADHD.
it's just a yes or no question. Is that controlling to say that a woman should not have authority over a man? Is that controlling? Yes or no?
Order of character, sir. Order of character.
Yes.
You're all over the place, and
Wait,
this
was
is
that a
amazing.
yes?
Thank you for telling me you have ADHD.
That was a
It's
yes.
a beautiful thing, man.
So that was a yes. It is
lets me-
controlling,
it
or was
lets
that a no?
me understand
Was that a
how to
yes or
talk to
was
you.
that a no? I'm just like, it's very
Now we're
simple.
being- Now
So,
we're being able to
then
look.
I'm
The
trying to
projection, Alan, hold on a second. The projection with you is insane. The projection with you is insane. Carbon. I don't know why it is that you're continuing to talk when they're just muting you. Nobody can hear what you say. It's coming in fragments. No, desist. It's not going to happen. I'm going to tell you like I tell my nephew. It's not going to happen right now. What you're trying to do is not occurring. We're going to do the gentle parenting thing. Take a deep breath. Go to your happy place. Think happy. thoughts, all of that stuff, and then just let this next part happen. That's cool. So Carbon has been asking the exact same question. Look, this is how conversations work, right? Like, I don't like talking to Teddy Ruxpin. I call him Teddy Ruxpin, Carbon. You know why? They press play on tape, and then you ask a question, and they just pause the tape while you're talking, and then when you're done talking, they just press play on tape again and go to the next thing they wanted to say.
Hey, Alan, my suggestion to you, if you're still here, you should probably go see a chiropractor for all the pretzels you just twisted yourself into. That's my recommendation.
Love it.
So, I don't know what's wrong with you. And if you're supposed to be somebody's minister, I implore you to find a different career.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he is trying to be a pastor. I'm not surprised.
That's scary.
Very predictive.
So he didn't have an argument, so he just kept trying to use as many words as he could to try to basically gish gallop everything through. And nobody is stupid here. I'm sorry that your IQ is less than room temperature, but everybody appears, and literally, I'm half awake, and I got more sense than you. Just fucking idiot.
Speaking of half awake, I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, so I think I'm pretty much done for the night. I'm tapped out. I'm gonna watch the rest of this Dead Men Tells No Tales Pirates of the Caribbean movie, because I only seen it once in theaters. I don't remember most of the story, so I want to watch it again. All right. Thank you for taking one more debate, Carbon. Yeah, I did say that 2 hours ago, didn't I? Yeah. All right. So listen, I'll be on tomorrow. Well, today for everybody, I guess. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Jeff, you're awesome. Rapture, you're awesome. Thank you guys so much. Listen, I'm gonna be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. So if anybody wants to hop on over there, say goodbye. I got nice little like fucking songs and shit that I play off. But anyway, thank you guys so much. Love y'all. Take it easy, okay?
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Oh my god. My butt hurts. I've been sitting down way too damn long. Oh, Jesus. Get up and stretch, yeah, low key. That's what I need to do. 8 hours later. All right, guys. All right, listen, guys. Thank you so much. Again, doubling the sub goal. I appreciate y'all. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Shout out to new followers. We got a lot more new followers today, which is good. I like seeing new people. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all for the bits. Some of you went to sleep and then woke up and I'm still here. Yeah. Yeah, I got to work, took a shower, ate, and still streaming. Hell yeah. But yeah, anyway, y'all have a good one. Thank you so much. Take it easy. Bye.
Bitch. Wanna